I call this meeting of the Appropriations Committee to order. Before we begin, I have a number of housekeeping announcements. This information was previously conveyed to your staff, but I want to reiterate that no food will be allowed in the room. Thank you. Drinks are fine if you have a lid, and please throw away your own trash. We have arranged to have lunch, courtesy again of Congressman Cuellar. It will be in the minority space in Longworth, 1036, directly below the hearing room. And I want to say a thank you again to Ranking Member Granger for her hospitality and for providing the space. For those of you joining remotely, please be respectful of those in the hearing room and do not talk over them when they've been recognized. If you are joining us virtually, once you start speaking, there will be a slight delay before you are displayed on the main screen. Speaking into the microphone activates the camera, displaying the speaker on the main screen. Do not stop your remarks if you do not immediately see the screen switch. If the screen does not change after several seconds, please make sure you are not muted. To minimize background noise and ensure the correct speaker is being displayed, we ask that you remain on mute unless you have sought recognition. The chair or an individual designated by the chair may mute participants' microphones when they are not under recognition for the purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. If during one of our meetings we need to move things along and we decide to enforce the 5-minute rule, you will notice a clock on the bottom of your screen that will show how much time is remaining. When your time is up, the clock will turn red, and I may gently tap the gavel to remind members that their time is expired before recognizing another member. Finally, we have set up an email address to which members can send anything they wish to submit in writing at any of our hearings or markups, including amendments, motions, or other unanimous consent requests. That email address has been provided to your staff. I would remind all members that they must verbally request unanimous consent separately from sending the document or written UC request to the email address. Our first order of business today is consideration of the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2023. I will now recognize Ms. Roybal Allard to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me begin by conveying my sincere appreciation to Ranking Member Fleischman and the members of the subcommittee for their contributions to this bill and for their thoughtful participation in our budget hearings. The Homeland jurisdiction includes some of the most controversial issues this committee faces. That makes it even more important for the subcommittee to work collegially. As a founding member of the subcommittee, I believe we had done that relatively well over the years, and I very much appreciate the contributions of the ranking member and all the members of the subcommittee to maintaining that approach. This includes subcommittee staff from both sides of the aisle. My sincere thanks to my incredible majority subcommittee staff, Derek Newby, Chris Mallard, Bob Yoakum, Mike Herman, Victoria Elred, Takina Strachan, Tony Lawrence, and Sophia Perez, and Bob Evans on my personal staff. My sincere thanks to the minority staff, Paul Anstein and Tom Huntley and Daniel Tidwell. On Mr. Fleischman's personal staff for their hard work and congeniality. I also extend my deep gratitude to the department's personnel for the critical work they do every day to protect our country and for the information they have provided the subcommittee, which has been extremely helpful in crafting our bill. The subcommittee's responsibility to provide the department's personnel with the resources they need to carry out the department's broad set of missions is always at the forefront of our deliberations. I believe members of the committee will agree on most of the funding priorities in our bill, including support for the Coast Guard, CISA, HSI, FEMA, Disaster Response and Recovery, the Secret Service, the Science and Technology Directorate, and CBP, Trade and Travel. As in past years, disagreements on this bill will primarily be in the areas of border security and immigration enforcement in the interior of the country. Unfortunately, Those disagreements have been exaggerated by inaccurate characterizations of the bill's approach. So I want to set the record straight. I have been consistent in my view that physical barriers can be effective tools in some contexts, such as near population centers where someone could quickly cross the border without the ability of the Border Patrol to apprehend them. However, there are many places where physical barriers make no sense, such as in less populated areas where any marginal tactical benefit is far outweighed by the significant construction and maintenance cost of barriers and the negative impacts on property owners, communities, and ecosystems, including wildlife. Border barriers, which could take years to build, are not a panacea for border security, and as we have seen, even the newest ones can quickly be scaled or penetrated. And in many places, barriers cannot be constructed directly on the border, so a physical barrier simply cannot stop migrants from crossing. Therefore, no one should be under the illusion that physical barriers will stop or significantly reduce the number of people crossing the border. In fact, the Border Patrol has told our subcommittee that most migrants who cross the border turn themselves in to Border Patrol agents at the first opportunity. Another area of disagreement will be the number of ICE beds funded in the bill. Consistent with the budget request, the bill provides funding for an average daily population in ICE custody of 25,000 single adults. Some of my colleagues will suggest this is not enough and that we should be detaining many more. But immigration detention is civil detention. It is not meant to be a punishment, and those detained are not serving time for having committed crimes. As the Chief of Border Patrol recently told our subcommittee, the vast majority of migrants are escaping violence and looking for a better and safer life for themselves and their families and pose no threat to our country. It is my belief they deserve our empathy and are entitled to due process. Detention is extremely expensive. We cannot detain our way out of the immigration enforcement challenges we face today. Since 2019, we have funded an increase in alternatives to detention capacity from approximately 83,000 to more than 180,000 participants. This bill expands investments in ATD programs and related case management services with an increase of $127 million for a total of $569 million. Despite statements to the contrary, ATD programs are effective in ensuring compliance with immigration court proceedings and other requirements, particularly when paired with case management service. Today, the bill before you prioritizes the resources on the best and most effective ways to protect our borders and address the most critical security and public safety threats we face. The mark includes $60.3 billion in discretionary appropriations within the subcommittee's funding allocation. That's an increase of $2.8 billion above the current year and $3.6 billion above the budget request. The bill also includes $19.9 billion for major disaster response and recovery activities, which is funded above the subcommittee allocation, consistent with prior years. Members, just to maintain the Department of Homeland Security's current level of services, it needs approximately $1.5 billion, which is more than half of the increase above last year. To maximize the impact of the remaining increase, Our bill invests in high-priority capabilities and activities across the broad spectrum of Homeland Security missions. Here are some examples. $180 million for border security technology to help improve Border Patrol effectiveness. $135.5 million for Border Patrol personnel, including 300 new Border Patrol agents and 300 processing coordinators. Due to the difficulty the Border Patrol has had over the past few years in hiring new agents to keep pace with attrition, the subcommittee has proactively funded processing coordinators to free up agents to spend more time in the field. In this bill, we are providing funding for both agents and coordinators in anticipation of improved hiring and reduced attrition. To help improve morale and reduce attrition, the bill includes funding for employee child care services, tuition assistance, and on-site mental health clinicians. In addition, if we are truly serious about border security, a primary focus must be the land ports of entry, where we know more than 90% of hard drug seizures occur. But we also know we are finding only a fraction of the drugs and other contraband that makes it into the United States. By expanding non-intrusive inspection of commercial and passenger vehicles, we will significantly improve the interdiction rate, as will the $120 million in this bill to hire more custom officers at the land, sea, and airports of entry. Other priority investments include an increase of $194 million for Homeland Security Investigations mission to disrupt and dismantle terrorist, transnational, and other criminal organizations that threaten the customs and immigration laws of the United States. An increase of $589 million above the current year for Coast Guard operations to protect our interests at sea and to counter the presence of China and Russia. $2.3 billion for procurement of Coast Guard vessels, aircraft, and shore infrastructure, an increase of $271 million above the current year, including continued investments in the Polar Security Cutter, Offshore Patrol Cutter, and Waterways Commerce Cutter programs. An increase of $24 million for Secret Service operations, including $5 million for the National Threat Assessment Center. An increase of $334 million for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, including important investments in critical infrastructure cyber defense. $169 million increase for FEMA operations, increased funding for firefighter grants, emergency management performance grants, nonprofit security grants, and flood mapping. $40 million for the Next Generation Warning System, and $683 million for U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, including an increase of $274 million to help reduce backlogs of immigration, refugee, and asylum applications and help lawful permanent residents to become citizens. The bill also provides $616 million to allow TSA to compensate its workforce at levels commensurate with those of other federal agencies and to extend other equivalent rights and protections. This is a matter of basic fairness to TSA personnel and will help address the agency's long-standing recruitment and retention challenges. The fact is, we have limited resources, which makes it critical for this bill to prioritize funding to have the greatest impact on the department's ability to protect our country. I believe the bill before you reflects the focused and balanced approach that is required. I'm proud of the work we have done on the bill and report, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Recognize the ranking member, Mr. Fleischman, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Before I get into my formal remarks, I would like to, as a point of privilege, thank the distinguished chair, Ms. Roybal Allard, for her tremendous service to this body. I know her father was a valued member of this House before she came here. Madam Chair, you articulated the highlights and the differences of this bill, I think, very well for our respective members. But personal thanks to you. There are bona fide differences, very strong differences of opinion, not only in this great committee, but in our nation right now. And as we articulate these differences, as we seek to work them out, as we debate them in the halls of Congress and in these rooms, I want our folks to know that this has been a very, very difficult bill. But Ms. Roybal Allard, Madam Chair, you have been exemplary. We've not had a cross word in our respective roles from the inception, and I thank you for that. We've had mutual respect. We have met. We've worked through difficult issues and gotten past bills there. So I just cannot say enough to you other than a sincere thank you. We have traveled together representing this committee as appropriators and members of the Homeland Security Committee. So again, I thank you for all your hard work and your infinite kindness. Chair DeLauro, thank you for your kindness in working on this bill as well. This is a tough one. We all know that, and we know where the differences are, and they're strong, and we know where there are great areas of agreement. And with that, we appreciate everyone's work on this. I will say this, there's 23 amendments today. Most are on our side of the aisle and are bona fide and well thought out, and the majority will have some as well. I would just encourage our members, to the extent that they can, and we want everyone to be heard, to be as brief as possible so that we can get through this rather lengthy and arduous bill, and we have financial services after that. This bill provides over $60 billion for the Department of Homeland Security, a 4.6% increase over the last year. For a good portion of the bill's funding, we are in agreement, including FEMA, CISA, and the Secret Service. The proposed investments are worthy of our collective support. Yet, much of the funding in this current bill does not support the fundamental priorities we need to secure our homeland. To get this bill to the President's desk, in my view, we must come to a reasonable agreement on thorny border, transportation security, and immigration issues. Until that is done, Madam Chair, I just cannot support this bill in its current form. While we have profound differences of opinion in the immigration and border space, we all can agree that the current level of illegal migration is unsustainable. Border and immigration agents and officers are stretched thin, and this bill doesn't prioritize tried and true methods of deterrence, specifically quickly removing those who violate the law. We continue to see record numbers cross the border, but the bill before us includes provisions that dismantle previous bipartisan and bicameral agreement on the border wall, reduces spending on border technology, and frankly, policies that will only encourage more illicit immigration. We risk emboldening the cartels by telegraphing weakness on border security and lack of commitment to robust enforcement of immigration laws. Cartels will take this message, distort it further, and continue to exploit migrants to line their pockets in a vicious cycle built on human suffering. Securing the border will save lives by discouraging migrants from making a dangerous and deadly journey. When it comes to maritime security, I appreciate the funding levels for our great United States Coast Guard operations. The men and women of our Coast Guard do incredible work to save lives and defend our nation along our shores and far overseas. This committee has been dedicated to helping the service recapitalize its cutter fleet, but more work remains. On our recent trip, which I went with Chair Roybal Allard, to the Coast Guard's 14th District, it was clear to me that we need additional ships, especially to counter the growing influence of China in the Indo-Pacific region. I know we can work together to properly fund the Coast Guard's recapitalization effort. We have a number of amendments today, and I look forward to a continued debate of these important issues. I know the Chair has thanked staff. I am going to repeat that as well, because these fine men and women do an incredible job, even up until today, making sure that we could present this bill. So I'd like to thank Clerks Paul Anstein and Derek Newby, our Coast Guard detailee, and I love the service. God bless you. I hope you got a scar coming someday. Tom Huntley, Secret Service detailee Tony Lawrence, and our outstanding professional staff, Chris Mallard, Bob Yoakum, Victoria Alred, Mike Herman, and Takina Strahan. And again, in closing, Madam Chair, I thank you again for your tireless efforts in this committee and great service to our people's house. I look forward to moving this bill, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I want to say a thank you as well to Chairwoman Roybal Allard, and I'm going to just start by saying we will miss you. We will miss you. I wanted to recognize you and thank you personally for your decades of service and your close friendship. You have been a trailblazer in the Congress and on this committee, and a champion for the people of California. Your advocacy for families, for children, and for the policies that you believe in has been instrumental in creating change in this nation. As the chair of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, you have carried out a difficult assignment with grit and with grace. And I personally have been honored to serve alongside you and to learn so much from you on the Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education Subcommittee, where you serve as vice chair. It has been such a privilege for me to have a front row seat to your work in this institution. And I thank you for everything that you have done, and we all thank you. You are a great lady, Lucille Roybal Allard. Thank you for serving this country and your constituents. A thank you to Ranking Member Fleischman for his efforts, and he laid out that this is a complex bill and it's a difficult bill. I also want to say a thank you to the members of the Homeland Security Subcommittee for your work on the bill. The investments within it fund the many programs and agencies under the Department of Homeland Security. These programs are wide-ranging, but when taken together, they make crucial investments to protect our national security, to keep Americans safe, while upholding the values we cherish as a nation. The bill includes over $60.3 billion in discretionary appropriations. That is an increase of $2.8 billion from last year. Included in the funding is funding to continue securing our borders with smart and effective investments, funding for border security and other innovative technologies, more thorough vehicle inspections at ports of entry, an expanded number of customs officers and support personnel, and body-worn camera programs for CBP and ICE personnel, helping to secure the borders and to make this nation safer. At the same time, the bill addresses some long-time concerns about the conditions that asylum seekers and other migrants find at our borders. And while we have a duty to keep our nation safe, the vast majorities of migrants do not pose a threat, and we have a moral responsibility to respect the dignity of those who look for refuge here. We are improving migrant processing and border conditions with funding to support appropriate migrant medical care, expand the missing migrant program, and expand and improve alternatives to detention. We are also reducing the major backlogs in refugee asylum and immigration benefit applications. As our economy and infrastructure continue to grow more reliant on the internet, cyber attacks and intrusions by foreign actors are of increasing concern. We are responding through this bill with $2.9 billion for the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and $12.8 million for Homeland Security investigations to combat cybercrime. Protecting our borders must also include strong investments in maritime security. The bill ensures we support Coast Guard operational and personnel readiness as members of our Coast Guard make inland waterways safer, counter illicit drug trafficking in the Caribbean, and counter Russia's presence in the Arctic and China's in the Pacific. The bill includes over $14 billion for the Coast Guard, $900 million increase, including $2.3 billion for procurement of Coast Guard fleet assets and shore infrastructure. It's an increase of $271 million above the current year and $646 million above the request. At the same time, we are strengthening the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. With the increasing frequency and severity of natural disasters, our need to provide strong support for FEMA has become even more evident, which is why we provide $1.4 billion for FEMA operations. It's an increase of $169 million and $19.9 billion for the Disaster Relief Fund. We also provide $4.1 billion for FEMA grant programs, including preparedness grant programs, firefighters grants, flood mapping, and the Emergency Food and Shelter Program. As mentioned above, this bill's impact is varied, but our security depends on so much of it. That is why we include nearly $10 billion for TSA to make passenger security stronger. We support the personnel that protect us, ensuring that transportation security officers and other personnel are paid at rates similar to those of other federal employees performing comparable types of work. We've said it many times, and I'll say it again. I reject a false dichotomy that we must leave our values at the door as we look to protect our nation and strengthen our security. DHS plays a critical role in keeping our nation safe. We must support and strengthen these efforts while respecting the dignity of those who reach our borders and ensuring they receive due process under the law. Finally, let me say a thank you to the subcommittee staff for their work. On the majority side, Derek Newby, Chris Mallard, Bob Yoakum, Mike Herman, Victoria Alred, Takina Strachan, Tony Lawrence, and Sophia Perez. And on the minority side, Paul Anstine and Tom Huntley. I thank you again, Chairwoman and Ranking Member. I urge support for this important bill. I thank my colleagues for their work, and with that, let me recognize Ranking Member Granger for any opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I start, I want to pause and thank the subcommittee chair, Ms. Roy Allard, excuse me. Unfortunately, she's decided to retire at the end of this Congress. Lucille has been a tireless advocate for her constituents for more than 3 decades. I know I speak for all of us when I say that she will be missed. She always handled the extremely difficult Homeland Security bill in a very fair way. I wish you the best in your next chapter. Now to the bill before us, I want to thank the chairwoman and ranking member for their work, and I also want to acknowledge the efforts of the committee staff. Unfortunately, there are areas where the funding and policies included in the bill are political and polarizing. We all know this is a must-pass bill, and these very serious issues will have to be addressed as we move forward. I'll start with the funding. While this bill adds more than $2.7 billion above last year, it does nothing to seriously address the ongoing crisis at the southern border. This bill fails to include new funds for the border wall. We know that walls work, and they have been effective in stopping illegal immigration. Instead, this bill gives the groundwork for more illegal immigration. The policies proposed only enhance the ability of cartels to smuggle drugs into our country. We would actually be making it easier for these cartels to take advantage of migrants attempting to make the dangerous journey to the United States. In fact, the largest migrant caravan so far this year is making its way from Mexico to the southern border as we speak. Buses carrying the first of some 7,000 migrants, mostly from Venezuela, recently arrived at the border, and many more will follow. This bill only encourages more caravans to come. By focusing on making migration easier instead of investing in common sense border security and immigration enforcement, this bill creates real-world consequences for our security. Some of the most concerning provisions in this bill include using previous border wall funds for environmental issues instead of construction, reducing investments in technology to detect and stop those who cross the border illegally, decreasing the number of detention beds to house dangerous criminals, and further restricting the ability to enforce our current laws. We should prioritize the safety and security of the American people and move a Homeland bill that provides resources to enforce our laws, not undermine them. If we don't, border towns, migrants, and communities across the country will all pay a heavy price. As illegal migrants continue to come to the southwest border for all time, record high levels, I urge my colleagues to reconsider the direction of this bill. We must bring border security back to the Homeland Security Bill. I look forward to working together on these very important issues as we move forward, and thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Mr. Rogers, you're recognized.
I thank the chair for recognition. Before I speak on the bill, I wanted to say a couple of words in regard to Lucille Roybal-Allard. What a gracious lady and a very effective legislator. We're going to miss her on this committee, especially in the subcommittee, but in the Congress as a whole. So we wish Lucille all the happiness that there is. I have great recollections of her father, Ed Roybal, who served out of California in the U.S. House. And when I joined this committee in 1983, they assigned me to his subcommittee. He was chair of the Civil Service and Postal Service Subcommittee on Appropriations. So that was my first assignment, and what a great learning lesson that was, to watch and take part in the work of Ed Roybal, chairman, and now, of course, his lovely daughter. So we wish Lucille happiness in the next chapter of her life. This is an incredibly important bill, and as its previous chairman and its first chairman, I know well the chore that it can be to draft a bill to fund the various agencies in this bill. Our nation faces many threats. Drug and human trafficking are at an all-time high. The flow of fentanyl in our country is killing us by the thousands and destroying families. Threats of terror and cyber attacks are ever present. Many of our communities have been impacted by devastating natural disasters. It goes without saying that the resources provided to DHS are paramount to protect us at home and keep us safe forever. I was encouraged to see, Madam Chair, several important initiatives funded in the bill, including critical FEMA preparedness grants and resources for Customs and Border Protection to continue their life-saving work of detecting illegal contraband before it can cross our border. Funding to procure new long surveillance aircraft for the Coast Guard will support their maritime control capability and detect threats before they reach our border. Unfortunately, there are several partisan policy riders that's been attached to this bill that caused me to be unable to support it in its current form. And given how critical this bill is in ensuring our security, I hope we were able to eliminate these riders so it has a chance to be signed into law. So thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Ranking Member Flashman, for your efforts on this important bill. I look forward to working together to reach an agreeable solution that keeps our families safe. How you?
Mr. Ruppersberger? Oh, Rutherford, I'm sorry. Mr. Rutherford. I thought it was Ruppersberger. Pardon? No, this is on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Mr. Rutherford, you want to
Thank you,
speak on
Madam
the,
Chair. First, I want to say thank you to Chairwoman Roybal-Allard and Ranking Member Flashman for their hard work on this bill. However, I do have some very serious concerns about the bill in front of us. It is on. There we go. We are currently experiencing one of the longest sustained surges of illegal crossings at our southern border, and it's expected to only get worse before it gets better. These are truly historic numbers and a great threat to our national security. Only 8 months into this fiscal year, and we have already seen nearly as many encounters at the border as we did all of last year, which, by the way, last year was a record-breaking year. Almost 8,000 people a day are crossing our border, and these are just the ones that we encounter. When Title 42 gets lifted, that number is just going to go up. And the response from Secretary Mayorkas is simply not to try and stop anyone, not one. His only plan is to process them more quickly so that we don't wind up with another optic of 10,000 people being held under a bridge in Del Rio, Texas. By DHS's own estimates, encounters will go from 8,000 to 18,000 people a day. With that many people trying to cross our border, you would think we would want to make investments in border infrastructure, implementation of the migrant protection protocols, and investments in detention capacity. But instead, this bill is literally taking away funding that would stop illegal crossings and instead funds processing centers at a cost of $160 some odd million. This lacks common sense. Every American knows that this is a disaster at our southern border. If we invested in better securing the border and enforcing our immigration laws, we wouldn't need this extra funding for the processing of illegal aliens. And while it's nice to hear Secretary Mayorkas people say people should not take this dangerous journey here, our current immigration policies communicate the exact opposite. Our policies are telling people that if you want to come, you will not be detained nor deterred. That if you come, you'll be released to the interior of the country. That if you come and you commit a crime, as long as it's not a felony, you can stay. And the cartels have noticed. They are exploiting this crisis. The cartels know where the weak spots are, and they're smuggling in dangerous people and dangerous drugs that are killing Americans. To date, CBP has seized 6,600 pounds of fentanyl just this year, enough to kill every single person in the United States 4 times over. And again, this is just what we caught. How much more are they actually getting across the border? Our immigration system is broken, and this bill really does absolutely nothing to fix the problem. In its current state, I'm not able to support this bill, but I look forward to offering amendments to try and address some of the significant security flaws that I see, which we are facing, which are not funded in this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize Ms. Roybal-Allard to offer a manager's amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to offer a bipartisan manager's amendment. I ask unanimous consent that it be considered as read. Unless there are any questions on the various items, I urge the committee's prompt adoption of the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking Member Fleischman is recognized.
I want to thank Chairwoman Roybal-Allard and all my colleagues for their work on this bill. We accept the manager's amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Pingree. Apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to briefly speak on opening remarks, if I can squeeze it in now.
Okay, briefly.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank our chair, Ms. Roybal, for her amazing service and the work she's done on this committee. Thank you so much. I know we often have such sticky issues in front of us, and you deal with them so graciously and with so much thoughtful assistance. So thank you for that. We are absolutely going to miss you. I just wanted to speak briefly about the many good provisions in this bill that will help new asylum seekers and the communities that welcome them. You might not realize this, but Portland, Maine is actually a major destination for asylum seekers entering this country. And it has been a great thing. We have one of the oldest, if not the oldest state in the nation, and we need people to move to our state. And I'm proud to have these new neighbors who are so willing and eager to contribute to their new home. The city of Portland, the surrounding towns, nonprofit and advocacy groups are doing truly heroic work to make sure these families have the shelter and resources they need to begin putting down roots in the community. Unfortunately, the situation has been exacerbated by the pandemic and housing shortages, and the city of Portland and its partners are seriously in need of more resources. So I just want to say I'm very pleased this bill adds $126 million, a significant resource, an increase to FEMA's Emergency Food and Shelter Program, which helps to fund urgent and basic needs like meals, temporary housing, and transportation, things we all know are getting increasingly expensive. The bill also ensures that $150 million of the total funding for this program will be set aside to provide humanitarian assistance specifically to individuals and families encountered at the southern border. The bill also includes more funding to reduce backlogs at USCIS, including delays in securing work authorizations and renewals, which has been a critical problem in recent months. Right now, asylum seekers are forced to wait 6 months before they can receive a work permit, which puts unnecessary strain on emergency resources. I have a bill to shorten that waiting period to 30 days to allow people to begin supporting themselves and their families much faster. But in the meantime, there's much more we need to do to streamline the process at USCIS. I thank the chair for including language in today's bill to improve the process to apply for a work permit and ensure oversight of USCIS to make data about pending applications more publicly available. With the right resources, there's a lot of opportunities for communities in welcoming asylum seekers and other immigrant groups. Thank you again to the chair for her work on this issue, and I yield back.
Mr. Gonzalez, and just to note that there is an amendment pending. Mr. Gonzalez.
I want to thank the chair and ranking member for including provisions in the bill that will assist day-to-day operations for CBP and ICE. I am especially pleased to see $23 million set aside for CBP mental health clinicians. This investment will go a long way in helping agents and officers manage the stress of their difficult jobs. I also rise in support of the manager's amendment, which contains my provisions to prohibit DHS from entering into agreements with Chinese military companies that operate in the United States. The concept is simple. If the Department of Defense has identified Chinese companies as a national security risk, DHS should not be buying equipment from them or their affiliates. To be clear, the amendment prohibits contracting with companies that are owned by an acting agent of the People's Liberation Army or any organization affiliated with the Central Military Commission of the Chinese Communist Party. Although it is reassuring that the Department of Defense has halted contracts with more than 40 such companies operating in the U.S., we must do more to ensure DHS does not conduct business with these companies. Last year, the Secret Service purchased 8 drones from the Chinese-based company DJI, only 3 days after the DoD released a statement that DJI products pose potential threats to national security. Even more concerning, in 2017, DHS, which houses the Secret Service, stated that DJI was providing U.S. critical infrastructure and law enforcement data to the Chinese government. It is past time we prohibit the entire federal government for doing business with the CCP and their affiliated companies. This amendment is much needed step in the direction, and I thank the chairwoman for including the important provision in the manager's amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the manager's amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The further amendments? Mr. Newhouse is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I have an amendment at the desk, and I would ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just before I speak on the amendment, I would also like to add my best wishes and thanks to Chair Lucille Roybal-Allard. As a former member of the subcommittee, I very much appreciated her leadership and her fairness and her willingness to listen to both sides of an argument, and she will be missed here in Congress. Madam Chair, my amendment today is very straightforward. It would extend Title 42 for an additional 6 months after the federal national emergency declaration for COVID-19 is rescinded. Since President Biden took office, we all know that there have been over 3 million migrant encounters at the southwest border. For fiscal year 22, over 440,000 known gotaways were encountered, which continues to increase at a record rate. The CBP had 239,416 encounters just last month, reaching an unprecedented record, with 7 out of 10 migrants encountered being single adults, the highest number of monthly encounters in the last 2 decades. It included 50 people who have appeared on the terror watch list just this last month. Madam Chair, this is not a sustainable situation. Our Border Patrol agents are being overworked. They're being stretched beyond their capabilities. It's clear to me, and it should be clear to everyone in this room, that the current policies just are not working. And Title 42 is a necessary tool. We must keep Americans and our country safe, and Title 42 is critical to managing the current border crisis. Without Title 42, and I've heard this personally from our Border Patrol agents, they have told me that they would lose operational control of the border. Now, we know that once Title 42 is rescinded, there will be a flood of migrants at the border. That is very clear. My amendment would give additional time for DHS, Customs and Border Patrol, an additional 6 months to plan what could be a turning point for border operations. Madam Chair, I would ask for a yes vote and yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. For this, first, this issue is not pertinent at this point because DHS has been enjoined from terminating the use of the authority. This authority was invoked at the beginning of a worldwide pandemic when we didn't know what the impact would be and when there were no vaccines or treatments. This amendment takes us back to Title 42 implementation under the prior administration, where unaccompanied kids and vulnerable adults were routinely sent back to dangerous situations. Today, we have vaccines and treatments that have significantly lessened the threat from COVID-19. The relaxation of COVID restrictions in states and communities all around the country reflects how different things are now than when Title 42 expulsions first began. On November 8, 2021, DHS opened U.S. land ports of entry to all travelers, lifting the earlier policy that permitted only essential travel and only with proof of vaccination. Masks are no longer required on domestic flights or on public transit. And just last week, on June 12th, the CDC announced that it will no longer require air passengers traveling to the U.S. from a foreign country to show a negative test. All migrants processed by DHS are tested and vaccinated for COVID and screened for other illnesses. According to CBP, over 80% of migrants are already vaccinated against COVID, compared to the 67% of people in the U.S. who are fully vaccinated. Migrants who are not vaccinated are offered COVID vaccinations, and any unvaccinated person refusing a vaccine will face either continued detention or, in the case of families, much stricter terms on release on ATD. There is simply no evidence that migrants present a threat to public health, either for COVID or any other illness. But I suspect that for many people, public health concerns are not the primary rationale for the continuation of 42. There seems to be an inaccurate impression that it is needed as an immigration enforcement tool. In fact, Title 42 has hindered CBP's border enforcement efforts. Under Title 42 authority, many migrants are immediately expelled but are not considered to have been removed. As a consequence, the clear incentive is for expelled migrants to make repeated attempts to enter the country, which has led to a recidivist rate in excess of 40%. A rate that high means the Border Patrol is continuously distracted by migrants who they encounter and expel again and again, and the vast majority of them pose no threat to the country, instead of being able to focus on actual threats posed by smugglers and the relatively small number of people who do pose a threat. Migrants who cannot be quickly expelled, either because Mexico or their home countries will not accept them, must be placed into regular immigration removal proceedings, during which they can make claims for asylum or other forms of relief from removal, so Title 42 makes no difference in those cases. Mexico also limits the number of families the U.S. can expel back to that country, so many families are also placed in normal removal proceedings. Individuals who are likely to be expelled under Title 42 take increasingly dangerous paths in order to evade the Border Patrol, leading to injuries and deaths in smuggling vehicles and to migrants being held for ransom in stash houses. Title 42 is not and was never meant to be an immigration enforcement policy. And as an immigration enforcement policy, it is an abject failure. Meanwhile, it contravenes our asylum laws, generally denies due process to migrants, and makes the job of the Border Patrol harder than it has been. I strongly urge a no vote on the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of the gentleman's amendment. We've been in a border crisis for the last 15 months, with migrant encounters reaching unsustainable levels, overwhelming our agents. Title 42 is and has been a critical immigration and public health tool, and thankfully the administration's ill-advised plans to repeal Title 42 authority have now been rightly, in my view, temporarily blocked by court order. But we know that tens of thousands are waiting south of the border for this policy to be reversed. In the interest of time, I urge all of our members to vote in favor of this amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Granger.
On average, our Border Patrol agents encounter 6,000 to 7,000 individuals every day. Their ability is stretched to processing and detention facilities and can't be kept up. Our agents and officers on the ground simply don't have the resources to handle numbers this high. Unfortunately, the situation will only get worse if the administration is able to lift the public health authority that was used to deny entry during the pandemic. Thankfully, a federal judge blocked those plans, at least for the time being. In addition, members on both sides of the aisle agree that now is not the time to stop enforcement of this policy. Tens of thousands of migrants are waiting to cross the border if this authority is lifted. I support this amendment, urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The debate. The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments from both sides, but just to remind everyone, the situation at the border truly is dire. All tools must be available. We've got to give the men and women that we ask to protect our country the ability to do so and give them the tools that they need to get the job done. So I would urge everyone to consider this one of the most important votes that we make today, and would urge a yes vote.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Washington? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Aguilar.
I don't
Madam
understand.
Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. Aguilar 1, and I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Madam Chair, and just like the members before me, I want to tell you as a member of the Homeland Subcommittee how impactful the leadership of Chair Roybal Allard has been to our body. Is a valued and trusted member, is an amazing colleague in the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. The footprint that she leaves on our institution will be felt for many years ahead. She's, I think, publicly called me the little brother that she never wanted, and I take that as a badge of honor because I only mildly, am difficult to her. But I appreciate the leadership that she has offered within the committee. I want to thank the ranking member for his incredibly generous comments about her as well, and convey on behalf of all of us the importance of the work that she has done in the time that she has been a member. Madam Chair, this month marks the 10-year anniversary of the DACA program. And since 2012, over 800,000 DACA recipients have been able to live in the United States without fear of deportation. They've started families, built careers, and supported our country through the pandemic. However, recently DACA recipients have been caught in the USCIS backlog, and some have waited for months for renewals, causing some to lose employment due to this delay. My amendment is simple and will support DACA recipients by ensuring a dedicated stream of funding to support the processing of DACA applications and work permits. With this dedicated funding, we can help prevent a lapse in status or employment authorization and provide certainty to DACA recipients as well as their employers. I appreciate my colleagues' support of various amendments that I've had in this regard through the years, and appreciate the bipartisan nature in which this committee has taken up this issue. I would encourage my colleagues to support the amendment and yield back.
Ms. Roybal Allard.
I rise in support of the amendment. Across the agency, USCIS is dealing with significant delays in processing applications and work authorization. This is impacting people's ability to maintain jobs and their status. Congress needs to ensure that DACA recipients who are American in every way, except on paper, are protected. This amendment does just that. By providing funding for USCIS to process DACA applications and work authorizations for these individuals, we are affirming our support for DACA recipients and the need for it to be maintained. I urge support for this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentleman for offering the amendment. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman is recognized to close.
I'd urge an aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Gonzalez.
Madam Chair, I had an amendment at the desk. I request it be considered as read.
Without objection, the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized. This is amendment number 1, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, ma'am.
Amendment number 1. Gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
My amendment is straightforward. It proposes an increase to the procurement, construction, and improvements account for CBP to last year's levels. My district spans 42% of the southern border. It includes El Paso, Del Rio, and Big Bend sectors of the Border Patrol. I know from firsthand accounts that agents in these areas struggle to make every dollar count in their mission to secure the border. The fact is that they are stretched thin now, and nothing compares to the overwhelming issue at the border. We will see this even increase more if Title 42 is rescinded. As appropriators, we have the responsibility to forward-looking and equip CBP with the border technology they need in order to secure this mission. The PCNI account is critical for CBP to fund essential surveillance technology, drones, and even to their remote stations, which are run down and in desperate need of modernization. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I'll add, You know, Uvalde is in my district. Uvalde's 80 miles from the southern border. Right now, we're trying to get ready for school, and many of our teachers are working through summer school. Well, yesterday, there was a high-speed chase that went through Uvalde, and these teachers that are recovering from today is the 1 month anniversary of the Uvalde shooting. These teachers that are recovering from that got a notice that they had to secure in place. So imagine you had just gone through this horrific incident and you get a notice on your phone that you have to secure in place. I mention that to say the crisis is very real, and as people are trying to heal and get better, we need to put funds towards securing the border. This doesn't go towards the wall. I'm not talking about controversial issues like the wall or adding more agents. This is simply technology. This is simply allowing the Border Patrol agents to get ahead of the problem and not wait until the problem is there. So I urge my colleagues, if we can't solve the problem here in this committee, I mean, this is the committee that ultimately can do that, then I'm sadly, I think that the larger body will have a difficult problem with that. So I urge my colleagues to please consider this amendment, and I yield back.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. I fully agree that we need more funding for border technology. This is why it is a priority in this bill, with an increase of $100 million above the amount requested by the administration. I would also note that we include a provision in the bill to provide the Border Patrol with the authority to use prior year border barrier funding for border technology. Just imagine how much additional technology that flexibility could buy compared to border barriers that cost tens of millions of dollars per mile just to construct, not to mention the costs of upkeep and frequent repair. I am more than willing to work with my colleague going forward to make sure there is enough border security technology funding in the bill to meet the need. But the amendment seeks to pay for more technology by disseminating funding in the bill for U.S. citizenship and immigration services to reduce its large backlog of humanitarian applications. As a result, I cannot support the amendment being offered at this time. I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of the Gonzalez amendment. Mr. Gonzalez has been very, very helpful to me in my role as ranking member. He lives on the border and has been really working very diligently on these issues, really across the aisle to deal with this. I think it's very straightforward. It is much needed, and I urge a yes vote on the Gonzalez amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members who are wishing to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Hinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking today in adamant support of my colleague from Texas's amendment to help secure our border. Obviously, his district has over 800 miles of Texas border, and this is an issue where I think technology can truly be our friend. We have seen a cut to border security technology in the bill. It's ill-advised, and I believe it's actually dangerous. Last year, members of this committee came together to provide resources for Border Patrol to work towards securing our southern border, and I think this is a step back from that agreement, and we can remedy that with this amendment. I was down at the border just a few weeks ago with a delegation. I heard from agents directly who told me technology for them is truly a force multiplier, and it is absolutely essential for them to be able to carry out their mission to help keep Iowans and Americans safe. We have these cutting-edge technologies available. Why shouldn't we be using them? Technology like automated surveillance towers, mesh networks that can increase our agents' situational awareness and safety, allowing our Border Patrol to process and respond to threats and humanitarian needs more efficiently and effectively. This technology not only saves the lives of our agents, our brave men and women who are defending our country, but it also saves the lives of the people who are coming into our country, the migrants. So now more than ever, we need to be supporting our Border Patrol agents, ensuring that they have the resources they need to respond to this crisis at our southern border, and technology is one way where we can help them to do that job, a force multiplier. So I thank my colleague for his leadership on this amendment and on the border crisis, and I urge a yes vote on the Gonzalez amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? No further debate, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Yeah, I remind my colleagues, this amendment is simply asking to maintain the same level of funding for border technology as last year. Not $1 more, not $1 less, the same amount. As the border crisis continues to happen in this country, it's asking for the same amount. Imagine a headline that reads, as the border crisis increases, appropriations defunds Border Patrol. We all have an obligation here. You know, I'm Mexican-American. I represent a district that is 72% Hispanic. We're starting to feel as if Washington has given up on the border. I mean, we're not talking wall, we're not talking, manpower, we're talking technology. If this body can't maintain the same level of funding as last year towards technology, what can it do? I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those oppose say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Aye. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Mrs. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Ferrer-Butler. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Can you forward that text to me?
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree.
No?
Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Price. Mr. Quigley.
No.
Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres.
No.
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Mrs. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish?
Mrs. Bustos?
Mrs. Bustos.
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Mr. Harder?
Mr. Harder votes no.
Ms. Herrera? Yes.
Ms. Herrera
Charlie
Butler
Crist.
Ms. Herrera Butler votes aye.
Mr. Klein?
Mr. Klein votes aye.
Crist.
Mr. Chris?
Mr. Christ?
No.
Mr. Christ votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Your vote, Ms. Weston, is voted as an aye? You're voting?
Ms.
No.
Wexton votes no.
Have we made that known? On this vote, the yeas are 28, the noes are 28. The amendment is not adopted. Will just say this, and there's 230 members who have not yet voted. I think we can try to get another amendment through. Well, that's good. Mr. Espaillat, your amendment.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I rise in support of the amendment put forward by myself and Congresswoman Mang to protect vulnerable immigrant youth by exempting them from arbitrary per-country caps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hang on.
Okay, Madam Chair. In 1990, Congress established a special immigration. In 1990, Madam Chair, Congress established a special immigrant juvenile status to provide permanent humanitarian protection in the United States to immigrant children under 21 years old. In order to even apply for this humanitarian status, state courts must determine that the child has survived great circumstances such as parental abuse, abandonment, or neglect. Once the status is granted, the child needs to file to adjust a status. Congress created a statutory timeframe of 180 days for these children to immediately apply for a green card. However, due to a quirk in the visa system unrelated to the children's underlying claims, children already approved by SIJS compete with adults for a limited annual number of visas for employment-based green cards. These yearly numerical and country-specific caps on visas have created a severe backlog, which recently topped 44,000. Some of these vulnerable children have been waiting for up to 6 years for a green card. Currently, children from Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, and Mexico with approved special juvenile status must wait years before they can apply for a permanent residence. The consequences of these long waiting periods are untenable for vulnerable children and the communities in which they live. Many of these children waited in temporary state foster care for years and upon years while little support and no clear path is given to them to go forward. And the fear of deportation remains despite approval for protection. As years pass and they grow older, children in foster care are either unable to transition to independence, or when they do, are unable to support themselves legally and are at risk of exploitation and homelessness. Recently, USCIS moved to protect children in the SIJS backlog by granting them deferred action. And they moved to protect certain children by doing just that. However, a permanent solution to the backlog is needed to protect all children. Failure to protect these youth is a failure to uphold our democratic values that we deem American. The amendment before us will exempt these children from employment visa caps, ending the backlog in perpetuity and making available more visas to true employment-based visa petitioners. This amendment would allow vulnerable immigrant children to be protected from deportation, pursue job training and education opportunities, and achieve self-sufficiency in a safe manner as Congress always intended. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this common sense amendment, and I thank Chairwoman DeLauro, Congresswoman Meng, and Congresswoman Laughlin for their support of this critical proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Ms. Roybal Allard.
Madam Chair.
I rise in support of the amendment. The special immigrant juvenile status is a humanitarian policy that offers protection for vulnerable children, such as unaccompanied children, and provides them a pathway to citizenship. These humanitarian visas should never have been included within the employment-based visa construct. But because it currently is, there are over 22,000 vulnerable children who are caught in an unacceptable backlog. This amendment would bring the special immigrant juvenile status into alignment with other humanitarian-based benefits by removing a cap on the number of visas that can be issued for this purpose. Further, by eliminating special immigrant juveniles from the employment-based visa caps, this amendment helps alleviate backlogs faced by other applicants, including religious workers. This is a common sense solution to an urgent problem, and I urge support for this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the gentleman from New York for his amendment, and I yield back.
Any other members? Ms. Meng.
I rise in support of the amendment led by Congressman Espaillat to exempt vulnerable children with special immigrant juvenile status from employment-based visa caps. I want to thank my colleague for his leadership on this issue. To be clear, these children should never have been subject to employment-based visa caps in the first place, as they are granted special immigrant juvenile status on humanitarian grounds. But as my colleague has noted, there is an underlying issue that leaves these children who've been approved for SIJS subject to the annual caps on visas for employment-based green cards. The children impacted by this amendment have suffered parental abuse, abandonment, or neglect, and the current broken system leaves them in vulnerable situations waiting for permanent protections. We should not leave vulnerable immigrant children at risk of exploitation or in legal limbo as they wait up to 6 years for a green card. The amendment before us upholds our democratic values to protect children and create a more just society where all youth have access to quality opportunities without living in constant fear or worry. I urge a strong yes vote on this amendment.
Madam Chairwoman, I'd like to be recognized.
Ms. Watson-Coleman, is that okay? Ms. Watson-Coleman is
Thank you.
recognized.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you, Chairwoman Roybal and Roybal Allard, and for all the work that you've done. I want to thank the Congressman Espaillat and Congresswoman Meng for your leadership on this important proposal. Child survivors of parental abuse, abandonment, and neglect are one of the most vulnerable immigrant populations. In recognition of this vulnerability and the need for expedited protection of child survivors, Congress created a special immigrant juvenile status to shield these children from further harm, protect them from deportation, and to create a pathway to permanency and stability for them. Many SIJS petitioners are in foster care under the custody of local and state child welfare agencies. Unfortunately, SIJS was categorized as the employment-based visa within the employment-based fourth preference category, thus subjecting this humanitarian status to the same worldwide and free country per country visa caps as immigrants applying for visas on the basis of employment. As a result, these caps now severely undermine the intent of this humanitarian status, leaving vulnerable children in a legal limbo for 3 to 4 years or more. During that time, they are subject to trafficking, labor abuse, and deportation, the exact harms the SIJS program was created to protect them from. This amendment protects vulnerable children with approved SIJS status from potential exploitation in the form of sex and labor trafficking. It reduces the number of children in need of foster care, thus preserving state and local resources. It frees up employment-based visas so that they can be available to the healthcare and STEM professionals, and will increase the number of taxpayers contributing to the local economy. Again, I thank my colleagues for this amendment, and I thank the chairwoman of our subcommittee for allowing us to respond to such important measures. I yield back.
Any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from New York is recognized for the amendment, on the amendment for 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, this is a common sense amendment, as has been stated by some of my colleagues. Children are often very vulnerable, particularly when they're under very adverse conditions at the border or here seeking to be part of this American dream. And of course, we must offer them the protections that they should be getting to ensure that they make their case in America and that they're able to access these visas that are being denied to them. And as such, we as Congress must act to protect the most vulnerable. In this case, Madam Chair, they are children, immigrant children, some of which come here really on their own, facing very adverse and dangerous conditions, sometimes running away from violence or violent gangs that are attempting to recruit them and threatening their young lives. And we should be offering them the protection that they deserve. I've seen 2 of those children, Madam Chair, that came to my district at a very young age, and we were successful in reuniting them with their mother. But we must offer them this important benefit that will allow them to move forward and give them great opportunities for their lives as they move forward in this great nation. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The committee is going to be in recess now until the end of the vote series on the floor. Thank you. Okay, that's my sheet of paper here. The committee will come to order. Thank you. Are there other members wishing to be put an amendment forward? Ms. Hinson?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson number 1, and I would seek unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is pretty simple. It strikes an entire section of the bill that permits the transfer of $100 million in previous border security funds to the Department of the Interior and the Department of Agriculture. Not only do I see this as a backwards priority for our country, but an insult to our CBP agents who are risking their lives every day to keep our border safe. It's also insulting to taxpayers, frankly. These are funds that Congress did already previously appropriate on a bipartisan, bicameral basis to help secure our southern border. These are funds that members of this committee knew and understood were absolutely necessary to address the crisis at our southern border. And we do have a record surge at our southern border. Nearly 240,000 encounters in May alone, a 22-year record high. So where is this money going when it's being ripped away from our CBP agents? Well, for environmental projects, fixing plants that have been trampled by illegal immigrants to our country, only to open the door for more illegal immigrants to cross outside of ports of entry and walk across more wildlife. So this money is certainly not being used in any way to help secure our border as those funds were originally intended to do. CBP, as we know, is stretched incredibly thin. This bill doesn't even give them enough funding to keep up with inflation, but instead tries to even take away some of their most valuable tools to use. I mentioned earlier, just a few weeks ago, I was at the southern border with a delegation trip, got a chance to talk with a number of our Customs and Border Protection agents, something the president still hasn't done, I might add. They told me how critical not only the wall as the barrier as well as the border security technology are in doing their jobs. Again, these are tools that are a force multiplier. They allow our agents to be able to focus their resources where they are most needed and to respond to those emergent situations in real time. We've had 15 straight months of these record encounters, over 150,000 people a month. And this fiscal year alone, 50 people on the terror watch list have been caught trying to enter our country. And these are just the people that we have stopped. These are not the gotaways. There are others who slip by into our homeland and into our communities. So this money is needed for border security as it was intended. We need to secure our border, and we need to be protecting Americans. So I urge everyone in the room to support my amendment to give our men and women on the border the resources that they are asking for to protect our communities and keep our country safe. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. First, I would hope that no member would question the fact that the construction of border infrastructure has harmful effects on the ecology of surrounding areas. This is particularly true for federal lands that host threatened flora and fauna, service critical wildlife migration corridors, or provide critical wildlife access to drinking water. I think the amendment is more about the basic disagreement about the costs and benefits of border barriers. They are effective in some places, but are not well justified in many others. In every case, we must weigh both the benefits and the costs, which include not just the expense of those barriers, which can range upwards of $30 million per mile, but also the impacts on communities and the environment. The amendment seeks to strike language in the bill authorizing the Homeland Security Department to transfer funds to the Interior Department agencies to mitigate the impacts of border barrier construction on federal lands, including through land acquisition. Some of my colleagues have suggested that the repurposing of prior year border barrier funding for environmental mitigation is somehow a violation of agreements made to enact those prior year bills. I would remind my friends on the other side of the aisle who might want to support this amendment that prior Congresses cannot bind the actions of the current Congress. But even more to the point, the last administration flagrantly violated those prior year agreements almost immediately after they were made, when it diverted nearly $10 billion from the Department of Defense for border barrier construction. The language this amendment seeks to strike is itself a mitigation of that prior administration violation of agreements made by those Congresses in good faith, only to have them thrown back in our faces. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. This amendment rightly reverses a provision in the bill that undermines the previous bipartisan, bicameral agreement on proven method to reduce illegal migration and instead diverts those funds away from barrier construction and to conduct unnecessary expenditures by the Department of Interior. This administration, in my view, has failed to carry out their duty to spend the funds appropriated by Congress, and Section 211 in this bill would allow the administration to continue to divert previous funding away from its expressed purpose. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentlewoman is recognized to oppose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, flora and fauna, while they are important, pale in comparison to the importance of protecting Americans and our constituents. We're talking here about the young lady who was assaulted by an illegal immigrant while babysitting young children. We're talking about the police officer in my district who was exposed to dangerous fentanyl and collapsed on the job. Those are my priorities, and under this administration, every state has become a border state, and that is why I am sure so many of my colleagues are passionate about this and protecting their constituents back home in their districts. We must be willing to tackle this and address this crisis, and part of addressing this crisis is securing our border. We have to push back against the cartels. We have to empower our CBP agents to be able to do their jobs. They need these resources to be able to do their jobs. And we need to make sure we're not transferring funds away from those critical resources that should be going to CBP for environmental projects. So with that, I ask everyone's yay vote on this amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Congresswoman Lee from California. Okay. The clerk. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlelady from California is recognized to speak on her amendment.
In the legislature, as well as she introduced me on the floor when I came to Congress in a special election. We have been friends, and our families have been friends, and let me tell you, she is a person who legacy is to behold. Her father, Congressman Edward Roybal, was a friend. I knew him. He was a great man. He actually, in my district, has an auditorium named for him in our federal building. And I know, Lucille, that your dad is proud of you. And he's watching over you and shining and smiling today. And thanks you for continuing his legacy, but also creating your own. So thank you again for your service. This amendment is offered in cooperation with our good friend Representative Plaskett of the United States Virgin Islands. The amendment makes a technical correction to the Resiliency Revolving Loan Program put in place by the STORM Act of 2020 to ensure that U.S. territories and Native American tribes are eligible to receive assistance under the program. The STORM Act amendment, it amends the Stafford Act to award FEMA grants to establish hazard mitigation revolving funds. The purpose is to reduce risks for homeowners, businesses, nonprofit organizations, and communities, and to decrease loss of life and property, as well as federal disaster payments from weather-related and other natural disaster events. The insular areas of the United States are ordinarily treated as states under the long-lasting structure of the Stafford Act. U.S. territories collectively have been devastated by unprecedented natural disasters in recent years and are still suffering and struggling to recover. They are in great need of any funding support that can provide for resilience planning and hazard mitigation. Unfortunately, due to technical drafting error in the Senate, the Storm Act of 2020 does not include U.S. territories nor numerous Native American tribes as eligible entities in the normal operation of this new program. These communities were promised back in 2020 that this correction would happen, yet it still has not. We now only have a few months left until fiscal year 2023 begins and when FEMA intends to commence the program, which was fully funded under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. Last month, the House passed H.R. 5673 under suspension to correct this technical error, with 402 members supporting this bill, including the majority members of this committee. It was a massive oversight to leave out Americans in these disaster-affected areas of the United States, which are otherwise already treated as states under the Stafford Act, and this language is being offered to correct that. So I hope my colleagues understand that this also is a racial justice issue. The communities left out are primarily Black, AAPI, Latino, or Indigenous, and they are highly vulnerable to extreme weather. These are exactly the kinds of places where we want and need to improve climate resilience. We must ensure parity and fairness for territories and tribal areas. So I offered this amendment to see this correction completed and properly include United States territories and tribes as eligible to receive assistance in this new Stafford Act program to increase the resiliency of all our communities. And I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in support of the amendment. This amendment addresses an error made in the original drafting of the Storm Act by the Senate, which treats territories differently from the states, Washington, D.C., and Puerto Rico. I urge support for the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The majority, unfortunately, was unwilling to include additional changes made by our friends in the T&I minority. This is an issue, in our view, better addressed by our authorizing colleagues, and we should not move technical fixes until the majority and minority over at T&I can come to an agreement. So with that, Madam Chair, I will oppose the amendment and yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, then I recognize Gentlewoman to close.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Let me just mention this again and reiterate. Just last month, the House passed H.R. 5673 to correct this technical error under suspension, with 402 members supporting this bill, including the majority of members on this committee. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Palazzo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment I am offering and will withdraw would provide funding for long lead time materials for the 12th and final national security cutter. Today, the Coast Guard has taken on a bigger role than just securing ports in our maritime border. In fact, it is now a global mission. The Coast Guard's vessels and aircrafts are constantly deployed around the world to protect America's economic prosperity, national security, and borders, while also having a presence in cyberspace. The Coast Guard's mission profile also makes it the preferred maritime security partner for many nations, and at the cornerstone of this all is the National Security Cutter. The NSCs provide increased endurance, intelligence, and maritime domain awareness capability in the offshore environment and better integration with Department of Defense operations. The NSC, along with the OPC, will comprise the Coast Guard's offshore response capability for the next 40 years and is an essential element of DHS's layered security posture. NSC missions are primarily focused on drug interdiction, fisheries enforcement, and defense readiness. NSCs also perform search and rescue, ports, waterways, and coastal security, migrant interdiction, and serve as a mobile command and control platforms for contingency operations. The funding provided in my amendment would improve and expand the Coast Guard's capability to secure the U.S. maritime border, disrupt and dismantle transnational criminal organizations and other illicit actors, prevent unlawful immigration, and respond to contingencies. I've said it many times before, but I won't hesitate to say it again. A further investment for a 12th NSC would ensure our Coast Guard stays ahead of our adversaries and meets the military needs hoisted upon them. Some of you may recognize these remarks and my steadfast support for the National Security Cutter. This is because these remarks are not new. This is the third year this committee has had to refund the National Security Cutter long lead time materials that was originally funded by this committee in fiscal year 2020. Just last year, the Department of Homeland Security reprogrammed funding, took money from the U.S. Coast Guard from the National Security account and specifically to compensate for the expenses at the border. Expenses incurred because of this administration's poor immigration policies, poor planning, and continued denial of the humanitarian crisis at our southwestern border. The United States Coast Guard and the funding provided to this branch of the U.S. Armed Forces is not a slush bucket to steal funding from. The U.S. Coast Guard serves as a law enforcement organization, a regulatory agency, a member of the U.S. intelligence community, a first responder, and deserves our support for the completion of a one-for-one replacement with the National Security Program. This program will provide and improve long-term capacity and capability in the execution of long-range and extended Coast Guard missions offshore. I urge my colleagues to support the Coast Guard, and I welcome anyone who wants to speak in favor of this amendment.
Ms. Roybal-Allard is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, and I thank the gentleman for his support of the Coast Guard, and I think we all agree this is an incredible asset that is proving to be important to an array of Coast Guard missions. However, we have always taken the view in this subcommittee that prioritization of air and marine assets should be done by the Coast Guard and not Congress. Some exceptions have been made when an investment was tied to an incomplete program of record or the Coast Guard's unfunded priorities list. We have given two administrations opportunity to request the rest of the funding for this asset, and they have both proposed to use the funding to pay for higher priorities. Given the fact that the Coast Guard has been clear that its priority for resources in the sea domain are the Polar Security Cutter and Offshore Patrol Cutter programs, I must oppose this amendment.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In light of the fact that the gentleman is going to offer and withdraw this, I do want to thank the gentleman from Mississippi for making us aware about this dire need for the Coast Guard. I do support the gentleman's amendment. I have seen this ship. It is an outstanding asset. I do agree with the chair on that. This would fund the 12th National Security Cutter, and I would urge the majority to ultimately work with us to accomplish that goal. This is a state-of-the-art vessel capable of global operations in support of search and rescue, counter-narcotics, and human trafficking. With that, Madam Chair, I'll yield back.
Ms. Granger.
I rise in support of this amendment. The need for additional U.S. Coast Guard ships is growing. National security cutters enable Coast Guard to counter illegal fishing practices, respond to increased narcotics and human trafficking, and stop Chinese vessels that prey on small island nations. This amendment represents a one-for-one replacement of the existing high-endurance cutters that the Coast Guard has retired. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important amendment, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there is no further debate, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Ruppersberger.
I rise in support of the amendment in principle, as I believe. I rise in support of the amendment in principle, as I believe the National Security Cutter Program is an essential tool for the U.S. Coast Guard. NSC 12 will enable the Coast Guard to fulfill its required statutory missions. But the Coast Guard, as usual, seems to always do more with less. And it would be nice and to try to prioritize to have the Coast Guard do more with more. So I will work with the other side to try to find a way to move forward with the Coast Guard, but I will still support the amendment. I yield back.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? No further debate, then the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized to close.
Well, Madam Chair, I understand and acknowledge that this is a big decision before this committee to decide on closing out a ship production line. I'd prefer to continue this conversation to find an equitable path forward. I look forward to further discussions and working with my colleagues to support the U.S. Coast Guard in protecting our maritime border. And I appreciate the positive comments from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And at this time, I'll ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Further amendments? Mr. Klein, amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, line 1, and I ask to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Securing our border should be our #1 priority to safeguard our homeland. By redirecting money from TSA union efforts to increasing border technology investment will help our overwhelmed agents and officers to do their job and protect our country against illegal immigration. Here are some sobering numbers. Since President Biden took office, over 2.9 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at the southern border. 239,000 migrant encounters at our southern border just in May. It's the highest in CPB's 22-year record for monthly crossings and the second month in a row for this record high. And a 32% increase from May 2021 and a 930% increase from 2020. Compared to April of this year, the number of unique individuals encountered increased just in May, 15%. Over 60% of those encounters were single adults. Since January of last year, CPB has seized 1 million pounds of illegal drugs, including 7,000 pounds of fentanyl so far this year. And finally, both Border Patrol and Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas has confirmed that over 700,000 known gotaways have evaded CPB apprehension at the southern border since Biden took office. This is a crisis, and it must be addressed by redirecting money to border technology, including advanced sensors, aerostats, and tunnel detection systems, augmenting physical barriers to ensure that our agents have tools at their disposal to identify and apprehend illegal immigrants. On this committee, I know we must balance priorities within constrained resources. And with the crisis on the southern border, it's our duty to support those policies that will have a direct, lasting impact on the safety and security of our nation. It provides much-needed funding for Customs and Border Protection to acquire equipment to enhance border security. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Ms. Roybal-Allard. Amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1.
Line 1. No. Okay. Yes, this is reduced funding for the TSA collective bargaining. Yes, that's right.
Wanted to make sure I was speaking on the right amendment, Mr. Klein. I rise in opposition to this amendment. TSA faces significant challenges in training, hiring, and retaining its frontline workforce. While this is not a new problem, the stakes are higher as passenger volumes across the country return to pre-pandemic levels. TSA's reliance on short-term retention incentives is inefficient and not enough to address the long-standing issues of pay equity and basic worker rights. ensuring that TSA employees have access to Merit System Protection Board processes, as well as permanent expanded collective bargaining rights, consistent with most other federal workers, is a matter of fairness. And to be clear, we are not talking about anything that would allow TSA personnel to engage in work stoppages, strikes, or anything else that would disrupt air travel. During his testimony before the subcommittee last month, Administrator Pekoski made clear that failure to address TSA pay and workplace protections could lead to increased attrition of frontline personnel, just as the nation's aviation sector recovers from the pandemic. I support efforts to strengthen TSA's ability to recruit, hire, train, and retain the frontline staffing needed to keep pace with the demands of increasing aviation passenger volumes. Therefore, I oppose this amendment and yield back my time.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. While I agree that our TSA agents should be paid commensurate with other federal agents who do similar work, I fundamentally disagree with the nearly $50 million proposed for collective bargaining support. Under the Aviation and Transportation Security Act enacted in 2001, the TSA administrator has the authority to set wages and conditions for transportation security officers, but I must note, he is not required to provide collective bargaining. That's not a legal requirement, it's purely optional. On this committee, we must balance priorities within constrained resources. And with the crises on our southern border, it is our duty to support those policies that will have a direct, lasting impact on the safety and security of our nation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support Mr. Klein's amendment. And thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Are there other
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to be recognized to speak on this amendment.
Congresswoman Watson-Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And today I want to speak in support of the committee's DHS funding bill for FY23. More specifically, I strongly support the inclusion of the proposed $615.8 million to fund critical workforce initiatives at TSA. These initiatives, which include increased pay, collective bargaining, and appeal rights for TSA workers, will better align the agency's workforce with other federal agencies whose employees receive these benefits. Some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that funds should not be used to expand collective bargaining at TSA. I remind all my colleagues that in May, we passed H.R. 903, the Right for the TSA Workforce Act, which would codify these same initiatives. Several Republican members voted in favor of the bill, along with all Democratic members present. The bill we're considering today would simply provide the funding for what many of us have already supported. Some also continue to argue that under expanded collective bargaining, the TSA administrator will not be able to set security policies without first negotiating them with the union. This is false. The range of issues subject to collective bargaining will be consistent with what is subject to bargaining at other federal agencies with unionized workforces. Other workforces with security missions enjoy full collective bargaining rights, such as Customs and Border Protection officers, Border Patrol agents, and security personnel within the Departments of Defense, State, Commerce, and Justice, none of whom negotiate security policies. TSA Administrator David Pekoski, who was appointed by President Trump, strongly supports these workforce initiatives and believes they appropriately protect the administrator's security authorities. There is no legitimate reason for the TSA workforce to be denied the opportunity to collectively bargain just as their cohorts do across the federal government. I'd like to reiterate how critical it is for TSA to receive this funding. In just the past few years, frontline workers at TSA have faced a range of new challenges, including a government shutdown, which they worked without pay, a global pandemic, an uptick of firearms detected at security checkpoints, and a frightening surge in unruly passenger behavior and assaults while performing their duty. Now they are understaffed as they face growing travel volumes, which require them to work long and overtime hours. TSA leadership has voiced a concern that if these initiatives are not fully funded, attrition within the workforce, which is already high, will increase further, making it difficult for the agency to adequately staff checkpoints across the country. And I urge my colleagues to support this funding level and to reject this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge passage of the amendment, which would support our Border Patrol agents in their efforts to protect our southern border, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Klein, I believe you have another amendment as well.
Madam Chair, I do. I have amendment number 2, and I ask to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer this amendment in support of Homeland Security investigations and ensuring that they have the necessary tools to protect our border and enforce our laws. Homeland Security Investigations is, according to the Department of Homeland Security's website, the principal investigative arm of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, responsible for investigating transnational crime and threats, specifically those criminal organizations that exploit the global infrastructure through which international trade, travel, and finance move. They investigate a wide array of transnational crimes, especially critical work along our southern border and around our country, anything from terrorism, national security threats, child exploitation and human smuggling and trafficking, intellectual property theft and trade fraud, and human rights violations and war crimes, just to name a few. However, they also have authority to enforce immigration law. The provision included in this Homeland bill is an unnecessary limitation on what laws a federal immigration officer can and cannot enforce. In the midst of border security crisis, we should be empowering our HSI agents to enforce the entirety of the law. That's not taking anything from their core mission. It's just a recognition that in the course of their work, they will also be called upon to enforce civil immigration law as well. The provision that this amendment strikes is too narrow and has the potential to create obstacles to the day-to-day operation of ICE and impacts the ability of ICE leadership to deploy half of their workforce as they see fit. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and ensure that HSI has the full authority to enforce the law. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Congresswoman Roybal Allard is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. HSI's workload is growing increasingly complex, especially given the increase in online and dark web activity, criminal activity related to illicit opioid, fentanyl, smuggling, and increased commercial trade fraud and intellectual property rights infringement. Its agents play a critical role in investigating transnational criminal organizations involved in smuggling or trafficking individuals into and within the United States. Section 220 of the bill is designed to ensure that HSI can fully focus its efforts on criminal activity and is not distracted by civil immigration enforcement. I urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back my time.
Congressman Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Homeland Security Investigations conducts vital work along our southern border. They protect communities and safeguard our homeland. They cannot have their authority to enforce immigration law stripped away. I echo my colleague that our HSI agents must be empowered to enforce the entirety of the law. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and ensure that HSI has the full authority to enforce the law. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There is no further to debate. The gentleman from Virginia is given time to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I would reiterate that this amendment is intended to support our Homeland Security investigators in their work to protect our border and enforce our laws. And I encourage passage and yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Virginia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. 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 The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Ms. Letlow?
Chairwoman DeLaura, I have an amendment at the desk, and I ask unanimous consent that my amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Madam Chairwoman, I rise in support of the United States Coast Guard in protecting our national security. Growing Chinese influence across the Pacific requires an increased U.S. presence in the region. Unfortunately, our presence across the vast Indo-Pacific is limited. My amendment would fund an additional 4 fast response cutters, FRCs, to increase our presence in the Pacific and counter the aggressive actions of China and other adversaries. Unfortunately, Chinese distant fishing fleets operate with the impunity and disregard for international fishing regulations. These destructive fleets decimate fish populations and devastate island nation economies. FRCs are equipped with the capacity and capability to deter these fleets and protect the security of the U.S. and our partner nations. Foreign shipbuilding manufacturing capacity, especially in China, continues to expand. It is important that America's maritime manufacturing sector is well prepared to keep pace with our adversaries. In my state, over 650 hard-working Americans build each FRC at Bollinger Shipyards in Lockport, Louisiana. Investment in American manufacturing, especially to keep this vital production line open, is a strategic investment that will ensure America's continued ability to produce state-of-the-art surface combatants for the Navy and Coast Guard fleets. While I intend to withdraw this amendment, I wanted to highlight the Coast Guard's needs for these assets and address the funding shortfall the Department of Homeland Security is currently seeing with this bill. I would respectfully ask the chairwoman to work with us as this bill moves forward in conference to address these critically important national security needs. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back my time.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I thank the gentlewoman for her support of the Coast Guard and this very important asset. However, as chairwoman of the subcommittee, I have always taken the view that the prioritization of air and marine assets should be done by the Coast Guard and not Congress. Increases in the bill for Coast Guard assets above the request are for existing acquisition programs of record or for items on the Coast Guard's official unfunded priority list. As part of the negotiations on the FY22 bill, we agreed to fund 2 additional FRCs above the program of record. Since the cost of those 2 FRCs has gone up since the FY22 bill was entered, our FY23 bill makes good on our agreement by providing the needed additional resources. I feel obliged to pose the amendment, but if the gentlewoman would be willing to withdraw her amendment, as she has said that she would, I would be more than happy to work with her and the Coast Guard to determine whether additional FRCs are required to address mission needs. So again, I thank you for offering to withdraw the amendment, and I do look forward to working with you and the Coast Guard. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam Chair, I wish to thank the gentlelady for this amendment and also the chair for her support of continuing to work with us to get this done. I welcome the lady to the full committee, and I thank you for this amendment. This is something that I have long championed on this committee, to have additional fast response cutters. It's a truly outstanding ship for a truly outstanding branch of our service, the United States Coast Guard. I'm just pleased to hear that we can all work together and ultimately probably get that done. So with that, I thank both gentleladies, and Madam Chair, yield back.
Ms. Granger is recognized.
The U.S. Coast Guard must be given the tools necessary to conduct their vital missions and protect our national security interests at home and abroad. The Department of Defense has signaled the need for additional Coast Guard assets. I urge my colleagues to work together to properly fund the Coast Guard ship recapitalization efforts, and particularly the fast response cutter. So I hope that you can reach an agreement and work together in favor of this. Thank you.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? I will let, without further debate, I recognize the gentlelady to close.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments? Ms. Hinson, I'm sorry. Number 3. Where is Ms. Hinson? She was just here. Here she is. She's here. Amendment number 3, Ms. Hinson. Take your time.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson Amendment number 3, and I request the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, reading is dispensed with. The gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment will fund the court-ordered reinstatement of the Migrant Protection Protocols, also known as the Remain in Mexico program. This amendment transfers the necessary resources from USCIS to help support the reinstatement of this critical policy. I, again, was recently at the southern border to see the crisis firsthand and meet with those on the front lines. And as I was there, several of my colleagues have also mentioned we were able to witness this full-blown humanitarian crisis firsthand and see the national security crisis at our southern border, hearing directly from the agents trying to defend our border. The record encounters, the thousands and thousands of pounds of dangerous fentanyl pouring into our communities, and suspected terrorists released into our country. It needs to be stopped. So if anyone here goes to meet with the Border Patrol agents, they would tell you that it starts with policy. It starts with this policy. Cartels are exploiting our migrants coming in. They're getting them to pay to take not only that dangerous journey through Mexico into our country, into the United States. So I think we need to talk about the root problem here. Why is that? Because if then they make it to the border, then they have a red carpet rolled out for them. They get to clean up, quickly process through a facility. They're given a phone, and then they're told to appear before an immigration judge in up to 3 years. And I think this is a process that is clearly broken, but it can't continue. And I want to remind my colleagues that President Biden inherited a more secure border, and this crisis is directly due to decisions made by this president and by his administration. And Remain in Mexico is one of the policies that was very successful, and I heard that directly from the Border Patrol agents that I talked with. But again, President Biden tried to derail this policy on day 1 of his administration. And since the courts have ordered the Biden administration to reinstate this policy, the administration has been pushing back, fighting tooth and nail to avoid it. And they've dragged their feet in implementing the policy. And as such, they have diluted the program into a shell of its former self. Agents, again, in the Rio Grande Valley sector told me that they used to enroll around 300 migrants a day in the program. Due to the restrictions and the quotas now, they barely get 50. And with the strain of the current migration levels that we're seeing putting on the sector processing facilities, the agents said that they could enroll up to 500 migrants in the program a day if they were able to use it properly right now. So we need to fund this program, and we need to reinstate it as it was. Remain in Mexico, when it was implemented fully, was proven to be very effective in addressing excessive levels of migration. We don't need to be increasing taxpayer funding for USCIS. They have the ability to raise fees if they need more resources. We need to be funding programs that are proven that help our Border Patrol agents to continue to do their jobs. So this amendment, I would encourage people to support it. It's a step in the right direction to get this border crisis under control in a meaningful way by enforcing the Remain in Mexico policy and having the resources to do that. So, Madam Chair, that is the explanation of the amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment for many reasons. While the courts have, for now, directed DHS to reinstate the program, the flaws of MPP 1.0 remain. Even with numerous reforms by the current administration, this is a program that is inherently flawed. Enrollees are being exposed to extreme violence and insecurity at the hands of transnational criminal organizations continue. In fact, 3 asylum seekers were kidnapped in April. Access to counsel remains extremely limited while in CBP or ICE custody, and even more limited when people are returned to Mexico. The limiting factors are the program's general unworkability and our reliance on Mexico and other countries to either accept the return of migrants or not. I strongly urge opposition to the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. MPP works because most of the migrants who claim asylum only do so because they are coached by the cartels to do so. They are gaming the system and preventing legitimate asylum claims from being heard in a timely fashion. The MPP program is an effective means of ensuring that only those with legitimate asylum claims are given status in the United States. This is not just my opinion, but one that is shared with both a federal district judge and affirmed by the Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. This amendment provides explicit funds to support the court-ordered continuation of this program and help us maintain a safe, orderly, and effective immigration system. I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Hearing none, I yield to the lady from Iowa to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just cannot continue ignoring what is happening at our southern border, and we just have to take priority in addressing the bad policies that are causing the record surges. Chief among those is catch and release. Again, people know they're going to be able to come here. Border Patrol agents told me on my last visit that they are able to send home about 48% under Title 42, but about 52% are being released into the country. And so I think we need to send a clear message to this administration that they need to listen to the courts that, again, have reaffirmed that the Remain in Mexico policy should be in place. We need to get back to these legal policies that work. So I would ask everyone to support my amendment, and let's get the Remain in Mexico policy reinstated and funded at the $81 million. So with that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Iowa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Mr. Calvert. Amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I want to also praise our chair of the Homeland Security Committee, our chair, Roybal Allard. We came in together back in 1993. It seems like last week. And we share a lot of time in airports going back and forth from L.A. to Los Angeles, L.A. here to D.C., and got to be good friends with her and her husband, Ed. And I'm going to miss those plane rides back and forth. I don't think you'll miss those too much. But you've done a great job, and I appreciate everything you've done here. Madam Chair, we're in the midst of a humanitarian and security crisis at our southern border, the likes of which this country has never seen. Since President Biden took office, nearly 3 million migrants have attempted to illegally cross into the United States. Thankfully, we have funding already allocated to help mitigate this crisis. Approximately $1.9 billion appropriated since 2018 remains available to finish the wall on our southern border. My amendment would withhold 50% of the funds to the Office of the Secretary and the Executive Management until the funds appropriated for the wall have been obligated. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have set the stage for this crisis through their words and actions. You can draw a straight line between the administration's attempt to scrap Title 42, repeal the Remain in Mexico policy, and pause deportations and humanitarian crisis that has unfolded over the last 18 months. And on top of that, 50 people who are on the terrorist watch list have crossed the border in the last year, the most at any time in 1 year in recent history. And that should be a concern to us because the ones we didn't apprehend obviously are a great concern to our national security. The fact is, walls do work, and we should be utilizing all available resources to stem this crisis. The building material is on the border. I was recently down there. It's all stacked up along the border, those of you who have been down there. It's ready to be installed. All we need to do is let these contracts, we had the contracts, they were canceled, had to pay a significant cancellation fee to the contractors, which is just wasted money. We could have had this border wall completed. And every border guard that I talk to down there, and those of you who are on the border will confirm this, tell us that they do work. It slows people down. It gives them the ability to do their job. And this is very important As you know, the morale with the Border Patrol's probably at an all-time low right now, and they need all the resources they can to do their job. So let's finish this and pass this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. The withholding of funding can be a useful tool of the committee to get the attention of a department agency, but it is unrealistic and frankly harmful to attempt to withhold 50% of the funds in an operations account, particularly a departmental leadership account. Putting aside for a moment the argument for or against building more border wall, it is also unrealistic to think that CBP could obligate wall construction funding in a matter of months. There is a reason that we provide 5 years of availability for all funding in the bill for construction activities. That said, we need to invest in smarter border security tools, as we do in this bill, that are proven to be more effective at improving safety and security at the border. For these reasons, I strongly urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. While much of the border requires a physical barrier to fully secure our country from illegal migration, border technology both augments physical barriers and works in geographic areas where a wall is impractical to build. This amendment provides much-needed funding for Customs and Border Protection to acquire state-of-the-art surveillance equipment that blends advanced sensors with artificial intelligence capabilities, multiplying the effectiveness and efficiency of Border Patrol agents. Autonomous surveillance towers, or ASTs, can detect, analyze, and alert agents to migrants, all while giving Border Patrol agents the flexibility to move this equipment to areas where they are needed, removing the requirement for extensive construction in a single location. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Seeing none, I recognize the gentleman from California to close on his amendment.
Look, this wall was stopped with a signature by the President of the United States. This wall would have been completed. The barrier would have been done. The material has already been paid for. It's sitting there on the border. It defies common sense to ignore the tools that we already have at our disposal to stop this crisis. Let's put the funds to use. We have the money that's been appropriated. Let's obligate it. And let's get control of this southern border. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Sorry. Oh, okay. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Carter.
No.
He said okay. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng? Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Plazzo?
Aye.
Mr. Plazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz? Mrs. Watson-Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye. Mr. Bishop?
Sorry, does any member wish to, you're not recorded.
Mr. Bishop votes no.
I'm sorry, does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Ms. Wasserman
You're muted.
Schultz, you're muted.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
You're not recorded at the moment.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Thank you. Can we get an amendment? Amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Mr. Gonzalez, number 2.
Madam
And
Chair, I have
then
an
we will
amendment
break
at
to
desk
go to
request.
vote. Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
Chair, I have an amendment at desk I request to be considered as read.
Without objection, and speak on your vote, on your amendment. Recognized to speak on your amendment.
Madam Chair, this amendment is necessary to improve our border security. Very simply, it proposes a $30 million increase for Operation Stone Garden. This critical program provides much-needed funding to local law enforcement so they can assist Border Patrol in stopping record levels of drug smugglers that are crossing our nation's borders. Every day in my district, countless deputies take the front lines and partner with Border Patrol agents. Whether it's being dispatched to a stash house or sent in pursuit of a high-speed chase, state and local law enforcement play a critical role in reinforcing our Border Patrol's mission. Now more than ever, law enforcement at the border needs the support of Congress. Despite the historic challenges they have faced in the last year and a half, Stone Garden funding has remained level since fiscal year 19. Across my 29 counties, 9 of them are directly on the U.S.-Mexico border, and all of them are deeply affected by the increase in illegal traffic that we are experiencing. I want to remind everyone that this is not just families, there are also children coming across this border. We are also dealing with drug trafficking, criminal organizations that are making their way into the United States undetected. I urge my colleagues to support this funding increase and recognize border security is also national security. I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. The bill already includes $90 million for Operation Stone Garden, which makes it up more than 17% of the total funding level for the state Homeland Security Grant Program. This amendment would increase funding by 33% without any request from the department or demonstration of need. To pay for this increase, the amendment would cut the funding from USCIS at the expense of funding in the bill for reducing USCIS backlogs and adjudicating humanitarian petitions and applications. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Fleischman. Gonzalez, 2.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment and urge our colleagues for a yes vote. Yield back.
Is there anyone else who would wish to speak on this amendment? I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Rutherford.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. And I think it's important that we recognize the staffing situation on the border with CBP and the ability of this amendment to enhance the efforts of state and local law enforcement to assist our federal agents on the border to secure America. And that's why these numbers are so important. With the increases of criminal aliens coming across the border, our state and local, they're dealing with a lot of this already, but it's going to get worse, and we need to fund them properly. And so I support the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, that the gentleman is recognized to close.
Madam Chair, I urge my colleagues to vote yea on this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. I'm going to, here we go. The committee will be in recess until the end of the vote series. I believe there's just one vote. So, if we can get back as quickly, I think we have about 7 more amendments to go on this bill. And then FSGG. Okay, thank you. All right, let me go. Committee will come to order. Are there further amendments? Ms. Meng is recognized.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlewoman is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to thank my colleagues, Mr. Pocan, Mr. Espaillat, and Ms. Torres for co-leading this amendment with me. This amendment contains common sense fixes to our legal immigration system. First, it would recapture thousands of unused family and employment-sponsored visas from 1992 through 2022. These visas will be made available until they are used up. According to the Department of State, there are an estimated 4 million individuals waiting in the family-sponsored immigrant visa backlog and 1 million individuals waiting in the employment-based visa backlog. These visa programs are critical pillars of our immigration system and act as gateways for individuals to achieve the American dream. Family-based and employment-sponsored immigration systems and the diversity visa program help create the vibrant multicultural nation that we know today. My amendment would also allow an estimated 40,000 diversity visa applicants the opportunity to reapply if they were denied or refused admission to the U.S. due to various executive orders. Individuals who apply for the diversity visa go through an extensive vetting system. These include demonstrating education requirements, employment verification, criminal and security background checks, biometric confirmations, and in-person interviews. The U.S. ought to uphold the promise we made to these diversity visa applicants. Finally, my amendment would prevent the future loss of unused employment or family-based visas by ensuring unused visas are available in the following fiscal years in their original categories. Madam Chair, this amendment will help our immigration system reduce backlogs, attract and retain competitive workers, and promote family reunification. For these reasons, I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in support of this amendment. This amendment does three basic things. It ensures that unused family and employment-based visas from prior years, which were contemplated by law but were simply not issued, are not lost indefinitely. It protects against future loss of unused family and employment-based visas, and it rights a wrong by providing individuals who would have been issued a diversity visa had the Muslim ban policies of the prior administration not been in place. These are folks who made it all the way through the process but were refused a visa or denied admission solely because of one of these racist policies. This amendment ensures that Congress's intent for these visa programs are fully realized, that conditions such as a global pandemic or agency backlog do not hinder that goal from being achieved. I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment. It is not possible to turn back time, and with the new year brings new numbers of visas to be issued as allowed by law. Authorizing how the visa system is implemented on an annual appropriations bill is, in my view, short-sighted, and changes like this should instead be debated and legislated through the Judiciary Committee. I urge my colleagues to vote no. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlewoman from New York is recognized to close.
I thank the chair and the staff for their work on this bill, and I thank my co-leads for their support on this amendment. I'll just note that our country prides itself as a nation of immigrants, and we have the opportunity to implement common sense fixes for our immigration system and right past wrongful decisions. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Madam Chair, as for roll call vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in vote in favor, raise your hand. A sufficient number support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos? Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case? Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ?
Aye.
Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro?
Aye.
Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat?
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel?
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris? Ms. Herrera-Butler? Ms. Herrera-Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Capter? Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum votes aye. Ms. Meng? Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo?
No.
Mr. Palazzo votes no. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes aye. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Stewart? Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood?
Aye.
Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Sorry. Wasserman Schultz votes yes.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
Yes.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes no. Mr. Stewart? You're not recorded. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Molinar?
Mr. Molinar? Not recorded yet.
Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr.
Joyce?
Joyce?
Not recorded at the moment.
Mr. Joyce votes no.
No. Mr. Adderholt? No.
Not recorded. Mr. Adderholt votes no.
Mr. Harris?
Dr. Harris votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally.
Mr. Simpson's not recorded. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 25. The amendment is adopted. Are there further?
Madam Chair, I have an
Fleischman?
amendment at the desk.
And this is amendment number 1.
Yes, Madam Chair, and I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I offer this amendment to ensure that the ill-conceived and potentially unconstitutional disinformation board cannot be brought back to life. The idea that the federal government should be in the business of determining what is or what is not disinformation should concern Americans of every political persuasion. Contrary to the claims that this board would have only focused on disinformation generated abroad, the policy memos between the DHS Undersecretary for Policy and Secretary Mayorkas' senior advisors listed disinformation related to COVID-19 vaccines or the efficacy of masks as, and I quote, Homeland security risk. For those of us who believe in free speech, I think the answer to this question is a resounding no. And it should worry every member of this committee that the Disinformation Board apparently held collaborative sessions with Twitter to encourage them to support efforts against what they deemed as mis, mal, and disinformation. My colleagues, the First Amendment of the Constitution was crafted to ensure that the government couldn't censor views it didn't like if it believes those views are false. And the government shouldn't be encouraging private companies to silence opposing viewpoints either. Even the ACLU, not exactly a bastion of conservatism, tweeted this: DHS hasn't adequately explained the need for or scope of its eerily named Disinformation Governance Board. We're skeptical of the government arbitrating truth and falsity. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard, recognized.
I oppose the amendment offered by my friend from Tennessee, the ranking member of the subcommittee. Despite the misleading name, the board is not a tool for censoring speech or silencing opinions. Its purpose is to protect our nation, our national security, and to secure the protection of First Amendment rights by providing guidance to and oversight of DHS components that are engaged in countering disinformation that threatens the security of the homeland. The First Amendment protects free speech in our country, but the Constitution does not prevent the federal government from speaking up to debunk false information that threatens the security of our country. In fact, it is incumbent upon the department to do so. There are well-documented foreign-based disinformation campaigns, the sole purpose of which is to undermine our democracy and homeland security. Disinformation is used by smugglers to influence the decisions of migrants to make the dangerous journey to our southern border. And as we saw during the last election, there are efforts, both foreign and domestic, to spread disinformation to undermine the public trust in our democratically held elections. I understand the concerns raised by the ranking member. In fact, based on those concerns, Secretary Mayorkas paused the work of the board and asked a bipartisan pair of former officials, former DH Secretary Michael Chertoff and former U.S. Deputy Attorney General Jamie Gorelick, to thoroughly review how the department should address disinformation which impacts Homeland Security while protecting free speech, civil rights, civil liberties, and privacy. They will also review how the department can improve the transparency of its efforts to counter disinformation to maintain the public trust. I believe that we should wait for the report and recommendations by the bipartisan review, which are due in mid-August, and not preemptively tie the department's hands in improving the way it counters disinformation. I would be happy to work with the ranking member and all my colleagues to ensure the department's coordination of policies and protections related to countering disinformation affecting our homeland security are transparent and do not cross constitutional lines. However, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment and ask for a no vote.
Fleischman is recognized. Oh, no, you have. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. You know, the concept that government should be in the business of deciding what language is acceptable or not is beyond dangerous. Communist China has the State Council of Information Office. Yep. To fight what they consider to be misinformation. Cuba has the Institute of Information and Social Communications. Venezuela has the Strategic Center for Security and Protection of the Homeland, which sounds pretty familiar, and also the National Telecommunications Commission. North Korea has their equivalent group to fight what they consider to be misinformation. And again, now we see that this administration wants the Disinformation Governance Board. You know, the threat to the free marketplace of ideas on which our freedom is of expression and our freedom of press were founded on. Let me quote a couple of, I think, people that merit that we listen to. George Washington said that if the freedom of speech may be taken away, and dumb and silent we may be led like sheep to the slaughter. Benjamin Franklin said that freedom of speech is a principal pillar of a free government. Frederick Douglass called free expression, quote, the great moral renovator of society and government. And yet, some think that it's a good idea to have government decide what people can say and how to say it. It is clearly a step too far for the government to set itself as the determinant of official truth, of what is quality information, what is quality speak. We don't need more censorship. We don't need more big government. We don't need government to tell us how to speak. What we need is more free speech, more debate, and more debate spaces, more opportunity for discussion, and frankly, more media choices. And the concept that we're even talking about, that the federal government should have a role in determining misinformation, is something that is beyond a very dangerous, slippery slope. History should teach us what happens when we allow government to make that determination. Again, I'm glad that it was paused. It was paused precisely because so many people in our country felt so, frankly, threatened by it. But, Madam Chairwoman, a pause is not enough. This is something that's got to be put to bed. This is something that it's got to be erased. We've seen what happens when governments try to do this. Let's just stop this before it grows out of control. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my distinguished colleague from Florida for his articulate argument in this. Again, I go back to, regardless of political persuasion, this is a dangerous precedent for any administration to engage in. And I ask my friends on the other side of the aisle, I'll proffer a hypothetical, if the previous administration had offered a disinformation board, would any of you have voted for that? I can tell you they would not, and I would not. This is something that goes to the root cause of constitutional freedoms and free speech. So I would just urge a vote in support of my amendment, and let's put this matter to rest once and for all. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye.
Are there any members who wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tell. On this vote, the yeas are 26 and the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Mr. Fleischman, Homeland 2. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Madam Chair, my amendment would strike two sections of the bill that would expand the purpose of previously appropriated wall funds. Last year, the administration and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle tried to rescind wall funds, and it seems we're at it again. The President's budget included two provisions that would expand the purpose of wall funding to just about anything but what we agreed upon on a bipartisan and bicameral basis: actual construction of a barrier along the border. We have built fence, barriers, and wall along the border since the 1990s. It's not new. Why do we do it? It's simple: because it works. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been part of the Border Patrol strategy for over 30 years. Barriers on the border didn't used to be partisan. Back in 2006, when the Secure Fence Act was under consideration, 64 Democrats in the House voted for it, and 80 senators, including a few names you might know: Biden, Obama, Clinton, and Schumer. We cannot continue to relitigate the past. Many members of this committee voted for agreements that included billions of dollars for the wall. Let's honor that agreement. It's time for this administration to stop sending us proposals to rescind wall fund, stop sending proposals to spend those funds on technology or border roads, environmental mitigation, or anything else. They were appropriated for wall construction, and that's how they should be used, sooner rather than later. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Rebel Allard.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The use of border security funding should be based on a careful review of all alternatives informed by the needs of the Border Patrol and takes into consideration the impact on communities, property owners, and the environment. While border barriers may be effective in some places, they are not well justified in many others. As the current flow of migrants along our border shows, walls do not stop the migration of individuals fleeing poverty, violence, and persecution. Walls funnel migrants to remote and dangerous locations or force them to find a tall ladder or a good reciprocating saw from the local hardware store, and they clearly do not stop migration. In fact, since the beginning of this fiscal year, the Border Patrol has recorded almost 2,900 border wall breaches, people cutting through a barrier, and 768 injuries and 11 deaths from attempts to climb over a barrier. There clearly has to be a better solution. The provisions in this bill, the provisions in the bill this amendment would strike will simply give Border Patrol flexibility to expend prior year funds on their top priorities for enhancing border security, whether that be the construction of more physical barriers, the acquisition of more border security technology, or controlling vegetation along the river to improve visibility. For any additional physical barriers, the provisions ensure that they can be built the right way by mitigating adverse environmental impacts. These provisions are strongly supported by the Border Patrol because they will allow the Border Patrol to address its highest priorities. Those priorities may be better technology in remote locations or roads in places like Laredo. Limiting these funds to just border barriers limits the Border Patrol and hinders the department's efforts to secure the border. For these reasons, I strongly urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Granger is recognized.
Fleischman's amendment. There are two provisions that expand the purpose of wall funds for use on environmental issues and border roads, and the gentleman is proposing to strike them. Over the course of several years, we've agreed to spend these funds specifically for the border wall. This agreement was passed with bipartisan support. I'm from Texas. I know this. I've seen it. This is what's needed. We need to move forward. If we fail to use these funds for their intended purpose, our safety and security are at risk. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Klein is recognized.
Speaking to the amendment, Madam Chair, I'd speak in favor of the amendment. Thank the gentleman for offering it. I'm one of two, I believe, on our side of the aisle who's been tasked to serve on the Budget Committee in the House, and we went as a committee down to McAllen about a month ago to look at the border. And while we were there, we encountered a multi-acre property where pieces of wall, thousands and thousands of pieces of wall were being stored and not being put up. We have the wall. It's been constructed. It's waiting to be built. An estimated $350,000 worth of wall is sitting there, and as was stated, migrants are crossing through the gaps in the wall right now. Drugs are flowing through the gaps in the wall right now. It needs to be put forward. We saw the lack of technology that was being put out there. There were supposed to be large towers. Instead, we saw small towers. You know, it really does frustrate me that I had just gotten done offering an amendment to move money from to technology at the border. Mr. Gonzalez had an amendment to fund technology at the border, and now this amendment is being opposed because allegedly we need more funds for technology at the border. So I don't know which it is right now, but I would hope we would approve this amendment so that we can actually begin to address this crisis which has affected all of our districts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today in support of the ranking member's amendment. This amendment will ensure that funding that Congress intended for the border wall construction will be used just for that purpose. This administration stopped active construction at the border, and our children and our communities are less safe. The giant gaps in our border security has let cartels smuggle dangerous people and dangerous drugs into our country, and it has wasted millions of dollars of taxpayers. As written, the underlying bill diverts wall funding for things like road construction and vegetation control. While roads along a border make it easier for the Border Patrol agents to do their jobs, building roads without building a wall literally paves the way for illegals to enter our country and endanger the lives of our children and our communities. We must implement solutions that actually stop criminals from entering the country. And a wall will help in doing just that. Let this amendment pass and spend this wall money the way it was meant to be spent. Let's use this to protect our children and protect our communities. With that, I yield back.
To close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will close briefly. I thank the ranking member, Granger, Mr. Klein, and Mr. Rutherford for speaking in support of this critically important motion. Let's face it, the walls work. I've been to the border with bipartisan folks on CODELs all across the border. What do the Border Patrol agents tell us? It works. It slows down the illegal immigration coming across. but more importantly, appropriation bills are annual. And the annual appropriations bills that we passed in bipartisan fashion with the executive branch clearly delineated these funds to build the wall. To go in another direction is to defeat existing law as it exists. I urge support of my amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. No.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Congratulations on the body camera, that's huge these days. Madam Chair, how have I voted?
Not recorded.
I'd like to vote aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Pocan. You're not recorded at the moment.
Mr. Pocan votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. We have 6 amendments left? 6 or 5? 1, 2, 3. Are 6 more amendments on this bill. I think Mr. Fleischman will back me up on this. We want to try to keep debate to a minimum with the intent of trying to get people out as quickly as we can, because what's coming up after this is financial services. So
I thank the chair for her comments and agree with the chair. We do have another bill after this, and would ask our members to keep their comments as brief and concise as possible. And I yield back. Thank you.
on this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Ms. Hinson?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson Amendment Number 2, and I'd ask the reading be dispensed with.
Okay, without objection, and the gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment would prohibit the administration from implementing, administering, or carrying out the enforcement priorities guidance that was issued by the Department of Homeland Security last fall. These enforcement priorities completely disregard the safety of Americans, and rather than empowering our enforcement officials to actually find and remove those people who pose a serious threat to our country, it actually ties their hands. For example, officials have to take mitigating factors into account, such as the length of the presence in the country, physical ailments, or whether it's been a while since they committed a crime. Someone can be a known criminal but not deemed a priority because they've been here a long time. I don't know what kind of standard that is, but it's certainly not one that my constituents support. An illegal immigrant who has committed a violent crime may not be able to be deported. It just doesn't make any sense. Agents are saddled with the arduous and nonsensical way of not enforcing our laws. They are essentially directed to research an illegal immigrant's life story before they can take any enforcement actions, again, even if they've committed a crime, in some cases a violent crime. And numerous times, ICE has cited limited resources as the reason for this narrowed enforcement. So I would ask, where is the request for additional resources from ICE? I'm sure we would be happy to supply them if they are needed to enforce the laws on the books. But instead, we are wasting taxpayer dollars on policies that actually do the exact opposite of enforcing our laws. They are making Americans less safe. So, a couple of simple things that we need to do. We need to enforce our laws as they are written on the books. This is a safety and security issue for every Iowan and every American. According to ICE, deportations have plummeted, decreasing 68% over the last year. 68%. And just recently, it was reported that a known suspected terrorist was released into our country. ICE had to wait 2 weeks to be able to get the authorization just to arrest him. That doesn't make any sense. This is actually a flat-out failure by DHS leadership, and we need to end these ridiculous priority hoops that our agents have to jump through in order to be able to do their jobs. So thankfully, in this case, the courts have stepped in. Just a few weeks ago, they actually struck down this guidance, determining that DHS does need to enforce the laws on the books. So now we need to make sure that there are no taxpayer dollars going to disobey this ruling by the courts. So that's what this amendment does. I would ask for your support in standing up for the rule of law, allowing our ICE agents to be able to do their jobs, and again, fighting for the basic security of all Americans. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. For far too long, we have been operating under the mistaken belief that in order to ensure a secure border, we must indefinitely imprison asylum seekers in inhumane jail-like settings, often for months, sometimes even years, while they wait for their immigration cases to work through an extremely backlogged immigration court system. DHS's current immigration enforcement and removal priorities guidance and ICE's prosecutorial guidance are small steps towards recognizing that compliance with immigration proceedings can be done in a more humane, less costly manner through alternatives to detention or other forms of release, unless there is evidence to suggest that someone poses a danger to the community or is a flight risk. Focusing our limited resources on removing undocumented individuals who pose a threat is the safe and sensible thing to do to protect the American people. I urge opposition to the amendment and yield back.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong support of this amendment. In the interest of time, the Department of Homeland Security has determined on their own, under the guise of prosecutorial discretion, to limit enforcement actions to such an incredibly narrow definition as to render our basic immigration laws ineffective. This amendment ensures the administration enforces all of our laws, and I urge my colleagues to support. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Does any member wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, we'll ask the gentleman, the gentlelady for Iowa. I'm sorry, I recognize you to close.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think my colleague said it well. I mean, this is guidance that's been issued by the department with, I believe it's intentional. I mean, you look at 68% decrease in deportations. That is not just about targeting people. It is about an intention of taking fewer people out of our country. And I do think it's important to have a longer discussion about immigration enforcement. But it's very, very clear to me that we have to keep working together to ensure that legal pathways exist while we support the rule of law. So I think this is one spot. Congress does need to be firm with the administration here. Our laws are there for a reason. They need to be enforced fully, not picking and choosing which laws we enforce. So I would encourage all of my colleagues to read the DHS guidance in a memo themselves. I have the memo with me if you want to come take a look at it. It puts American lives in danger, and the courts, again, have said that that is not enforceable as it is. So let's let the ICE agents do their jobs. This is the job they signed up for, to protect all of us and our country. So I would ask you to support the amendment to help keep Americans safe. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Iowa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. 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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the
Madam Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. Deloro. Ms. Deloro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Mrs. Hinson. Oh. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood. Mr. Valadeo. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Mrs. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Vote no.
Turn your camera on.
Thank you. And you see, my camera won't come on. Oh, there it is. What the heck? My camera won't come on. No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack. I can see you. Mr. Womack votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Not recorded.
Underwood votes no.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson Amendment number 4, and I would request the reading be dispensed with. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so Hinson Amendment number 4 is pretty simple. This amendment would prohibit the Department of Homeland Security from flying illegal immigrants into our country, into our communities, using taxpayer dollars. We've seen it in Iowa, we saw it happen in Florida, and we've seen it happen all over the country, frankly. The Biden administration cannot contain the crisis that they have caused. Their facilities are overcrowded, and the border communities have had enough. So what does the president do then?
They flew illegal immigrants across the country on taxpayer dollars, and they're dropping them off in our communities. There is no justification for this when we have policies in place, like Remain in Mexico and like Title 42. Instead of securing the border and stopping these record surges, they are releasing illegal immigrants into the country and flying them into places like Iowa and throughout the interior. I've said it before and I'll say it again, every state is a border state because of this administration's crisis at the border. And so that's why I introduced a bill to stop this practice. My Stop the Betrayal Act would do exactly that. It stops taxpayer dollars from funding these flights, and that is exactly why I'm offering this amendment here today. Iowans should not be forced to pay for the flights of unknown individuals into their backyards. This is an unacceptable betrayal of the American people and of our tax dollars. One of the federal government's top primary duties is to ensure the security of its citizens, but the Biden administration abandoned that. I will keep fighting for the safety and security of my constituents, and I will continue to push back on this practice to ensure that taxpayers are not footing another bill for this administration's failed policies. So again, my amendment will ensure that these secret flights don't happen again, and I would ask for your support. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Ms. Roybal.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment for many reasons. First, our immigration laws provide legal rights to migrants who want to claim asylum and other forms of relief from removal. Most asylum seekers do not need to be detained or subjected to unsafe conditions in Mexico while they wait for the asylum cases to be heard. That means they may wait in communities across the United States for their proceedings. ICE and CBP need the flexibility to transport individuals for the purpose of enforcing our immigration laws and to relieve the pressure along the border. I strongly urge opposition to the amendment and yield back.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support this amendment, so much so that my Senate colleagues, Senator Blackburn and Haggerty, and I have long advanced transparency in this, and we have actually filed a bill, an authorization bill, to stop this practice. Too often, DHS has been transporting migrants into our communities with no transparency, coordination, or communication with local officials. It actually happened in the dark of the night in Chattanooga, Tennessee. But for the fact that someone had a camera taking a picture of it, it would have gone unnoticed. It's shocking that this would go on in our nation. Again, not only at a cost and expense to our taxpayers, but just the sheer fact that that's where we have devolved to in our immigration process. So I urge strong support of the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Are there other members wish? Mr. Rutherford?
Madam Chair, I want to rise in support of this amendment. I have to tell you, the situation of flying minors, and we think they're minors, but we really don't know who they are. I want to share with you just very briefly the situation that happened in Jacksonville, Florida, where we had one of these individuals flown into our community. Said he was a minor. He was actually 23 years old. His real name was Mr. Ulloa. He was flown into Jacksonville, Florida. 2 weeks later, he murdered Mr. Cuellar. That's what's going on in communities all across America. Law enforcement's never notified who these individuals are, where they're coming from. We don't know who they are. And Americans are at risk because of it. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of the amendment. You know, a group of us sent a letter to the Secretary months ago, just asking very simply, when you transport people into our districts, could you please tell us? Haven't heard a thing. I mean, look, the Secretary should be responsive to this. The Department should be responsive. In the absence of that response, I believe it's totally appropriate to just withhold money from the Secretary doing this, and at least until they inform the members when they're transporting members into their districts. When they're transporting, people who have crossed the border illegally into our districts. I yield back.
on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentlewoman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is about transparency at the heart of this issue. Thank you, Dr. Harris, for your comments there as well, because our governor and even another congresswoman in our state had to ask questions about these flights coming in the darkness of night. They were deliberately misled, and then lo and behold, the administration had to do an about-face and admit that they were happening. So this is a transparency issue and an accountability issue for taxpayers in Iowa. My constituents are frankly appalled that their taxpayer dollars are going to fund these non-transparent flights of illegals into our country. This is coming as Iowa families are feeling the pinch of inflation while their tax dollars are being spent on this betrayal, and they do see it as a betrayal. So I would ask you all in this room today, let's stand up for taxpayers, let's stand up for safety and security, let's support this amendment to end these flights. It's time to stop the betrayal. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Iowa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
I'd ask for a recorded vote, Madam Chair.
Vote is requested. Show support of hands for the recorded vote. Sufficient number having agreed to a recorded vote. The clerk will now call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ.
No. No.
Mr. Christ votes no. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree.
We gotta get right.
Ms. Pingree? No. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Mrs. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member? Ballard?
Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mrs. Bustos.
This is Sherry Bustos. I vote no.
Mrs. Bustos votes no.
Who are we looking for? Mrs. Lee of Nevada? forthcoming. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Thank you. Any other members wishing to record their vote or change their vote? Okay, the clerk will tell. Four more? Three more. On this vote, the yeas are 25, the nays are 32. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Rutherford? Which one? Second one? Without objection, so Mr. Rutherford is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Sorry about that. Madam Chair, my amendment will ensure that the adjudication of asylum claims remains a robust and adversarial process. Under the administration's asylum officer rule, USCIS asylum officers will replace U.S. immigration courts in making the final determination of certain asylum cases. Applying for asylum has historically been an adversarial process within the U.S. immigration court, which allows both the applicant and the government to state their case. This rule will undermine our immigration process and sacrifice necessary vetting for speed. We know that the cartels, criminals, and terrorists are taking advantage of our lax border security policies. We need to ensure that our asylum process is robust and not being taken advantage of by the criminal element. Ultimately, throwing money at USCIS, including this bad policy, to speed up the asylum process is not going to work. During one of our subcommittee hearings, we heard from USCIS about their hiring challenge and their staffing challenges right now. And while they are working toward full staffing, the agency is already short-staffed. This rule will ultimately divert already scarce personnel and resources from other important missions at USCIS. USCIS is tasked with adjudicating the claims of Afghan and Ukrainian refugees who will now be forced to wait even longer. As I said previously, we should be making smarter and more targeted investments within this bill. This amendment will repurpose $198 million that is appropriated in the bill for the asylum officer rule back to border security and the National Threat Assessment Center at the Secret Service, also known as INTAC. This amendment invests $193 million into border barriers, which will help slow down illegal immigrants from entering in the first place, actually capturing those, giving us an opportunity to capture those who don't want to be caught, not just getting them into the country faster. This amendment also invests $5 million to further the work of INTAC that INTAC is doing to conduct threat assessments and share their expertise with our public safety schools, officials across the United States. These are both worthy investments that will actually help make our children and our communities all a safer place to live. We must fix our asylum process and ensure that it is a humane and fair, but also protective of our children and our communities. Madam Chair, I just ask that the members would vote on this bill to protect our schools and protect our children and protect our communities. For that reason, I urge the adoption of my amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. I fully support additional funding for school safety, which is why the base bill doubles the funding for the National Threat Assessment Center, or NTAC, from $5 million to $10 million. The bill also includes an increase of $6 million for the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency to address school safety. The Secret Service has clearly stated that any funding beyond the amount provided in this bill is not executable in fiscal year 2023. So it is unclear why the gentleman is persisting in offering this amendment. Not only does this amendment add funding that is not executable, but the report language proposed is literally word for word what is already in the committee report, except that the committee report goes further to direct the Secret Service to work with other relevant federal agencies, state and local education entities, law enforcement agencies, mental health officials, and private entities. The committee report also requires the Secret Service to provide a joint briefing with the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency on their efforts to promote school safety. This amendment also includes additional funding for border wall construction on top of the over $2 billion already appropriated for that purpose in prior years. Additional funding for border barriers is not needed or warranted, particularly when it would come at the expense of funding in the bill for reducing USCIS backlogs and adjudicating humanitarian petitions and applications. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment from my colleague from Florida. This amendment provides $193 million for additional wall funding and additional $5 million for the United States Secret Service NTAC, which supports vital improvements to school safety. In fact, this amendment doubles the funding for NTAC, a critical tool for the U.S. Secret Service in assessing multiple threats against our country. The amendment further funds additional wall funding to ensure continued progress on the southern border construction projects. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There is no further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having an adversarial process ensures that all information is coming to light and protects our children and our communities from anyone trying to take advantage of this system. We must not take away that important feature by preventing implementation of the USCIS Asylum Officer Rule and putting that money towards better investments. Let's ensure the safety of our children and our communities, and let's better secure our border. With that, I urge the adoption of this amendment.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair is the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted.
As for recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Amadei votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos.
No.
Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro. No. Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo. You're muted.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Rippersberger. Mr. Rippersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford.
Aye.
Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
What is that? Was that? Sure. Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Adderholt?
Mr. Adderholt votes aye.
Madam
Chris?
Chair, I wish to be recorded. Catherine Clark votes no.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Christ.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Christ votes no.
Thank you.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 1, and ask unanimous consent that the reading be dispensed with. We need them back.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment will restore funding for Immigration and Customs Enforcement detention beds. This amendment will restore ICE detention capacity back to last year's levels of 34,000 beds. At a time when border crossings are an all-time high, I cannot fathom why this administration and my colleagues across the aisle are cutting ICE beds in this bill. We have the largest caravan of migrants we've seen heading towards our border as we speak. With over 8,000 people overwhelming the border every day, our Border Patrol officers and those resources are stretched incredibly thin. Less detention capacity makes their job even more dangerous. Cartels, gangs, and terrorists have taken notice and are exploiting every weakness in our immigration system. When officers apprehend these types of dangerous people, they must have the capacity to detain them and not be forced to release them into our community, putting them on the flights that we spoke of earlier. Without this amendment, that is exactly what will happen. As I said in my previous comments, we must look closely at the incentives that we are creating and the message that we are sending. Removing detention as a consequence for illegal entry creates yet another draw. They know they will be released into the country where they can disappear and prey on innocent American lives, like I mentioned Mr. Cuellar earlier. With 230,000 people crossing the border a month, ICE needs space and flexibility to detain more than just 25,000 people. The math just doesn't add up. We must give ICE the resources they need to deal with the influx of people, some which come to do us harm. For that reason, I urge adoption of this amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Again, for far too long, we've been operating under the mistaken belief that in order to ensure a secure border, we must indefinitely imprison asylum seekers in inhumane jail-like settings, again, often for months, sometimes even for years, while they wait for their immigration cases to go through an extremely backlogged immigration court system. We have taken a careful, reasonable, common sense approach to funding ICE beds in this bill. It strikes the right balance between providing the detention capacity needed to facilitate migrant processing and ensure our communities are safe. The bill also recognizes that the preponderance of asylum seekers pose no threat to public safety or national security. Since 2019, we have funded an increase in alternatives to detention capacity from approximately 80,000 to more than 180,000 participants. And the bill before us will continue that expansion. ATD programs are effective in ensuring compliance with immigration court proceedings and other requirements, particularly when paired with case management service. Detention is costly, and when not absolutely necessary, it is inhumane. I urge opposition to the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. Reducing the number of beds available to detain migrants who cross the border in the middle of the worst border security crisis in a generation makes no sense. For the last few years, we do the same thing, where the president reduces the number of beds in his budget, and we always find our way back to the status quo of around 34,000 beds. With COVID on the wane and the restrictions that reduce the number of migrants we can hold in a particular setting also being phased out, we can once again hold more dangerous criminals, recent border crossers, and other public safety threats in detention. The administration might want to take a blind eye to the crisis on the border, but it is quite frankly irresponsible to reduce beds and then with a powerful deterrence as a public safety tool. Releasing migrants wholesale into the community hasn't worked, as the numbers on the border have demonstrated. We need to go back to tried and true enforcement. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
On this amendment. Mr. Espaillat?
Speak, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to the proposed amendment to increase the number of beds in the ICE detention sites. This amendment is ill-advised and inhumane in its most fundamental form. Asylum seekers come to the United States doing exactly that, seeking asylum. And so we must offer them that opportunity. That is truly part of our mission, of the mission of the United States of America, to offer asylum to those that come from the Ukraine, from Venezuela, from Central South America, fleeing violence. They must be offered that opportunity, and to increase the number of beds is just horrendous. And these immigrants are usually under very adverse and very inhumane conditions. Since 2017, 40 new facilities have opened. Most are run by private operator, Madam Chair. These companies operate those centers, and they have generated record-setting revenue, resulting in billions of dollars in profits, often putting the profits ahead of the conditions in those detention centers. And evidence shows that immigrants' detention numbers have dipped below 20,000 for the third time this year. I think we can all agree that increasing the number of beds in these detention centers will mainly contribute to the profiteering of these private operators by opening more centers and adding more beds that we certainly don't need. And so I am in strong opposition of this, Madam Chair. I think that this is against our core values as a nation. And I urge all my colleagues to vote no on this amendment and strongly oppose the increase of cruelty in our immigration system. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Granger. I apologize. Ms. Granger is recognized.
I rise in strong support of this amendment to restore funding for detention beds. This bill imposes arbitrary limits on immigration and customs enforcement, which makes it more difficult for the agency to enforce the law. The funding levels in the bill show a reduction of 9,000 beds from last year's levels, while illegal immigration continues to rise. We must provide ICE with resources to detain dangerous criminals and prevent other public safety threats. Adopting this amendment will restore the funds and flexibility ICE needs to enforce our laws. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and thank you, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? No further debate. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the kind words of support for the amendment. I have to say that if you were to ask the children of the Cuellar family in Jacksonville, Florida, if they think asylum seekers are not dangerous, I think you get quite a different response than what we heard on the floor here in this committee today. We must do our job to send signals to those looking to enter this country illegally that there will be consequences for their actions. They lost their father in Jacksonville, Florida. We must do something to actually stop illegal immigration and just not process them more quickly. I know the optics of 10,000 illegal aliens under a bridge in Del Rio is not something that the administration likes, but shipping people all over the country and having some of them commit murder is incomprehensible to me. So with that, Madam Speaker, I urge the adoption of this amendment. Let's put these beds back in, not take them out, at a time when they're most needed. I yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments?
I'd like to record a vote.
Okay. Yes, okay. I was anticipating that. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amedee. Mr. Amedee votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos.
No.
Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter? Mr. Cartwright? Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case? Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark?
No.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ? Mr. Cuellar? Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro?
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat?
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel?
Attorney General's strong and clear statement.
Ms. Frankel?
Ms. Frankel?
Second of all, the
Ms.
president
Frankel?
also said the administration will protect women's access to medications that
Ms.
are
Frankel?
approved to the Drug Administration, like contraception and mifepristone.
Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder? Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera Butler?
I got it. Tell him I will vote.
Ms. Herrera Butler?
You know, I was just
Ms. Herrera Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter? Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California?
Ms. Lee of California?
Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng? Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse? Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo?
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree?
Ms. Pingree?
Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler?
Mr. Reschenthaler?
Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Rupersberger? Mr. Rupersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford?
Aye.
Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood? Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye. Ms. Frankel?
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Charlie Crist votes no.
Mr. Chris votes no.
Madam Chair? Thank you.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. Ms. Underwood?
Ms. Underwood?
Ms. Underwood?
No.
Ms. Underwood?
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no.
Did Judge Carter vote?
Andy. Andy. Did you do your, Pingree?
Amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Ms. Pingree, Mr. Harris, Mr. Cuellar, Mr. Rupersberger. Go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read.
And I dispense with the reading.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized to speak on this amendment with multiple members.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I can make this simple for all of you, and I'm very pleased to sponsor this amendment with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. It's an extension of the relief on the cap of H-2B visas, the provision for the H-2B visa program that this committee has actually passed every year since FY 2017. This year, we've also included language to ensure this is an amendment that works as intended, provides cap relief in a reasonable time frame so that seasonal businesses can staff up in time for their peak season. New language was negotiated and agreed to by all parties involved and continues to represent a true compromise. So H-2B visas, it's simple. They provide seasonal businesses with a certified source of labor to meet demand during peak season when domestic workers are not available. The program was capped at 66,000 visas last year, split evenly between first and second half of the fiscal year, so winter and summer businesses can both take advantage. But the demand was for 136,000 visas, 4 times over the number available. In my state of Maine, we depend on tourism. Businesses have to staff up in order to meet the demand during the peak season. If we could hire local workers, we would. But experience shows that workers available for temporary seasonal jobs are not there, and we all know we are in a huge worker shortage this year, so it's worse than ever. It's a big challenge in the hospitality industry. Many restaurants can't be open as many days or hours as they would like to. Many hotels and inns are closing a whole wing of their establishment because they cannot get enough workers. The amendment requires the Department of Homeland Security and Labor to consult to make a determination that the needs of American businesses cannot be satisfied in fiscal year 2023 with United States workers who are willing, qualified, and able to perform temporary non-agricultural labor. Meaning, basically, the amendment allows for the assessment of whether temporary foreign work visas are needed. As I mentioned before, this year's amendment also includes a language to ensure that DHS can implement this cap relief provision more efficiently, rather than tying up additional visas in unnecessary lengthy rulemaking process, which can delay these visas for up to 6 weeks, which is a lifetime for seasonal employers who often don't get the workers until well into the season is started. We all agree that long-term reforms are needed to the H-2B program. I support the work of the Judiciary Committee in this regard, in particular the legislation that my colleague, Congressman Cuellar, is spearheading to create a permanent returning worker exemption. But until we are there, until we get long-term reform, it is necessary to extend this cap relief. There is a very real need right now for these additional visas. We have to do what we can to help those seasonal businesses to have the workers that they need. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Ms. Roybal-Allard.
I rise in support of this amendment. Historically, I have voted against this amendment because I've had concerns about attempting to expand the H-2B visa program without addressing protections for guest workers and the low wages they continue to receive in comparison to prevailing state and national wages. These workers are considered essential, so it is only fair for their living and working conditions and their paychecks to reflect that fact. This amendment reflects a carefully struck compromise by the interested stakeholders that ensures that work can begin in earnest this summer to craft a permanent solution for the H-2B program that will address these concerns. My support for this amendment is a reflection of my support for that authorizing work. Therefore, I support this amendment, and I look forward to hearing about the progress of a permanent solution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Fleischman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank the parties for this amendment. Immigration and visas are a very tricky and difficult issue. I'm so glad that we're able to work this out on a bipartisan basis, and I thank you. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Cuellar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague, both the Democrats and Republicans, for working together to come to a solution to this. And I just want to say just briefly, because I think it's been explained. In Texas, the landscape professionals, the outdoor amusement businesses like carnivals, hotels, home builders, seafood like the shrimp boats that go off the coast of Texas, all depend on this H-2B visa. So I want to thank all the members that have worked together, the groups that have worked together to try to come up with this compromise language. And with that, I say thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Ruppersberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. The H-2B non-immigrant visa program is a lifeline for seasonal businesses who simply cannot find workers to fill their posts. What I really like about this bill, this is a bipartisan bill. We all had different issues, but we all came together. We ought to take a look at how we work this out for everyone who's serving in this Congress. It'll make our country better. Now, we're talking about jobs which Americans simply won't do because of seasonality, remote locations, and the demanding nature of the work. I've spoken with countless businesses in my district who depend on these workers, especially in the seafood industry, including oysters and crabs. Department of Homeland Security recognizes that the fisheries and seafood processors are essential and critical infrastructure workers maintaining the domestic seafood chain during the worldwide pandemic. In Maryland alone, the seafood industry contributes $600 million to the economy. This shouldn't be a shock to anyone. If you've ever had Maryland blue crab, it's unquestionably the best, except nothing less, in your crab cakes. Is that right, Andy Harris? Okay. The requirements to participate in the programs are rigid. Employers must promote openings, fill out lengthy paperwork, and pay a prevailing wage. With these requirements in place, this program does not depress wages or reduce employment opportunities for U.S. workers. Business owners have told me they wish they were able to find domestic laborers, but are consistently unable to do so. The H-2B visa program is used as a last resort and in no way undercuts American workers. In fact, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has calculated that each H-2B worker actually creates over 4.5 upstream or downstream jobs for Americans. These employers simply need workers instead of hiring undocumented immigrants. They are doing the right thing, going through the grinding H-2B process. Simply put, this is a pro-business, pro-growth amendment, and I yield back.
Before I recognize Mr. Harris, can I persuade Mr. Harris and Mr. Ruppersberger to bring Maryland crab cakes for lunch here? So, you know, Mr. Harris.
Madam Chair, thank you. If we get these workers in time because of the delay, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I would just want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues, especially the subcommittee chair, that I hope that the authorizing committee solves this problem on a more permanent basis so we don't have to deal with it on a Friday afternoon at 3:30 anymore. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Okay, no further debate. The gentlewoman from Maine is recognized to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for support of this, and to the subcommittee chair and ranking member for understanding how important this is to so many of our states, and also for supporting the bipartisan agreement that is being worked out. So thank you. I hope you all support this amendment. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Maine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted.
Madam Chairman, I just wanted to, in front of everyone, since it's a wage, I will trade you a crab for a lobster. You supply the butter.
Okay, now we're getting to really the deals being made here. So, any further amendments, Mr. Cuellar? This is the last amendment.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, the Cuellar Newhouse amendment. I move with unanimous consent we dispense with the reading, and I will not call for a record vote.
Okay. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Mr. Newhouse for working together. This is the H-2A visa that we passed last year, and we're asking that we consider this again. As you know, this deals with the agricultural workers that we have, and basically there's a labor situation, the agriculture, that's been a concern for many years. I support Americans doing the job first, My father was in the agricultural business. He worked in the fields. It's very, very difficult. And if Americans don't want to do it, then we need to find another way to address this shortage that we have. I do want to say that part of the problem is that the modern agriculture techniques, seasonality that used to define much of agriculture no longer exists. And therefore, we are just doing something that will clarify that all agriculture may use the H-2A visa to address this. To be clear, the H-2A would still be a temporary program. This would not change the time limits. A worker employed through the H-2A program can stay in the U.S. It would not change the requirements on farmers to show that they are first hiring domestic workers. It would just ensure that all agriculture is able to utilize this program. And I ask you all to consider this like we did last year.
I rise in opposition to the amendment. While I'm sympathetic to the gentleman's attempt to solve a real problem facing his constituents, I do not believe this funding bill is the appropriate place to do that, especially given efforts to pass the Farm Workforce Modernization Act and concerns that the adoption of this provision could undermine the prospects of that more comprehensive legislation. Simply put, there are a number of inequities that need to be carefully balanced in resolving this problem, and that work should be left in the hands of the authorizing committee. So I urge opposition to the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
I just wanted to rise and thank the gentleman for the amendment, and with that, I will yield back.
For a moment here, I rise in opposition to the amendment by removing the requiring that workers be engaged in work that is temporary or seasonal in nature. This amendment would fundamentally alter the H-2A visa program. In many cases, the program has proven to be critical, ensuring that our nation's farms, ranches, nurseries, ranges, greenhouses, and orchards can effectively produce food for our nation's families. We should avoid the temptation to institute a fundamental change to this program on an appropriations bill, especially since doing so would not do anything to address the very serious concerns that have been raised by H-2A workers and their advocates. For these reasons, I must oppose the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief just to lessen the risk of interruption in case there's another celebrity introduction today. But I just wanted to speak in favor of this amendment. My good friend, Mr. Cuellar, at least I think he's still my friend. We've offered this every year, the last several cycles, and every year it's passed by a voice vote, and appreciate that. As you know, for far too long, farmers and ranchers have remained in desperate need of a reliable workforce, and for many, the only solution is the H-2A program. However, many farmers and ranchers don't have access to the program because H-2A is for seasonal work. The reality is all agriculture is not seasonal. For example, our dairy farmers are struggling because of the lack of a legal, reliable workforce. And as you know, cows need to be milked at least twice a day, every single day, 365 days a year. So my hope is that with this amendment, we can send a message to our colleagues in the Senate. As Chair Roybal-Allard mentioned, this amendment truly is only a Band-Aid. The Senate must get moving on our bill that we passed through the House, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, of which there are many co-sponsors in this room. We need to get that done so that American farmers and ranchers have a reliable, legal workforce. Congress needs to act. We've done our part. And I hope with your support today, we can get closer to labor certainty with your support, and I would ask for a yes for this amendment.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will you define celebrity? Because I was going to introduce you to Mario Diaz. Sorry, I forgot that. Members, we voted on this last year, and I ask you to do the same thing. And with that, I close, Madam Chair.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Yes, I will do that in 1 second here. That being the last amendment, is there any further amendment or discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion, and I ask for your support for this bill. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Amy?
Madam Chair, I move to favorably report the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2023 to the House.
Before I call for the yeas and nays, I just want to say congratulations to Congresswoman Lucille Roybal-Allard. Grit and grace. That's what is a way to describe you. Congratulations. This is the last bill you'll bring before this body, and know how much you are revered by the folks who have served with you, my dear. Mr. Ruppersberger? He's going to tell us about the crab cakes. He's got to take the last vote.
No, we're off crab cakes. I am on our chairwoman, and just how you've done such a great job. You're a very, very unique person. You're fair, you're decent, and extremely well respected. And I've really been a pleasure to serve with you in the United States Congress. So good luck to your future life with you and your husband.
The question is on the, do you want to say something? Why don't we vote first? The question is on the motion to move favorably to report the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Chair, as for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number has raised their hands. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos.
Aye.
Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Calvert.
Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ. Mr. Christ votes aye. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder. Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes aye. Ms. Letlow. Ms. McCullum.
Ms. McCullum.
Ms. McCullum votes aye. Ms. Meng.
Ms. Meng.
Ms. Meng.
Ms. Meng.
Ms. Meng votes aye. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes no. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo.
No.
Mr. Palazzo votes no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Quigley.
Aye.
Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers.
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal-Allard.
Aye.
Ms. Roybal-Allard votes aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood.
Aye.
Ms. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Aye.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes no. You're not recorded.
Are you not,
Ms. Letlow votes no.
are there any members wishing to change their vote or record their vote or change their vote?
Madam Chair, this is Frankel. Am I recorded as an aye?
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Frankel is recorded as aye.
Not yet.
She just put down there.
All right.
Yes, sir.
On this vote, the yeas are 32 and the nays are 25. The bill is adopted. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report that's been just approved. Seeing no objection, so ordered. Mr.
Madam
Fleischer
Chair.
is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask the chair for 3 days for the minority to file views.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Without objection.
Don't forget your macadamia nuts.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What do we do next week?
We have 6 more, yeah.
I mean, next week?
Next week?
Yeah, but when are we coming back?
I think we start on Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Oh, he's here. Yeah, he's here. No, he's here.
Okay? I'll tell these people not. The committee will come to order. The committee will come to order. Our second order of business today is the consideration of the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill for fiscal year 2023. I will now recognize Mr. Quigley to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In a moment, I'll talk about the mark itself, but first I want to thank the staff on both sides. On the majority side of the committee, that includes Laura, Mary Beth, Elliot, Alex, Matt, and Charlie and my personal staff. And then for the minority, John Martins and Jessica Powell. I also want to thank my colleague and friend, Mr. Womack, for his hard work and collaboration on this bill. I appreciate his partnership in developing the best possible bill during a challenging time. I'd also like to chair the full committee, Ms. Delora, for her tremendous leadership and stewardship of this committee, as well as the committee's distinguished ranking member, Ms. Granger. I've had the pleasure of working with both, and it's truly been an honor. The subcommittee mark recommends $30 billion. This is an increase of $4.3 billion above comparable fiscal year 2022 levels. The bill includes $13.6 billion for the IRS, an increase of $1 billion above fiscal 2022, and continues restoring the IRS from draconian cuts this agency has suffered for almost a decade. Notably, the bill includes $336 million for community development financial institutions, which is $41 million above fiscal 22. I've long been a supporter of CDFIs, which provide critical resources to underserved communities. In addition, the bill provides $326 million for small business administration entrepreneurial development programs, which is $36 million above the 22 level. The bill includes significant funding for the GSA, including a robust investment to combat climate change, a new $100 million electric vehicle fund, which will replace vehicles in the GSA fleet and electric vehicles and build electric vehicle charging station. The bill also provides $80 million for GSA to manage climate change risk and safeguard federal real property, along with close to $1 billion to modernize and improve the GSA real property portfolio by reducing their climate impact and improving resiliency. The bill also includes funding for programs to combat the opioid epidemic under the Office of National Drug Control Policy to ensure this crisis receives the highest level of federal attention. Specifically, $300 million is included in the high-intensity drug trafficking area program, and the drug-free communities program is funded at $110 million. The bill includes $8.6 billion in discretionary appropriations for the judicial branch, an increase of $587 million over fiscal year 2022 to fund protective services and physical security needs in courthouses and ensure the continued operations of the federal judiciary. Included in this amount are targeted funds of $128 million to assist with both physical and cyber security. The bill also increases funding for agencies that protect everyday consumers and retail investors, including the Consumer Product Safety Commission, the Federal Trade Commission, and the Security and Exchange Commission. States are on the front lines of protecting our elections from foreign attacks, and it's our responsibility to support their efforts. The bill before us today includes $400 million for payments to states to help them meet the challenge of ensuring the security and integrity of American elections. The bill also includes $34 million for the Election Assistance Commission to support state and local election officials on all aspects of election administration and ensure reliable, secure, and accessible elections. The bill also takes seriously the broader cyber threat to this country. It provides $22 million for the new Office of National Cyber Director in the Executive Office of the President. I'm proud the bill removes several long-standing policy riders that I consider to be harmful, including many that dictate to the District of Columbia how to manage their affairs or spend their money or limit transparency into political spending. In particular, the bill removes reproductive care restrictions that unduly penalize the women of District of Columbia and ensures the federal government does not interfere with the personal health decisions of D.C. residents. So I look forward to discussing these issues today and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Womack is recognized. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, let me thank the chairman of the subcommittee for his friendship and approach to the subcommittee's work. I recognize the hard work from him and his staff, which has allowed us to move this process forward. I also want to thank my staff as well. All of you should have at your seat a little taste from Northwest Arkansas. I hope you enjoy it. If you did not get something, my staff is over here ready to make good on my promise to leave you with something that leaves a good taste in your mouth from the great 3rd District of Arkansas. I'm grateful to the chairman. He's included many priorities for Republican members and addressed several bipartisan priorities, such as helping small business, supporting sanctions, providing additional security funding for the Supreme Court. But as currently drafted, the bill's uncontrolled baseline spending just is simply without justification and ignores our unsustainable fiscal trajectory. It also includes several controversial policy changes that we can't support at this time and we hope to work out. Last year during the markups, I expressed concern that the administration's excessive spending was ushering in historically high debt and inflation. Unfortunately, these concerns have materialized. This bill further contributes to our growing debt and inflationary problems that are hindering the recovery and will burden future generations of Americans. The bill before us proposes a 17% increase in discretionary spending over fiscal 22. Numerous agencies funded in the bill received double-digit percentage increases, including 30% at the FTC, 20% for the White House Office's appropriation, and a 20% increase for the Consumer Product Safety Commission. While I believe the IRS could use some additional resources for specific concerns, the bill provides them with $1 billion or 8% increase. While much of the federal workforce has been teleworking for more than 2 years, this bill provides $1.6 billion to increase the GSA account, most of which is for federal buildings and vehicles. I was hoping that the lessons learned during the pandemic could lead to savings in office space and travel expense, not more. There are several controversial policy changes included in the bill: D.C. tax dollars to fund abortions and removing the prohibition on federal employee health benefits funding for abortions. While I have many concerns with the bill at this stage in the process, I am hopeful, just like last year, that at some point in the near future, we'll reach a bipartisan and bicameral agreement on spending and eliminate controversial policy changes. I'm confident that as this process moves forward, we can continue working together to find bipartisan agreement on the items that matter most. I look forward to the discussion on the amendments presented, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I would now like to recognize myself for opening remarks. Thank you, Chairman Quigley and Ranking Member Womack, for your work on this bill. When we passed the 2022 federal funding package, we showed how government can work for working Americans and for the middle class. This bill builds on those critical investments by growing opportunity and helping small business owners and middle-class families get ahead with a total of $29.8 billion for these programs, an increase of $4.3 billion. Small businesses are the economic backbone of our nation, and this bill assists small business owners with $1.1 billion for the SBA, the Small Business Administration. We're strengthening the work that small businesses do by helping them get access to the capital and the contracting opportunities they need. At the same time, we are supporting the community development financial institution programs that promote economic development in some of our most underserved areas. We support working and middle-class families by increasing funding for consumer protection activities with $166.3 million for the Consumer Product Safety Commission and $490 million for the Federal Trade Commission. We are also supporting working families by continuing to rebuild the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS. We saw their impact as IRS staff distributed more than $27.9 million advanced child tax credit payments to nearly 62 million children, totaling nearly $94 billion. But improvement is still needed, which is why We are providing the IRS with $13.6 billion to finally begin to crack down on big corporations and the wealthy who are not paying their fair share of taxes, and to support their customer service for families navigating the tax system. We are protecting our communities from the impacts of drug trafficking, combating money laundering and terrorist financing, and promoting justice for victims of civil rights cold cases. This bill protects our democracy with $400 million for election security grants for states to ensure the integrity and the safety of our elections. And it protects our environment and confronts the climate crisis by providing funding to start the transition of the federal vehicle fleet to electric and zero-emission vehicles. Proud of this bill. It makes serious investments to strengthen our commitment to making government work for America's working class families. And I finally want to say a thank you to the Financial Services Subcommittee for their work on the majority side: Matthew Smith, Elliot Dooms, Laura Silke, Mary Beth Nassif, Alec Mehta, and Alex Killender. And on the minority side, John Martins and Jessica Powell. Once again, to thank Chairman and Ranking Member, I urge support for this bill, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of the FSGG bill, which will bring new economic opportunities to small businesses in my district and around the country. COVID-19
Mr. Espiat, can I ask you to pause for a moment, because I now need to recognize the ranking member of the full committee, Ms. Granger, before we go to the to members on both sides of the aisle. Ms. Granger is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for yielding. And first, I want to thank Chairman Quigley and Ranking Member Womack for their work on the fiscal year 2023 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations bill. I also want to acknowledge the committee staff for their efforts. The bill before us includes many priorities of members of both sides of the aisle, including support for small businesses, drug control programs, and sanctions programs. However, I'm concerned that the spending in this bill is based on a funding level that passed the House without Republican support. The bill before us simply spends too much. Some programs receive double-digit and triple-digit percentage increases. Inflation is at historic levels, and we must find ways to reduce spending. Instead, this bill increases the size and scope of the federal government and does nothing to help Americans struggling with record high prices on everyday things, needs such as gas and groceries. There are other serious issues with this bill that will prevent it from gaining support from members on our side of the aisle. It does not include longstanding pro-life provisions regarding the use of D.C. local funds and the federal employees' health benefits program. There are also significant new policy riders related to immigration, radio and TV advertising for marijuana, and school choice for low-income students in the District of Columbia. As this process moves forward, we will continue to try to secure an agreement. We want language carried in the bills in the past to be retained and controversial policies to be dropped. With that framework in place, we will work to reach an agreement on funding levels that takes into account the national debt and does not further contribute to inflation. I thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Are there other members wishing to make general comments about the bill? Mr. Espaillat, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I rise in support of the FSGG bill, which will bring new economic opportunities to small businesses in my district and across the country. The COVID-19 pandemic brought a wave of economic disruptions that affected many sectors across the nation, but was specifically and especially detrimental to small businesses. For many small business owners, the pandemic resulted in revenue decline and loss of workers. According to the Census Bureau, 77% of New York State small businesses reported a decrease in revenue, sales, or receipts after the pandemic. My colleagues and I have been working very hard to bring relief to many industries and individuals affected by the pandemic. Through the passage of the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan, several initiatives and programs were created to relieve some of the burdens of a small business owner. The FSGG bill will not only expand on the previous programs providing relief to the U.S. economy, but would also foster economic growth for small businesses still struggling post-pandemic. Programs like the Small Business Development Centers will help local businesses and entrepreneurs succeed and drive economic growth and job creation. The Growth Accelerator Fund competition will continue to stimulate innovation. Much of the programs in the FSGG bill are vital in ensuring different industries and sectors can receive relief and funding while also helping boost the American economy. I'm also proud to see the inclusion of several of my district's community projects, such as the Harlem Small Business Public Safety, Education and Information Initiative, and the Davison Community Center Business Improvement District Formation Initiative. They will help support local businesses in my district by providing loans, grants, and empowering small businesses through education, training, and advocacy. After years of divestment, these organizations are working hard to bring back economic prosperity to neighborhoods in my district. I applaud the work of the committee and all it has done to ensure small businesses are protected, and urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Mr.
Madam
Rogers.
Chair.
Mr. Rogers is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to recognize Chairman Quigley and Ranking Member Womack for your good work on this bill, and thank you for continuing strong support for counter-drug programs. As many of you know, my district was ground zero for the opioid crisis a decade ago. From the start, I've always advocated for a comprehensive approach to address this crisis. We can't arrest our way out of the problem. We can't treat our way out of the problem. We can't educate our way out of the problem. You've got to do all of those at the same time for a long time. That's why I started Operation Unite: unlawful narcotics, investigations, treatment, education. I started that in 2003. This holistic approach is now the nationwide model. And every year, thousands of people come together at the National Prescription and Illicit Drug Summit to share ideas and work together to address this crisis. And that's why I'm especially pleased this bill includes $3 million for drug courts. Since 1989, drug courts have been connecting those suffering from addiction to treatment, a life-saving alternative to incarceration. In 2003, when I started Operation Unite, we only had 5 drug courts in the 33 counties of that district. Today, we have 1 in each of those counties in the region. And those volunteer judges are changing more lives than ever before. The increase in counterfeit pills laced with fentanyl entering our country and the horrific rise in overdose deaths that are grim reminders that much work yet is to be done. Though we have a long road ahead, strong funding for programs like drug courts, drug-free communities, high-intensity drug trafficking areas in this bill will make a difference in this fight and will save lives. Despite these provisions, I unfortunately cannot support this bill as currently written due to the bill's excessive funding levels and several partisan policy writers. I'm particularly concerned about language included in the bill that would provide safe harbor to financial institutions working with marijuana businesses. There are many serious public health issues that need to be addressed before changing these regulations. I hope we can work together to, in a bipartisan way, to address these issues as we move through the process in this bill. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Chairman Quigley for your stewardship of this bill, which funds domestic programs that will promote small business, protect consumers, and safeguard our elections. I'm thrilled that this bill makes it a priority to reduce the number of injuries and deaths associated with pools and spas. Drowning is a public health issue that poses a significant public health risk to our nation's children. It remains the #1 cause of unintentional death for children younger than 5 years old all across this country. That is why I sponsored the Virginia Graham Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act. This increased funding will save lives. I'm also thankful that the bill provides an increase for the pool safety grants from $2 million to $2.5 million. These grants incentivize states and local governments to have their own pool and spa safety laws. Check if your own local governments and state governments have them. If they don't, please encourage them to do so, and I'm happy to talk to anyone about the steps that can be taken to save young children from accidental drowning. And this funding will also assist state and local governments with education, training, and enforcement of swimming pool safety requirements. The bill also directs the CPSC to increase the funding for their highly successful Pool Safety Education and Awareness Campaign, a safety education program designed to reduce child drownings. I'm encouraged that this bill provides $1.1 billion for SBA programs like Women's Business Centers and Small Business Development Centers that will expand entrepreneurs' access to capital and opportunities. This is a significant increase in funding from the 2022 enacted level, and I'm pleased to see the renewed commitment to supporting small businesses. Further, I'm pleased that this bill is proactive in its oversight of the U.S. Postal Service, allowing member access to postal facilities, encouraging electric vehicles in the fleet, and working to improve service standards are all vital to a better functioning postal system, among some other needed changes at the top of this organization. And finally, I'm glad that this bill confronts the ghost candidate scandal in Florida and the broader problem of USPS being used to manipulate the electoral process. I look forward to seeing this bill come to the floor and to supporting it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I wish to express my deep gratitude to Chairman Quigley and Ranking Member Womack for their hard work on this bill, and I will be brief. But I did want to say that I'm particularly supportive of the provisions in the bill that help all Americans to participate in the financial system. It's really shocking that in our country today, we're supposed to be a capitalist country. Well, I'm not sure when you got 63 million Americans who are unbanked or underbanked. And it is clear that somehow the existing financial system misses them. We know that human beings, men and women, live not just by bread alone, but by credit. And our schools don't really teach financial literacy. In this particular bill, there is a provision for a pilot program working with those who are unbanked, who have no attachment to the financial system, and where areas literally are financial deserts, for the postal banking pilot program to test whether or not we can begin to bring folks whose post office is really their point of call in their local regions into normal financial relationships. With the economy being what it is, the kind of predatory practices that are out there are getting worse in many parts of the country, including my own, so I think this is even more important. And the incentives in the bill to also make sure that rural communities have some additional attention for people who've long been neglected by traditional banks. I think that's really an important road to walk down. Finally, I want to applaud the attention in the bill to the Election Assistance Commission and modernizing the tools and systems we use to count every vote. You can start in Ohio with that one. And ensure that reliable continuation of the democratic process is the foundation of our democracy. And I want to thank the gentlemen for their leadership on this, and I yield back.
Ms. Wexton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank you, Chairman Quigley, Ranking Members Womack and Granger, as well as subcommittee staff for your work in preparing the FY 2023 Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. My district includes tens of thousands of federal workers, and I want to thank the committee for its continued commitment to the federal workforce. This year's bill is silent on a cost of living increase for federal employees, which will result in a 4.6% adjustment. While this is much better than in previous years, it is not keeping pace with the cost of living. I ask that we continue to review pay in the coming months and work with the Senate to ensure that we are keeping up with inflation and the increased cost of living for federal workers. I am also pleased that this bill includes two key proposals that I championed, which will uplift women and families as well as strengthen the federal workforce. This legislation takes an important first step to establishing a federal returnship program that will allow experienced professionals who, for whatever reason, left their jobs to re-enter the workforce through a structured program and bring their significant skills and knowledge with them. The pandemic was especially difficult for women as schools and daycare centers closed and a disproportionate number of women were forced out of the workforce. Despite having years of valuable experience and specialized expertise, these women and countless other professionals who have taken time out of the workforce for many reasons, such as to care for a child or a sick loved one, face significant hurdles when trying to return to the workforce. Return to work programs or returnships can help reduce these barriers and support experienced professionals rejoining the workforce. These programs are already in effect at the state level and in the private sector. In fact, Amazon recently expanded its Return to Work program by hiring 1,000 returning professionals for a paid 16-week program with the potential to land a permanent job. That's because these programs provide a great source of specialized talent that is in high demand. The language in this bill requires a feasibility study to assess where return programs could be used in the federal government to address workforce needs and bolster the knowledge and experience base within the federal workforce. I also want to thank the chair for including the report language that directs review of child care for the federal workforce. The availability of affordable, accessible child care is crucial for parents, and the study will give us important information regarding the current resources provided to and challenges faced by parents. I'm proud of the provisions in this bill that support women and families in the federal workforce, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to...
Madam Chair, Lois Frankel here. I'd like to make a comment.
Frankel's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to not only support this bill, but also to thank our sponsors for no onerous anti-abortion riders. As most of you know, this morning, although not a surprise, the Supreme Court released a decision that's a setback to human rights of shocking proportions. For the first time, a fundamental right has been taken away by Republican-appointed and confirmed justices of the United States Supreme Court. It goes against the will of the American people. The decision takes away a person's power to make their own personal decisions about their health, their lives, and their futures, and instead gives it to politicians. It unjustly, disproportionately harms people of low income and people of color. And alarmingly, we expect soon that Republican-dominated legislatures in half our states will ban abortions affecting millions of people, and that Republicans in Congress will pass a nationwide ban if they control Congress. And there is much more to be frightened about. As the dissent pointed out, no one should be confident that the majority of the Supreme Court is done with its work. The right that Roe and Casey recognized does not stand alone. To the contrary, the court has linked it for decades to other settled freedoms involving bodily integrity, familial relationships, and procreation. Justice Thomas, one of 6 justices who voted to dismantle reproductive freedom, he wrote and he suggests that we should reconsider he suggests that the court should reconsider all substantive due process precedents, including the right to purchase and use contraception and rights of same-sex intimacy and marriage. It is bad enough that the Supreme Court now gives the power and control of reproductive freedom to politicians and state governments. And what's relevant here, Madam Chair, is that in this bill, we should not override the will of DC's own elected officials and the 700,000 people who live here, and nor should we penalize federal employees. And if we do that, folks, watch out, because future Republicans' amendments will actually prohibit the use of funds for birth control. So watch out for any amendments that try to ruin this very, very good bill. And thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Seeing no other member wishing to make opening remarks, I'd like to recognize... Oh, I'm sorry, Barbara, I didn't... I'm sorry. Okay. I'd like to recognize Mr. Quigley to offer a manager's amendment.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, the manager's amendment, and I ask that its reading be waived.
The gentleman is recognized to talk about the manager's amendment.
Madam Chair, this is a manager's amendment with non-controversial and technical changes worked out with the minority, including a reporting date change for IRS, FCC report language, SBA child care outreach, and protecting contact information for domestic violence victims. I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Urge a yes vote on the manager's amendment. We concur.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Quigley, do you require a moment to close?
No, ma'am.
Okay, the question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Are there any further amendments? Mr. Stewart, number 3.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And I do have an amendment at the desk, number 3, and I'd ask that it be considered read.
It's considered read without objection.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'd like to thank the chair and the ranking member for their indulgence in allowing me to go. I'm not only going to say I'm going to be brief, I'm actually going to try to be very brief on this. This amendment is work I've done with the Department of Justice, the FBI, Secret Service, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, OMB, and numerous nonprofits. It says very simply that if you're a contractor with U.S. government, you have to, and if you provide data or cloud services, you must have a capability to find and to eliminate. You cannot host or transmit images of child pornography. Madam Chair, we had this amendment in our language last year. It was accepted by the majority. We hope that this one would be as well, and with that, I yield back.
Mr. Quigley is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I share Mr. Stewart's concern for the safety and well-being of all our children. This is a nonpartisan issue. We all want to keep children free from exploitation, harm, and danger. For these reasons, we don't oppose the amendment. We would work to make sure that there are no unintended consequences as we move forward. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Mr. Womack is recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. The federal government should not contract with services that do not have appropriate safeguards against the storage and transmission of child pornography. So I urge adoption of the amendment. Yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If not, the gentleman is recognized to close.
Well, I would just thank all of you for your bipartisan support on this. It's a very obvious amendment that we would want to support, and I thank you and yield back.
Is on the amendment offered by the gentleman, and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. Mr. Stewart?
Yes, Madam Chair. Again, I rise and ask for amendment number 1 and present it at the desk and ask that it be considered read.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Again, I thank you, and I will try to be brief. This is a little more involved, so I will take just a few more moments. This addresses what we think is a deficiency in the American Recovery Plan Act of 2021, and it's fairly simple in that this tax law has been adapted into law before. It was something that, again, had bipartisan support, the objection we have. It simply says that if you are conducting transactions using PayPal or Venmo or others, many, many times people will split a bill. They maybe sell their baby furniture, maybe sell lawn furniture, whatever it is. And if there is a transaction, it used to be more than $20,000. Again, the American Recovery Plan Act reduced that to $600. It would be very common for someone to have a transaction of $600 or more on PayPal or on Venmo. And once again, those could be easily misidentified as being a taxable event. And the result of this is that literally millions of Americans are going to be expected to file a 1099. The IRS is going to send them a 1099. Most of them will have no idea why they were sent a 1099 or why they had to report this. We feel like the original number, $20,000, is far more reasonable and isn't going to capture so many Americans in this wide net of such a low threshold of $600. Again, it seems to be a reasonable number, one that was agreed to previously by Republicans and Democrats, and we hope that the committee would agree and ask for your support. And Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Quigley is recognized.
Madam Chair, we respectfully rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Mr. Stewart. This amendment would modify the IRS code to increase the threshold for reporting required by third-party settlement organizations such as PayPal and Venmo. Changing the Internal Revenue Code is not within this committee's jurisdiction and should be left to the experts on the Joint Committee on Taxation. They will tell you that as well. Additional, the policy change in the American Rescue Plan scored at $8.4 billion is not offset. Treasury estimates the annual tax gap is over $600 billion, which is a function of tax cheats not fully reporting this. Raising the reportable transaction is not supported. For these reasons, I oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back.
Mr. Womack is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment. Since the start of the pandemic, the IRS has struggled to accomplish its core mission. Collecting small dollar transactions from third-party settlement organizations will place additional burdens on the IRS to complete its core missions. Needless to say, this doesn't improve the level of service that we all expect from the IRS. The new threshold increases compliance costs for third-party payment organizations and taxpayers that use their services. It also requires the IRS to increase their costs to collect and store additional sensitive information on more Americans. While the administration frequently talks about the rich paying their fair share of taxes, they're now mandating more reporting on small transactions from users of modern and convenient banking applications. Democrats in both the House and Senate have expressed their reservations. They've even offered legislation to fix the problem. If they can't, we should. So I encourage a yes vote on the gentleman's amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? No further debate. The gentleman is recognized on the amendment to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Mr. Quigley's point, which I appreciate and have had a great working relationship with him in the past, but my concern is that the $8.8 billion that he rightfully identified, much of that is for tax that isn't actually owed. It was for an event that should not be taxable. It's the reason that we're concerned about this. And once again, I would remind the committee that there were several Democrats, in fact, a fairly large number, including some on this committee, who supported this in the past. I would just ask for their support again. And with that, I yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
And Madam Chair, with apologies, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Sufficient. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
I swear, I think it's the Wi-Fi is worse than the...
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree.
Aye.
Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack.
Aye.
Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change?
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Okay, the clerk will tally. Excuse me. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Mr. Womack. Amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3. Yes, ma'am, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will read.
Amendment number 3 from Mr. Womack.
Seek unanimous consent to consider it as read.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My amendment blocks a rule proposed by the Securities and Exchange Commission in February that would terribly be disruptive to the $18 trillion private fund sector and could have damaging effects on our economy. Ever since the Biden administration took office, the SEC has been in pursuit of actions that represent a dramatic change in their traditional agenda. This is just an example. The SEC's mission is to protect investors, maintain fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitate capital formation. This rule does protect investors, not retail investors, but highly sophisticated investors who don't need the protection of a regulator. This rule doesn't make the markets more efficient, and it hinders capital formation instead of facilitating it. In her statement against the proposal, Commissioner Peirce said, "The proposed rule diverts resources from the protection of retail investors to safeguard these wealthy investors who are represented by sophisticated, experienced investment professionals. This proposal, if finalized, could hinder capital formation." Madam Chair, with inflation at historic levels, the government should try its best to help American businesses and work to lower costs. More government overreach and more regulation is not the answer to our nation's economic challenges. This rule should not be implemented. I urge adoption of my amendment.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Mr. Womack. This amendment would prohibit the SEC from moving forward on improving transparency and fairness with respect to private funds. Private funds, including hedge funds, private equity funds, venture capital funds, and liquidity funds, currently have approximately $18 trillion in gross assets. These funds include the retirement plans of middle-class Americans, nonprofit and university endowments. Some of the people that stand to lose are teachers, firefighters, municipal workers, students, and first responders. Private fund advisors, through the funds they manage, impact much of our economy. The goal of the SEC's proposal is to increase transparency and allow for comparison funds on a quarterly basis around fees, expenses, and performance. Given the importance of these funds, we included report language on the topic so the SEC will slow down and produce a thorough and fair rulemaking. I would urge a no vote on the amendment, but would pledge to work with Mr. Womack to make sure the SEC gets this right and that there are no unintended consequences. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I'll just urge adoption of the amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
In the opinion,
Sounds like the ayes have it.
in the opinion of the chair, the no is
No.
and the amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Mr. Womack, do you want to proceed?
Number 2.
Thank you.
Have an amendment at the desk. And I seek unanimous consent to consider it as read.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes the funding and report language directing the Postal Service to create a pilot program to modernize its current postal banking services. As everyone knows, the Postal Service has been struggling financially for decades. While the recently enacted Postal Service Reform Act of 22 helps the Postal Service, it does not authorize new postal banking services. While diversifying revenue is a hot phrase in the financial world, this is not the avenue Congress should force on the USPS to take to raise funds. The Postal Service needs to focus on its core mission of delivering reliable, affordable, and universal physical mail, not expand into areas where it doesn't have expertise. While the Postal Service has improved its delivery performance since the peak of the pandemic, they are still having a hard time keeping up with day-to-day deliveries. Now's not the time we should force them to divert resources into new missions. I also question the demand for banking services at post offices. In September of 21, a pilot program was launched in 4 locations to offer gift cards up to $500. Through May, only 7 customers used the service. The public does not appear to be interested in banking at the post office. If we want to reduce the number of unbanked or underbanked Americans, we should invest in programs such as the Community Development Financial Institutions Program and the National Credit Union Administration's Community Development Revolving Loan Fund. The bill we're debating today already provides substantial increases for these programs. We should not force the Postal Service into a new mission. I urge adoption of my amendment.
Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment offered by Mr. Womack. This amendment would eliminate a modest funding included in this bill for pilot programs to explore potential updates and modernization of Postal Service's financial products such as money orders. More than 10 million Americans currently use these products. Many are people who have limited access to traditional banking systems, particularly minorities, senior citizens, and military service members and their families. In fact, bank branches are closing at record rates, leaving many rural residents without any good options. For all these people, postal financial products provide an essential lifeline for engaging in everyday financial services that we often take for granted, and it helps them avoid alternative lenders that are often at more predatory rates. This funding would simply provide the post office the opportunity to examine ways to increase the efficiency, reliability, security, and safety of these products, just as it has done with its mail and package services. This would help millions of the most vulnerable Americans save money and time while reducing the risk of financial fraud and improving overall postal customer service. For these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Ms. Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo that this would give the Postal Service an opportunity to explore the use of banking in our local facilities. Many of you know who represent small towns in rural America. The only official commercial building in some of our communities are our local post office, and it would give them an opportunity to have ATMs or to be able to, in my vision, ATMs makes a lot of sense, and that's banking in the local post offices. we are constantly revising and improving and expanding what we do in the Postal Service. As you know, when I was a child, and most of you here, the only thing the Postal Service or their main product were letters. That's not the reality anymore. Their main product now are parcels, and they had to revise, re-equip to be able to do that. During the pandemic, everyone paid attention to the Postal Service because it was the only thing coming to their door every day. And so I joined my, my chair in saying we should not support this. Thank you.
Are there other members who are wishing to be heard on this amendment? I just recognize myself briefly. I rise in opposition to the amendment. It would eliminate funding to establish financial inclusion opportunities for underbanked constituents. They total more than 63 million people in 2017. In my home state in Connecticut, 1 in 5 are underbanked. These are people living in both rural and urban communities. They're those that have limited access to the traditional banking system. That's communities of color, senior citizens, military service members and their families. And the Postal Service is well placed to help underbanked communities have access to financial services, partnering with credit unions and community banks. The funding would allow the Post Office to examine ways to increase the efficiency, reliability, security, and safety of these products, just as it has done with other mailing and other services. This would help millions of the most vulnerable Americans save money and time. For these reasons, I oppose the gentleman's agreement, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
I'll just close by saying this. Just go poll your average Postal Service customer. Ask your next door neighbor. If the Postal Service is struggling to execute its core mission, then ask this question: should we give them more money to expand into other areas not related to its core mission before they are able to, shall we say, execute their core mission with a lot more accuracy and precision than is currently the case? And I would believe that the answer would be no. So I urge adoption of this amendment. Let's move the Postal Service back on the trajectory of doing what it's supposed to be doing, and that's delivering U.S. mail for the American customer. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Further amendments? Mr. Womack? Do you have another?
Not yet.
Mr. Harris, I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Amendment-
Madam
this is
Chair. I
amendment
have an
number
amendment
one.
at the desk, Harris number 1, and I ask unanimous consent that the reading be waived.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized as
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This amendment deals with the Section 512 in the bill, which is an interesting section because I think it's something we haven't considered before in the committee, and that is to say that the FCC can't restrict cannabis or cannabis-related advertising on a radio or TV station. And I think it bears careful and close reading, especially since this week, Juul's been taken off the market, nicotine has been taken out of cigarettes, you have to have minimum nicotine levels, and now Section 512 opens wide the barn doors to cannabis and cannabis-related products with no restrictions on that advertising, no guardrails. On alcohol, we have guardrails on advertising. With tobacco, tight guardrails on advertising. Section 512, no guardrails on advertising. Literally, they can advertise any cannabis or cannabis-derived product. So I urge everyone to look at an article published this week in the New York Times, and I'll read the title. It's called Psychosis, Addiction, Chronic Vomiting. As weed becomes more potent, teens are getting sick. Now, why is this significant? Because this is not about smoking a joint. This is about cannabis-derived products that are sometimes 100% THC. 100%. And the article goes through the science and the medical background of how dangerous a product of that concentrated cannabis can be, of that concentrated THC could be, to the point where some states have actually said it's not legal to sell above 60% THC. Section 512 says all advertising is allowed. I don't think that should be done. So what my amendment does, very simple, just says that the limitation, that is that the FCC can't block advertising, is only applying if such advertisement is certified by the director of the National Institute of Drug Abuse to be, one, scientifically accurate. So, for instance, if it's advertising medical marijuana, it has to be proven that it's actually useful for that indication and pose no risk to individual or public health. So if the director of NIDA says, you know what, advertising THC, a cannabis-derived THC product, THC greater than 60%, poses a risk to individual public health, that radio or TV station can't broadcast. It put guardrails on the advertising that we have for products like alcohol and tobacco. So as this discussion goes forward, I think it's appropriate that we consider guardrails. If we're going to allow this advertising to occur, we've got to put guardrails on it, because this high THC cannabis-derived products, it is dangerous for our children. It's dangerous. And you know, the advocates will say, well, it doesn't go to children. Of course, it's not legal to be sold to children. Let me tell you something. When they advertise, that's what they're going to advertise. And we know, because we're in the advertising business every 2 years, broadcast is significant. Broadcast goes to all age groups. Everybody sees a broadcast or hears a broadcast. We need guardrails. This amendment does it. Madam Chair, I urge adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Quigley is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition because cable, satellite, newspapers, and billboards can already accept advertising from legal cannabis distributors and put that advertising out into the entire market. Meanwhile, broadcasters who compete for the exact same advertising dollars are the only entity that cannot legally accept any cannabis advertising because of FCC licensing. If the language in the current bill is enacted, broadcasting stations could only accept cannabis ads if they are authorized under state law. If cannabis has not been legalized in a state, the station cannot accept the advertisement. If a state only allows medical cannabis, a station can only accept medical cannabis ads. The language in our bill only affects FCC licensing procedures. It does not decriminalize or legalize cannabis. For these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Womack is recognized.
Yeah, I rise in support of the amendment. While some states and local jurisdictions have legalized marijuana, it's a federally controlled substance. We shouldn't lose sight of that. And we shouldn't pretend that marijuana is safe just because some jurisdictions have legalized it. Why would we want our children to be influenced to use marijuana by TV and radio ads? Dr. Harris's amendment to require the NIDA director to certify that marijuana ads are accurate and pose no risk to individual or public health, I believe, is an appropriate condition to place on such advertising. While I know there's a lot of money to be made in the industry, we should take a stand to prevent the use of our public airwaves from encouraging children to use mind-altering drugs. With that, I urge a yes vote on the amendment. Yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Lee. I apologize.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment. It would impose a federal certification requirement for cannabis advertising in areas where it is legal. In fact, this amendment is just an unnecessary attempt to spread fear about cannabis. The majority of states have now legalized cannabis either for medical use or for all adults, Cannabis businesses are now a part of many communities, creating jobs and generating income for numerous people. Placing this undue burden on businesses' ability to advertise is simply a backdoor method to restrict their businesses. It would also create new burdens for the director of the National Institute on Drug Abuse, requiring them to certify every single advertisement on television or radio in states and territories with legal cannabis, mind you, legal cannabis. States already place various restrictions on cannabis advertising. This amendment just shows, once again, how out of touch some members of Congress are with what is really happening in the states. I urge members to vote against this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? If there's no further debate, the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to close.
Gentleman from
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Maryland.
Look, what's
Maryland.
real-
He's not from Arkansas. He's from Maryland. Hotcakes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Look, what's really happening is that high THC products are being sold that are dangerous. Don't trust me. Read the New York Times. This isn't an anti-cannabis journal. Read this article in the New York Times. It will scare you what's available out there. Fear about cannabis? Yeah, we should be afraid about 100% THC products that are being hawked to our children, where our children are used and they're using it. I'll bet you the same argument was made 30 years ago about tobacco. Lots of jobs, lots of advertising money. Shame on us if we don't realize the dangers that we face with this high THC product. Is this about advertising dollars? Really? So it's about corporate profits? That's what we're worried about? We're worried about corporate profits when our children are getting ill from this high THC product? This is our chance. We do control the public airwaves. The gentleman is right. The ranking member is right. We don't control a lot. We don't control newspaper. We don't control cable to a large extent, but we do control the public airwaves. It's our chance to send this message. I think it's an appropriate one. I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? You want a roll call? Okay. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris.
Aye.
Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes no. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
No.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack.
Aye.
Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Where's Ms. Roybal? Who has it? Clerk will tally.
What number? Number 9.
The nays are 33. The amendment is not adopted. So, further amendments, Mr. Harris?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have Harris number 2 at the desk and would ask unanimous consent to waive the reading.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I'm going to just talk about this amendment briefly and then actually just move to withdraw it. Look, this is about the OSP program, the Opportunity Scholarship Program in the city of Washington, D.C. It's the school voucher program, put in air quotes, school voucher program in Washington, D.C. that's been funded by this committee for a decade or more. What this amendment would do, it would have moved the funding up to the authorized level. And of course, remember the funding under the authorization has to go to both the Opportunity Scholarship Program schools, charter schools, and the public school system. These increased funds would have to go to all three systems, and it would remove the poison pill language that was inserted last year and, of course, taken out in conference that would basically not allow, would probably disallow parochial schools from participating. That language is actually a little troublesome because given the Carson case decision last week by the Supreme Court or earlier this week, it's unclear that that actually would be enforceable. But again, this is an issue that the committee is familiar with. I believe this program is a valuable program. I believe it should be funded at fully authorized levels. But again, in the interest of time, I just move to withdraw the amendment.
Mr. Quigley?
Madam Chair, just to respond, I understand the gentleman's going to withdraw this amendment. It's our belief the recent Supreme Court decision doesn't change any of the facts related to DC vouchers. It does not require the government to create or maintain a voucher program, subsidize private education, or address the gaps in civil rights protections for students that attend private schools with public funds. Look, students who attend private schools with vouchers are stripped of the constitutional rights that are provided to students in public schools that receive public funds. So we would oppose this if he did not withdraw it, but we appreciate that.
Mr. Womack?
I support the gentleman's desire to withdraw the amendment.
Thank you very much. Look, the issue is that the Carson Amendment, in fact, might hold the parts of that section invalid. That was actually at the crux of the Carson Amendment. But again, that can be discussed at another time. I move to withdraw the amendment, Madam Chair.
The gentlelady from Iowa, Ms. Hinson.
Yes, Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Hinson Amendment number 1.
This is number 1. Okay. Clerk should read?
Okay.
Or you want to dispense with the reading of the?
Yes, dispense with the reading, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you. This amendment is a straightforward defense of taxpayer dollars and of life. This amendment would reinstate 2 longstanding pro-life protections that also protect taxpayer dollars. So first, it would reinstate the Dornan Amendment, that's also known as the D.C. Hyde Amendment. This prevents appropriated funds from being used to pay for abortions in the District of Columbia. This includes preventing either federal or D.C. revenues from paying for abortions, except in the case of rape, incest, or danger to the mother's life. Taxpayers overwhelmingly support pro-life protections on their hard-earned tax dollars, but unfortunately, without this amendment, taxpayers would be forced to pay for hundreds of abortions. That's exactly what happened the last time D.C. Hyde was gutted. From 2009 to when it was reinstated in 2011, Washington, D.C. paid for 300 abortions, and at that time, there was at least a prohibition in place on some of the federal funds, and that is not the case anymore. So if this amendment fails and all restrictions on taxpayer funding of D.C. abortions are lifted, the Charlotte Lozier Institute estimates that approximately 1,500 abortions will be funded in D.C. each year. This includes late-term abortions for any reason. The second part of my amendment would reinstate the Smith Amendment, simply prohibiting taxpayer funds from being used to pay for elective abortions for federal employees. Iowans should not be forced to pay for bureaucrats' elective abortions. This is insane, but that's what the underlying bill does. All the Smith Amendment does is ensure that taxpayer dollars are not going to fund elective abortions for federal employees, which would clearly be a misuse of taxpayer funds. And as we've discussed here today, there are very many number of priorities that we could be spending those taxpayer dollars on. There is absolutely no reason for a federal bureaucrat's health plan to cover an elective abortion paid for by hardworking Americans. And make no mistake about it, taxpayers will be paying for these abortions. Taxpayers pay the salaries of federal employees. They pay all of our salaries in this room and about 75% of health benefit premiums. So that means that taxpayers are supporting approximately 8 million bureaucrats' health benefits. The majority of those taxpayers do not want their hard-earned paychecks funding bureaucrats' elective abortions. So without my amendment here tonight, taxpayers will be paying for about 17,000 bureaucrats' abortions every year at a cost of $9 million, and that's not even accounting for inflation. Speaking of inflation, taxpayers are worried about that right now. Groceries, gas, and yet we want to steal their money to pay for elective abortions for bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. It's shockingly out of touch, and that's why this amendment is so important. It's common sense, and it's as much pro-taxpayer as it is pro-life. I urge adoption of this amendment. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Mr. Quigley.
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to the amendment offered by Representative Hinson. Today, the United States Supreme Court took the unprecedented step of stripping American women of the constitutional right to decide their own reproductive destiny. Extremist justices on the Supreme Court, abetted by a stolen Supreme Court seat, overturned a 50-year precedent that Americans have a right to an abortion. This is a historic error. Let us be clear, overturning Roe does not mean there won't be abortions. In many states, it means there won't be safe abortions. Lives will be lost. I am proud that in my home state of Illinois, we have protected the right to choose. But women in many of your districts are not so fortunate. Many will have to travel hundreds of miles to seek this care, effectively ending access for many low-income women. And this is not about being pro-life or protecting women or any other nonsense we hear. It's about power. It's about control. It's about taking away the ability of American women to determine their own destiny and to choose for themselves if and when they'd like to become a parent. This amendment would build upon the tragic, historic mistake at the Supreme Court this morning. It would impose 2 restrictions on access. These restrictions would apply to federal employees and their dependents through their FEHB insurance plans and to restrict access to abortion in the district. In the district instance, the amendment would block the use of local funds and federal funds for these services. This is an unnecessary restriction that bans federal employees from accessing medical services. We shouldn't deny anyone coverage just because of how they're insured. It's simply not fair for Congress to mandate that hardworking civil servants should get different health coverage from their neighbors. This is a personal health decision made by women and their families in consultation with their doctors, not us. It's not about something that elected officials or unelected extremist judges should be deciding. It's an odd way for a party that claims for small government to act. I oppose Ms. Henson's amendment.
Mr. Womack is recognized.
Federal government pays about 75% of its employees' health insurance premiums. The federal taxpayer should not have to pay for abortion services for government employees. Unlike other cities, the U.S. Constitution gives Congress authority over the District of Columbia. Prohibiting D.C. funds from being used for abortions has been a long-standing policy. These abortion funding prohibitions have been supported by Republicans and Democrats for decades and should not be changed. So I urge adoption of the gentlelady's amendment and yield back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the gentlelady from Iowa's amendment that addresses 2 provisions dropped from the bill. For decades, funding prohibitions on abortion have been supported in this bill by both Republicans and Democrats, and they should be retained. The government pays about 3/4 of the federal employees' health insurance premiums. The taxpayer should not be funding abortions for government employees. It has also been our long-standing position that funds for the District of Columbia should not be used for abortions. We will not be able to reach a bipartisan agreement on this bill if those provisions are not included in the bill. I support the amendment and urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Congresswoman Frankel.
Madam Chair, I made my comments earlier. I just urge a no vote on this horrific amendment.
Madam Chair, my hand is raised.
Yes, I know, and I've got Congresswoman McCollum and then Congresswoman Debbie
Oh,
Wasserman.
no problem. No problem.
Congresswoman McCollum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was my intention not to speak today. I want to thank the ranking member and the full ranking member of the committee for using the term employee. The way that the gentlewoman was using the term bureaucrat, and I don't, if it wasn't her intention, please correct it, was done almost with a tone of disrespect to the federal employees who do their job. Many are Republicans, some are Democrats, many are independents, but the way the term bureaucrat is quite often used in this institution, it's used as a put-down. And I honor their employment, and I thank them for their work. With that, I yield back.
Congresswoman Wasserman Schultz. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Today, an extremist majority of the Supreme Court stripped away Americans' freedom to make their own healthcare decisions. Every woman deserves the right to control her own reproductive health, a right that includes the ability to access a safe and legal abortion. That right should not be dependent on her zip code, income bracket, or racial background. It should be her decision and hers alone. While dealing a devastating blow to personal freedom, this radical court majority did, by championing states' right to self-regulate, a huge, huge disservice to women. Yet this amendment seeks to usurp the district's own local governments, undermines the city's self-rule, and makes a mockery of the democratic process in our nation's capital. Barring the District of Columbia from using its own funds to help women access health care exposes a callous disregard for and a malevolent paternalism over the rights of the people of D.C., 700,000 of whom call the federal district home, and almost half of whom are Black. This amendment also seeks to ban abortion coverage under the Federal Employees Health Benefits Program. Employers, including the federal government, should not be able to dictate how an employee uses health care coverage or interfere in an employee's plan selection. This committee must not sanction any attempt to block health care access for historically marginalized or disenfranchised communities, particularly those most at risk of facing complications during their pregnancy. Restricting access to reproductive care does not just put a woman's health at risk. Statistics show that women who are denied an abortion are more likely to fall into poverty than women who are able to attain the care they need. Our reproductive rights are under attack, and with 50 years of precedent just overturned, this is just another ploy to insert politics into a woman's private health care decisions. A woman's fundamental health decisions are her own to make in consultation with her doctor and her loved ones. They are not to be dictated by far-right politicians in Congress or on the Supreme Court. And I urge my colleagues to vote no on this harmful amendment, and I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Congresswoman Hinson, the author of the amendment, you say in your amendment, Federal Employees Health Benefits Program. Does your amendment cover Army Corps of Engineer personnel that work in Washington at the water treatment plant? Does it cover civilian nurses who work in Washington, D.C. at Walter Reed? I'm interested in who you include under your definition of federal employees' health benefits eligible.
I believe it covers all of those employees.
Does it cover members of our military?
If they're working in Washington, D.C., I do not believe it covers the members of the military. They are separately governed under the Department of Defense regulations.
What about civilian employees that work there?
No, it does not.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Adderholt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I know we've gone along today, but I want to associate my comments with the gentlelady from Iowa and thank her for bringing this amendment up. As we saw last time, the D.C. Hyde Amendment was removed. The language led to taxpayer funds being used to force to pay for hundreds of abortions in the district. And I know a lot of my colleagues that I respect a lot would argue that this amendment is an attack on women's health, but I would respectfully argue that abortion is not health care, so I would support the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
I'd like to recognize myself for a moment. I hear on the other side of the aisle that what we are maybe doing is upending long-standing prohibitions or agreements that have been made by both sides of the aisle. And I have to wonder why there isn't a concern. Talk about long-standing agreements. We are looking at a decision that was made that disregards the decades of legal precedent. Decades of legal precedent. And you apparently don't have any problem with upending decades of legal precedent to strip away a woman's fundamental and constitutional right. This is a constitutional right to make her own health care decisions. That doesn't bother you at all, which is a little bit staggering when you think about the Constitution and the impact of the law and what has been really embedded in law over these years. And yet you have this visceral view that if we deal with a writer in some way, that somehow flies in the face of the direction that we should go in. I submit that you ought to take a very, very hard look at the upending and what that means in terms of legal precedent. And further to this point, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle applaud the Supreme Court's dangerous decision that allows states to decide. And yet, you actively deny the will of the citizens of Washington, D.C. You seek to deny abortion coverage for D.C. Medicaid beneficiaries. Once again, there is, contradictory views on this issue. And I don't understand why people who are enrolled in D.C. Medicaid, why should they be targeted by politicians who really, at the core of this, is interfering with a woman's health decision? The amendment denies critical abortion coverage to federal employees in the district, in Connecticut, my state of Connecticut, across the country. If you're a federal employee living in the state of Connecticut, the amendment restores the language that bans federal employees and their dependents' abortion coverage, a legal and constitutionally protected right. Your next-door neighbor who works for the state of Connecticut or buys their insurance on the exchange, Access Health, or is covered by Husky or Medicaid, has abortion coverage that includes access to abortion care. You know, there are so many contradictions in the positions that are taken on the other side of the aisle. I oppose this amendment because why do we want to interfere in the decisions of the people who live in Washington, D.C., their personal health decisions, and you want to withhold their health insurance coverage? You know, this is about not trusting women fundamentally, and that's wrong. You know, women make decisions every single day about their lives, about the lives of their families, their kids, etc. Why don't we respect the decisions that they make about their health care? And that's no matter where they live, no matter where they work. This amendment is about stripping power, control, and dignity from women, and I urge a no vote. Ms. Lee of California.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, as I do every year. First, let me just say this. It's outrageous. The Republicans who do not represent the District of Columbia want to ban local funds for abortion care for Washington, D.C.'s residents. Washington, D.C. is not a colony, my friends. It's not a colony of the United States. It has its own elected officials and people who you want to undermine in terms of their will and their decisions. Elected officials in Washington, D.C. are not trying to restrict how your constituents and your elected officials use their own local funds. We're not doing that. And I know it's not lost on you that this restriction disproportionately impacts people of color. And that's what you call racism. Policies that negatively impact black and brown people are racist policies, whether the intent is that or not. The residents of Washington, D.C. should not be treated any differently than your constituents. You would be furious if this committee told your constituents how to spend their own local funds. Secondly, this amendment would prohibit federal employees to have equal access to the full range of reproductive health care, including abortion care. Everyone deserves the freedom to make their own health care decisions, not politicians. It's unfair and it's downright wrong to deny federal employees equal access to the same health care that private employees have. And finally, even though, yes, we expected the Supreme Court's decision on Roe, This was the first decision that will take away a right. A right. Which constitutional right will be next? Will it be civil rights? Will it be voting rights? Will it be marriage equality? What the heck will be next? Those who believe in democracy should understand that the fundamental assault on our freedom and our personal liberties were dealt a blow today. I yield my time back.
Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If there is no further debate, the gentlewoman from Ireland is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is not about disrespecting our federal employees. This is about the ultimate respect for our taxpayers. This is about protecting taxpayers, paying the ultimate respect to them, and countless lives will be saved by enacting this amendment. We shouldn't be debating forcing Americans to pay for abortions for federal workers in Washington, D.C. when families are struggling across our country right now, but we need to protect taxpayer dollars, and this is one way where we can do it. Iowans don't support having their taxpayer dollars fund elective abortions, and so I'm fighting today for their hard-earned money and those protections, and I would encourage all colleagues to consider that in this room in taking that vote tonight. So I encourage you to vote for this amendment to protect life, and I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Iowa. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Roll call vote is required or requested. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Mr. Ryan?
Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally. You have 5 more minutes.
Hey, Bill.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. There are further amendments. Ms. Hinson is recognized.
Madam Chair, Hinson Amendment number 2, and I would ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentlewoman from Iowa is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment provides an additional $80 million for the Treasury's cybersecurity enhancement account. That brings it to the department's requested level to our committee. This account, as I think we all know in this room, is absolutely essential, providing the cyber protections for the Treasury's non-IRS activities. Right now, the Treasury is vulnerable. This is the article about the SolarWinds attack. We know what these attacks are doing on our departments. Likely perpetuated, of course, this one by Russian hackers who broke through the security of our key agency networks and were able to access top officials' information. This is unacceptable, and it went undetected for months, which I think should scare everyone in this room. We need to be making those investments in cybersecurity right now. This is an existential threat to our government, and we cannot wait on this investment. And while our bill here for the appropriations bill does provide an increase over the fiscal year 22 level, it is, again, far below the amount that Treasury had asked us for, and they told us that they need. So I want to talk a little bit about what we need as far as our cybersecurity here. This account specifically that we're asking for these funds to go to secures Treasury's activities outside of the IRS, which we know obviously has its own cyber protections. Obviously, that's a good thing. The vulnerable systems include the Fiscal Service, which pays federal government's bills, of course. Important we're paying our bills. This includes payments for the Veterans Compensation and Pension Program, Social Security benefits, which all of our constituents care about, and many more things. These systems also run auctions that sell debt to help finance our government. They manage that debt. Management of our national debt cannot be left open to a potential cyber attack. They also collect a lot of financial intelligence information and administer sanctions against our foreign adversaries. So they are the ones who are responsible right now for holding international criminals accountable, smugglers, cartels, Russian oligarchs, and Putin's cronies, Iran, North Korea, ISIS terrorists, the list goes on and on and on, and these bad actors should be punished, and this all happens through this account. So we cannot risk the Treasury being more susceptible to another breach. We know they're trying every single day. The next time could be worse. So we must fully fund this request to Treasury. We can do so responsibly by transferring the costs from an overfunded account, the IRS enforcement account. So this amendment prioritizes cybersecurity over IRS agents unfairly targeting the American people who are already struggling to make ends meet. So I think we can all agree we need to realign our priorities here. Let's fully fund this request, and I'm hopeful that we can do this in a bipartisan way. So, Madam Chair, I'd urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back. Thank you very much.
Mr.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition. This amendment proposes to remove $80 million of critical funding needed to rebuild IRS enforcement. IRS enforcement staff have declined by 30% since 2010, which has hamstrung the IRS effort to reduce the tax gap. Our bill supports a robust tax enforcement presence with highly skilled personnel to ensure all taxpayers pay their fair share. A reduction of this account would cripple the IRS's criminal investigations, which are critical to the Treasury Department's efforts to enforce sanctions related to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Additionally, it would harm the integrity of tax collections by reducing the number of audits conducted and staff hired. The Enforcement Division provides a return of investment of $5 to $1. If any changes were to be made, we should be increasing, not decreasing this account to increase tax collection and reduce the annual deficit. For these reasons, we must oppose.
Mr. Womack, recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my friend, to say that this offset would cripple enforcement is a stretch. We generously fund the IRS enforcement activities in this bill. I think the gentlelady's done a very good job of detailing for all of us in here why it is critically important that we prioritize cybersecurity within the Department of Treasury over IRS agents. So I emphatically support her amendment. I urge its adoption and yield back my time.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm supposed to be doing something. Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? There's no further debate. The gentlewoman is recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Robust tax enforcement presence, I think that should scare every taxpayer listening tonight. I thank my colleagues for the conversation here tonight, but again, this is another way where I think not only can we stand up for taxpayers here, but we can really focus on an area of vulnerability for our government. I know we are all passionate about cybersecurity in this room, and it should be a shared priority for us to work together tonight. We can really work together to enhance the cybersecurity for Treasury, protect these vulnerabilities, and again, I'm hopeful for some bipartisan support on this very, very important amendment that will help protect our resources and taxpayer resources. Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Roll call vote. Sufficient number in support. A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Mrs. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood?
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Change their vote or record their vote.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
I'd like to be recorded as an aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye.
Newhouse, right.
Madam Chair, how am I recorded?
Mr. Palazzo?
Mr. Palazzo is recorded as aye.
Aye, thank you.
Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk is tallying. On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments? Mr. Joyce.
During his campaign, President Biden promised, "I guarantee you I'm going to end fossil fuels." Despite energy prices rising to levels not seen in decades, his administration is charging ahead with that promise. The Securities and Exchange Commission does not have a mandate to regulate carbon emissions, yet it has proposed a rule requiring that public companies discuss new climate-related information, including greenhouse gas emissions. These requirements clearly lessen investor enthusiasm for American energy companies. At the same time, the administration urges American energy companies to expand capacity, which of course requires investment. My amendment will prohibit the use of funds to finalize, implement, or enforce this new rule, which requires unworkable emissions calculating and reporting. The SEC leadership recently commented that these regulations only apply to large, publicly traded corporations. This is misleading. Under this rule, many public companies will be required to disclose not only their greenhouse gas emissions, but also the emissions of businesses upstream and downstream in their value chain. This means that small businesses such as farmers, builders, even restaurants will have to calculate and report their emissions if they want to do business with public companies. The process of calculating greenhouse gas emissions will, of course, be new, expensive, and time-consuming for many businesses, small and large. Unlike large corporations, small businesses do not have full-scale compliance departments. Imposing these additional reporting requirements could outright disqualify small businesses from contracting with public companies. Of course, this threatens to increase exactly the kind of market consolidation which the administration has complained about. If this rule is finalized, American farmers would have to take time away from their main purpose of producing our nation's food and fuel so that they can comply with the new regulation. Under the rule, manufacturers would divert capital towards paying accountants to calculate emissions instead of using that hard-earned money to create new jobs which contribute to business. I recently joined almost 150 of my colleagues in sending a letter to the SEC highlighting these concerns. The reply we received just this week was completely insufficient. 2 short paragraphs which did not address any of the grave concerns we raised. My amendment would force the SEC to take the concerns of members of Congress seriously by withholding funds for this deeply misguided rule. I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting this amendment, and I thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition. The SEC is key in making sure that investors get to decide what risks to take. As long as public companies provide full and fair disclosures, and are truthful in those disclosures. The SEC's climate disclosure rules are no different. Investors need reliable information about climate risks to make informed investment decisions. Investors representing over $100 trillion support climate-related disclosures because they recognize that climate risks can pose significant financial risks to companies. One report found that nearly two-thirds of companies in the Russell 1000 index and 90% of the 500 largest companies in that index published sustainability reports in 2019 using various third-party standards, which include information about climate risk. Companies and investors alike would benefit from the clear rules of the road proposed in this release. The SEC proposal also addresses disclosure of greenhouse gas emissions, which is increasingly being used as a quantitative metric to assess a company's exposure to and the potential financial effects of climate-related transition risk. Consistent disclosures would provide investors a way to compare climate risk across potential investments. For these reasons, I must oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Mr. Womack is recognized.
Mr. Ma'am, I rise in strong support of the gentleman's amendment. The SEC plays a critical role in protecting investors, maintaining fair, orderly, and efficient markets, and facilitating capital formation. They have no role, none, in protecting the environment. We have an EPA for that. With record inflation and rising interest rates creating uncertainty in our economy, now is not the time for the SEC to become an environmental regulator. Now is not the time to increase expenses for American business with costly and ideologically based disclosures that do not provide material information relevant to making investment decisions. I'll quote Commissioner Peirce again. The proposed rule dispenses with materiality in some places, distorts it in others. The proposal steps outside our statutory limits by using the disclosure framework to achieve objectives that are not ours to pursue. The Commission underestimates the costs of this proposal. Frankly put, the SEC should not use its authority over public companies to regulate the environment. So for these reasons, I urge adoption of this amendment and yield back my time.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Sorry, Mr. Flesch. If there's no further debate, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized to close briefly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to think it was my overwhelming argument that dispelled any further discussion on this. But I simply want to reiterate that Congress did not establish the SEC to set climate policy or determine how businesses combat climate change. This is, however, the clear goal of the agency's climate rule. Bureaucrats in Washington, D.C., specifically unelected SEC staff, should not be imposing their personal political wishes at the expense of the American entrepreneurs who put gas in our tanks, build our homes, and put food on our tables. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Since on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Ohio, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments?
Yeah. Quarter vote?
Oh, okay. Okay. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number being in support, recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar. Mr. Cuellar. You're muted. Mr. Cuellar, can you unmute?
No.
Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro?
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat?
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman? Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel?
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder?
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris? Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler? Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson? Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce? Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter? Mrs. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick?
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence? Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California? Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow? Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum? Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng? Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar? Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse?
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo?
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree? Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan? Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler? Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard? Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger? Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan? Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart?
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres? Mrs. Torres?
Ms. Torres?
Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone? Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood?
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo? Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman-Schultz?
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman-Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson-Coleman?
No.
Mrs. Watson-Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton? Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes aye.
Remaining. And I know that there are some who are desperate. 3? Oh, I was just told 2. There are 3. Okay. There are 3 amendments. And again, I'm told that there are a number of people looking at flight schedules here, so I just throw that out there for thought.
To your staff.
On this vote, the yeas are 24, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Womack? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized to speak on this amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment is pretty simple, and I think it will resonate with everybody in this room, so please pay careful attention. It will focus the Department of Treasury's efforts on reducing gas prices and inflation in general. Here's what it does. My amendment prevents the department from proposing any new regulations unless those regulations reduce the cost of gas or the CPI. It then continues this limitation until the price of gas or the CPI returns to pre-pandemic levels. There is a national security waiver so that the department can take actions to further sanctions on Russian oligarchs, terrorist organizations, or other bad actors as necessary. The Treasury Department is the executive branch agency responsible for promoting economic prosperity and ensuring the financial security of the United States. They are not currently succeeding in this mission. The cost of everything is skyrocketing. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, costs through May compared to last year have increased by 8.6%. Food costs have increased by 10%. Energy costs have increased by 35%. And new vehicle costs have increased by nearly 13%. I want the department to focus less on partisan priorities and more on their core mission of promoting economic prosperity and ensuring financial security. While some may say the Federal Reserve, not the Treasury Department, is charged with combating inflation, I think the department should focus on steps it can take to reduce the regulatory burdens imposed on financial institutions, small businesses, and taxpayers. Combating inflation should be an all-of-government activity, and we should expect more from the department. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Quigley.
Madam Chair, I rise in respectful opposition to the amendment. We share the gentleman's concerns, but I don't believe this amendment would achieve its intended purpose of reducing inflation. The Department of Treasury plays a vital role in stabilizing and supporting the U.S. economy, but monetary policy, including control of the levers that influence inflation and employment, is under the purview of the Federal Reserve, not the Treasury Department. Instead of tackling inflation, this amendment would unnecessarily limit the Department of Treasury from taking virtually any regulatory action during the next fiscal year, in halting activities across a wide swath of the department's mission, which include regulations that interpret the Internal Revenue Code, that determine a taxpayer's liability for the given year, regulations on banks that protect the earnings of Americans, regulations governing federal employment, federal benefits payments, debt collection, issuance of savings bonds, regulations affecting alcohol producers, distributors, retailers, and consumers that promote economic revitalization and community development, and many more important issues. We are happy to work together with our colleagues on practical, effective solutions to tackle inflation, but we must oppose the gentleman's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment? Mr. Cartwright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose the amendment. We all know what's driving inflation in this country, and it's not regulation. It's profiteering. It's price gouging by the top oil companies. We know that in the first quarter of this year, the top 4 oil companies made $27 billion in profits. While regular Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, they were laughing all the way to the bank. We know that, as the gentleman just mentioned, nationwide inflation is running at about 8.6%. Oil and gas inflation is 35%. That is what is driving the inflation train. Everything we buy involves oil and gas. People have to drive to work to make what they make. Our manufacturing process uses oil and gas and energy, and to deliver what they make, more oil and gas. Energy prices are going through the roof, and it's because of profiteering, and that's why the Democrats passed out of this House the anti-price gouging legislation that I regret not a single Republican voted for. So regulation, that's not the problem. It's profiteering and price gouging by the big oil companies. I yield back.
Are there any other members?
Yes. Here, Madam Chair.
Mr. Cole.
I had not intended to speak, but I listened to that one time. I'm not listening to it again without a rebuttal. I have great respect for my friend, but you don't know very much about the energy industry, and you don't know what's happened to it over the last decade. The reality is, from 2010 to 2019, when the S&P 500 went up by 180%, energy went up, the value of companies, by 6%. Its percentage of the total capitalization of Wall Street went from 15 to 5. Frankly, and in that same period of time, by the way, they doubled production, and turned us from energy dependent into independent, and frankly, invested more money than they made. So this idea that they've been profiteering, they don't set the price. It's a global price. We all know it. When there's trouble overseas, that does it. You're actually better off with the Putin argument than you are with American companies. These are the companies that give us what is still, other than a few petro-states, the cheapest energy any place in the world. The reality is this administration decided on day one to attack it. Day one, cancel pipelines, do infrastructure, make it more difficult to drill. And then they're shocked that prices might move up. It's just breathtakingly ignorant. There are 10 million people that work in the energy industry, and to smear them, as I hear them routinely smeared, is just simply beyond belief to me. I've watched thousands of them lose their jobs in what's a boom-bust industry. That's the nature of it. It's like commodities, like farming. It goes up and down with enormous rapidity. And there's a great deal of risk involved in it. So I would just tell my friend it's not profiteering that's done it. Regulation, really stupid policy by the administration, and the unfortunate fact that we have war abroad in ways that disrupt the supply. Those are legitimate causes. Profiteering's not. Yield back.
Ms. Hinson is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. Across my district, I constantly hear folks' concerns about rising costs, gas, coffee, diapers. Just about everything is more expensive for Iowa families, and that's why I think this amendment by Mr. Womack is so crucial. Groceries up nearly 12%, the highest increase since the 70s. Eggs, 32% more expensive than last year. Our working families are harmed by these costs, and their budgets are stretched thin. And this is more of a challenge for our seniors as well. So Iowans can't take more of this overspending and failed policy. I urge my colleagues to support Mr. Womack's amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Diaz-Balart.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll be brief. You know, it's just interesting, all this thing about profiteering. I guess it happens during Democratic administrations. Because during the last administration, we were energy independent and gasoline prices, don't have to take my word for it, ask the American people, were pretty low. All of a sudden, Democratic administration, profiteering, you do the math. I yield back.
Ms. Capter.
Yes, we'll get a chance to debate the energy and water bill next week. But I just have to chime in and say that I listened to Mr. Colsey, and much of what you said was true. But whether you're looking at nuclear plants or whether you're looking at oil and its uses, most of our energy companies in the last 2 decades should have had a better diversification plan was happening in the market. So we'll talk about that a little bit more next week, but they became too dependent on one source. And I think that now as we read the journals and we see what some of the boardrooms are doing, it'll help down the road. But they really, they kind of got stuck in the past. And America's always been a country that's been about the future. So I just want to put that on the record, and we'll have more time next week. Sadly, I oppose the gentleman's amendment, but I wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
I oppose the gentleman's amendment, but I also want to say to my dear friend, Mr. Cole, that's apparently, and I'm not making up the number, 26 million acres of public lands which can be drilled, and the oil companies are not doing it. They have the permits to be able to do it, and what they're doing is to buy back stock. And if there are any other members wishing to be heard on the amendment, otherwise we will move forward here. Hearing none, there's no further debate. Mr. Reschenthaler and Mr. Then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to yield to my colleague from Oklahoma.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, and not to be disrespectful, but the reality is there's a big difference between a lease and a permit. And there's a big difference. You have to move the product and you have to refine the product. And the reality is this administration has made it systematically more difficult, and it did it on purpose. And to the President's credit, he told us he was going to do it when he was running for office. Now, when the consequences are coming, he wants to blame the people whose life he's made more difficult. I just disagree. You know, we do not have a profiteering industry here. We have one, frankly, that is remarkably successful at production, frankly, has not been very profitable for well over a decade, has shed employment, but has continued to produce much higher than we were a decade ago. So, you know, the right policies and working with the industry instead of vilifying us, I think is the best way out of the pickle that we're in. Nobody likes paying high gasoline prices, but the reality is it's not because there's a bunch of evil people someplace. It's because we have pursued bad policy, we have not developed infrastructure, and we're now surprised when those things come home to haunt us. Yield back. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
I think it's a debate worth having, and not at this time, because they agree or disagree on a lot. Mr. Reschenthaler. Oh, you yield back. That's right, okay. Any other members wishing to be heard on this amendment? If not, we are going to recognize the gentleman from Arkansas to close.
Well, I have an amendment, too.
I know. We're going to have a roll call vote on this particular amendment here in just a minute. But before we take the vote, for those predisposed to voting against it, just understand what the amendment does so that when you go home, you can explain it to your people. It simply says, in this hyper-regulatory environment, we're just simply saying to Treasury, until gas prices are at $2.47 or lower, or the CPI is at 2.3 or lower, which are the pre-pandemic levels, you can't do regulations aside from those involving national security that do not demonstrate the lowering of cost of consumer goods and energy on everyday Americans, Republicans and Democrats. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time and urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair? The noes have it. The amendment is not adopted. Roll call vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. A sufficient number being in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amade. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar.
No.
Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler. Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Henson. Mrs. Henson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer.
No.
Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Newhouse.
Aye.
Mr. Newhouse votes aye. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan.
Mr. Pocan.
Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. No. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal-Allard. Ms. Roybal-Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Or their vote or change their vote? Does any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? The clerk will tally.
I guess the best way they did what they knew. They weren't curious about other energy sources. This has been doing pretty well for a while. They ran the 20th century.
On this vote, the ayes are 24, the nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. Further amendments, Mr. Cole?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh, I thought we were done.
I would ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My amendment's actually pretty simple. It would transfer the balance of the Presidential Election Campaign Fund to the NIH's 10-year Pediatric Research Initiative Fund. Current balance is about $422 million, so it's not insignificant money. The Pediatric Research Initiative Fund is better known as the Gabriella Miller Kids First Research Fund. This is something I know a little bit about because for years I tried to get rid of the money that we sent the two political parties, and only those two parties, to fund their conventions. It's wrong to do that. They can fund them themselves. I couldn't get it through, and finally our colleague Eric Cantor, when he was majority leader, and our former colleague Greg Harper came to me and they said, you know, we got a great bill. We need to fund pediatric cancer research. We don't have any money. Would you make your offset, your bill, available to do that? I had the chance to meet Gabrielle Miller. She was a remarkable 11-year-old kid that found out she had cancer and spent the balance of her less than 2 years on this planet trying to raise money so we would do more research on kids' cancer. So we got that bill through, and for 10 years that fund has funded things, a modest amount for pediatric cancer research. That will run out, and it's a 10-year program. We got it done in 2014, overwhelmingly passed the Congress. President Obama was gracious enough to sign it and was very helpful. So we got that done. We're now running up against the deadline. Let's talk now a little bit about the Presidential Campaign Election Fund. Years ago, after Watergate, there was an experiment in public finance, matching public dollars and private donors. And that pretty much is the way presidential campaigns were operated in the general election until 2008. 2008, President Obama, and I say this with no criticism, but made the decision, I can raise more money outside this program than in it. John McCain stayed in it, by the way, and Barack Obama outraised him about 4-1 in the general election. Since 2008, no presidential campaign in the general election has used this fund because the two sides know they can raise more money and they go out and do it. The only people that can get funded in this fund are cranks, you know, in the primary. So this money is sitting there. It is tax money. This is $422 million of tax money. It moves there when you designate a campaign checkoff and move it there, but it's still tax dollars, and Congress has the right to change how it's going to spend it. It's not going to get spent in this fund. We have an opportunity here to move that to the NIH for pediatric research, an existing program, and continue to do it, or we can just let it sit there and either fund crank candidates or more likely not get used at all. It certainly won't be used in a general election. Libertarian candidates don't use, nobody uses it. So this is money sitting there as a monument to a failed idea, public financing of elections. We shouldn't let it sit there. We should put it to work for kids. We should put it to work to deal with pediatric cancer. So it's a pretty easy amendment, doesn't cost anybody anything, but it takes an existing resource and puts it to a cause that every person in this room believes in. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Mr. Quigley?
Madam Chair, it's not the gentleman's goal, it's the means which he proposes to move forward. While I agree that of increasing the funds for pediatric research, we can't support the means by which he respectfully proposes to do so. The Presidential Election Fund is the only source of public funding for candidates running for president. The fund has been underutilized in recent years, and there is an important discussion to be had regarding the future of how this is done. This is not the appropriate venue, and it should be part of a broader conversation on reforms to campaign finance and federal voting laws. I would love to work with the gentleman on that, but for those reasons, I must oppose this amendment.
Mr. Womack?
I rise in support of the amendment. The campaign fund's outdated. It's a good cause. I support the gentleman's amendment. Yield back my time.
Madam Chairwoman.
Ms. Wexton?
I rise to speak against the amendment, gentle objection to the amendment. Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate your yielding, and I appreciate what the gentleman's trying to do. I certainly share his passion for getting funding for pediatric cancer research, which has made significant progress in recent years. And Gabriella Miller was actually my constituent as well. I got to know her when I was a state senator and even before that, and I was certainly inspired by her story, and smashing walnuts with her was really, really fun thing to do. But, you know, one of the things that I'm very concerned about is that there's currently a bill pending, which I just passed out of ENC last month. He is one of the co-leads on my bills, the Gabriella Miller's Pediatric Kids First Research Act 2.0, which would nearly double the funding in the account and reauthorize it for another 5 years. Has over 100 bipartisan sponsors, and it has been reported out of the Energy and Commerce Committee, as I mentioned earlier. This issue is very close to my heart. You know, as the gentleman explained, this is something that has been going on for quite some time, and they have made amazing strides in terms of the research that they've done at NIH about mapping different kinds of cancer and coming up with more targeted treatments for these poor kids who are still getting treatments that are 70 years old in many cases, treatments made out of mustard gas. It's horrifying what they're having to endure. Cancer is the #1 cause of disease-related death in children under 14, and we need to make sure that no other family has to go through what the Miller family does. And I appreciate very much what the gentleman's trying to do, but I'm very concerned that it could jeopardize the underlying bill that we have pending right now. We do have Senate sponsors for the pending bill as well. You know, I think it's moving over there. I know that Senator Kaine has been very active in it, and I believe Senator Blunt is the Republican co-sponsor. So while I understand what the gentleman's trying to do, I'm very concerned that it could jeopardize the progress we've made, and that I don't want to take a chance on doing that, as well as the fact that it does not reauthorize this program for another 5 years or 10 years, which would really be optimal. So I will vote no on the amendment. I encourage my colleagues to do the same.
There's no further debate. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I have great respect for everybody that spoke. This program existed because we took money meant for a political party and put it to something better, taxpayer money. That's all this is the same thing. It's not going to jeopardize any other authorized program. Actually, it would just add additional funding. That money's not going to be used in a presidential campaign. Let's be real. It's been 2008. That's 14 years ago. It'll be 16 by the next presidential election. So let it sit there as a monument to a failed idea instead of taking it and putting it to a productive purpose is really an abdication of our responsibility, in my view, as legislators. This is a good cause, good money. We should spend it where it'll make a difference for the American people. Yield back.
Questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Roll call. You know, a sufficient number being in support, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar.
No.
Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Then the ones we built.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Ms. Capter. Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer.
Kilmer votes no.
Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse.
Mr. Newhouse?
Mr. Palazzo.
Palazzo votes aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes aye.
Does any member wish to record?
Mr. Aguilar votes no.
Any other members who wish to change their vote or record their vote? The clerk will tally. Just while we're waiting for the vote to be tallied, we will resume on Tuesday, which is what, the 27th? It's the 27th or the 28th? It's the 28th, and we will do energy and water, and we will do a CJS and start at 10 o'clock. With that, on this vote, the yeas are 23, the nays are 31, and the amendment is not adopted. Further amendments?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk, and I would ask for unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
objection.
Thank you.
You're recognized to speak on your amendment.
Madam Chair, my amendment is very simple. It would cut funding for the Federal Trade Commission by $113 million. It would cut it just back to the fiscal year 2022 level. The FTC would receive an alarming 30% increase in funding in this bill that's currently before us. Let me be clear, no government agency should receive a 30% increase in the operating budget over just 1 year, especially not an agency that has seen enforcement productivity decline significantly under the current leadership. Two of the FTC's own commissioners went so far as to criticize the FTC's budget request as, and I quote, a dramatic increase with no justification. Just to put this in perspective, just a few days ago, we were told the reason my friend from California's amendment to increase the pay for junior enlisted members of the military wasn't a viable request was because the Pentagon hadn't requested the increase. Here, you have two FTC commissioners not only not requesting it, but saying it's outrageous. But back to the FTC, under Chair Lena Khan's leadership, workforce and morale and confidence in the agency has rapidly declined. In April 2022, there was a survey. The workforce satisfaction came in at just 60%. That's down 29 points from just 2 years prior. Given the declining productivity of the FTC, as well as the problematic work environment, the last thing this committee should be doing is providing the agency with a 30% funding increase. I urge a yes vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition. Cutting funding for the FTC is the wrong way to protect the American people. From corporate mergers that enable firms to hike prices and slash wages, to data breaches that can expose Americans' most sensitive and personal information, the legislation funds the FTC at the level requested by the President's budget. This appropriation will enable the FTC to fully and effectively deliver on its broad mission to protect consumers. The FTC has repeatedly exhibited a remarkable return on federal government's investment. In 21 alone, the FTC returned $607 million in collections to consumers and the U.S. Treasury. Throughout 2021, the FTC saved consumers an estimated $2.4 billion through competition law enforcement actions and an estimated $1.5 billion through its consumer protection actions. In total, every $1 of the FTC's cost returned an estimated $36 in FTC provided benefits to consumers during 2021. For these reasons, I oppose.
Mr. Womack.
In the past 3 years, the FTC's budget has grown by over 20% cumulatively. Now, just think about that. Here's a government agency that's grown 20% over the last 3 years, and now we're going to throw another 30% increase at them. I think the gentleman's amendment is right on target. I think taking it back to the last enacted level is the right thing to do. We are appropriators. It is part of our job to make sure that we get our arms around the fiscal trajectory of our country. This is one way we can take a small step in that direction. So I strongly support the gentleman's amendment and yield back my time.
Are there any other members who wishing to be heard on this amendment? There is no further debate. The gentleman is recognized to close on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the sake of time, I'd like to waive my closing.
Thank you. The question is on the amendment offered by Congressman Rentschenthaler. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Madam Chair, on that, I'd request the yeas and nays.
A sufficient number is in support. Recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Aye. Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes no. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes no. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes no. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar.
No.
Mr. Cuellar votes no. Ms. DeLauro.
No.
Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Espaillat.
No.
Mr. Espaillat votes no. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel, can you turn on your camera?
No.
Ms. Frankel,
Ms. Frankel, we need to see you on camera.
Ms. Frankel, can you?
I'll come back at the end, okay?
Mr. Garcia.
I'll try to figure it out.
Mr. Garcia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Harder.
No.
Mr. Harder votes no. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes aye. Ms. Herrera-Butler.
Aye.
Ms. Herrera-Butler votes aye. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes aye. Mr. Joyce. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
No.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes no. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence.
Mrs. Lawrence.
Mrs. Lawrence votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mrs. Lee of Nevada.
No.
Mrs. Lee of Nevada votes no. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes aye. Ms. McCollum. Ms. McCollum votes no. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng votes no. Mr. Molinar. Mr. Molinar votes aye. Mr. Newhouse. Mr. Palazzo.
Aye.
Mr. Palazzo votes aye. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes no. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes no. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes no. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Ruppersberger. Ms. Ruppersberger votes no. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes aye. Mr. Ryan.
No.
Mr. Ryan votes no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Stewart.
Aye.
Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes no. Mr. Trone. Mr. Trone votes no. Ms. Underwood.
No.
Ms. Underwood votes no. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes aye. Ms. Wasserman Schultz. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
No.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes no. Ms. Wexton. Ms. Wexton votes no. Mr. Womack.
Aye.
Mr. Womack votes aye. Ms. Frankel.
No.
Ms. Frankel votes no.
Any member
Ms.
wish?
Wasserman Schultz. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes no.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote?
Not just in our state, but throughout the country. I'm so proud to have here today.
Mr. Joyce?
Mr. Joyce? Not recorded.
Not recorded.
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Any member wish to record their vote or change their vote? Clerk will tally.
Madam Chair, while they tally, here shortly, we're going to take a roll call vote on this bill, and everybody should know that that means the Appropriations Committee this year will be halfway home through its appropriations process. And if you look over here to this screen, you'll see half of our committee is halfway home.
Trying to move fast. And can I thank the gentleman for the responsible for the jam, for the wonderful jam. Thank you. And where's Mr. Case, who was responsible for the wonderful macadamia nuts? So thank you for, taking care of our, our needs. And where's the licorice here? Do we have the licorice here? So, okay, on this vote, guys, because I know you want to go. The yeas are 23. The nays are 31. The amendment is not adopted. With that, and is there further discussion or amendment?
Am I recorded? Madam Chair?
Mr. Newhouse?
Recorded, no.
She's not.
No, please.
Not recorded.
Not recorded. We've given out the vote tally.
Please record me no.
Or. What?
Yes.
I did. I already said the vote, and I am told that I can't.
No, I think Mr. Newhouse thinks we're on the final passage here.
Oh, no, we're not yet. Please, let's get there as quickly as we can. Let me recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio for a motion and ask for your support of the bill.
I'm sorry. Apologize for that. Yes.
Madam
Like
Chair,
reported, yes.
I move to favorably report the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Act for 2023 to the House.
Okay, the question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor, recorded vote, raise your hand. Sufficient number wanting to have a recorded vote. The vote, the clerk is going to read the roll.
Mr. Adderholt. Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Aguilar. Mr. Aguilar votes aye. Mr. Amadei. Mr. Bishop. Yes. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mrs. Bustos. Mrs. Bustos votes aye. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright votes aye. Mr. Case. Mr. Case votes aye. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Christ. Mr. Cuellar.
Aye.
Mr. Cuellar votes aye. Ms. DeLauro. Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Espaillat.
Aye.
Mr. Espaillat votes aye. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman. Mr. Fleischman votes no. Ms. Frankel.
Aye.
Ms. Frankel votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Harder.
Aye.
Mr. Harder votes aye. Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris votes no. Ms. Herrera Butler.
No.
Ms. Herrera Butler votes no. Mrs. Hinson. Mrs. Hinson votes no. Mr. Joyce. Mr. Joyce votes no. Ms. Capter.
Aye.
Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kilmer.
Kilmer votes aye.
Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mrs. Kirkpatrick.
Aye.
Mrs. Kirkpatrick votes aye. Mrs. Lawrence. Mrs. Lawrence votes aye. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes aye. Mrs. Lee of Nevada.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee of Nevada. Ms. Letlow. Ms. Letlow votes no. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum votes aye. Ms. Meng. Ms. Meng.
Can we have,
Ms. Meng votes aye.
can't
Mr.
hear the
Molinar.
vote. Go ahead.
Mr. Molinar.
Mr. Molinar? No.
Did he say no?
He said no.
Mr. Molinar votes
voted
no. Mr. Newhouse.
Mr. Newhouse?
He's virtual.
Mr. Newhouse?
Okay. Mr. Palazzo.
No.
Mr. Palazzo votes no. Ms. Pingree. Ms. Pingree votes aye. Mr. Pocan. Mr. Pocan votes aye. Mr. Quigley. Mr. Quigley votes aye. Mr. Reschenthaler. Mr. Reschenthaler votes no. Mr. Rogers.
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Ms. Roybal Allard.
Ms. Roybal Allard?
Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye. Mr. Ruppersberger. Mr. Ruppersberger votes aye. Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Rutherford votes no. Mr. Ryan.
Aye.
Mr. Ryan votes aye. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart?
It's virtual. Mrs. Torres. Mrs. Torres votes aye. Mr. Trone.
Mr. Trone?
Mr. Trone votes aye. Ms. Underwood.
Aye.
Mr. Underwood votes aye. Mr. Valadeo. Mr. Valadeo votes no. Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Wasserman Schultz votes aye.
Ms. Wasserman Schultz votes aye. Mrs. Watson Coleman.
Yes.
Mrs. Watson Coleman votes aye. Ms. Wexton.
Ms. Wexton? Miss Wexton?
Ms. Wexton votes aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack votes no.
While we're tallying, while the people are gone, everybody should have a great weekend. See you next week.
Scan the tables. Yeah, just make sure we're good. I didn't. waiting on? They got a voter?
They are trying to find Miss Leah Nevada.
Yeah.
I don't think people like
Jess, there's one in the middle right there. But I thought
That's right. They may have.
he wins the role. But I don't think
I don't think it'd do anything.
Be fair.
Let's make up our own rules here.
I mean, he was in the plane seat. I'm thinking it's just departed.
Airborne.
He held on as long as he could. And when the argument would be,
It's just easy to buckle up.
right?
We're not
You
buckle
can't
up.
infringe upon my ability to.
Okay. What's your time?
Is it Price is Right?
Mrs. Lee of Nevada?
Your vote, Susie, on the final passage. Can't hear you. She's saying yes, but I can't hear her.
Can't hear you.
You're muted. Susie?
I resign. Oh, is that who does it? Speaking of bringing in products, we should encourage Mr. Trump to bring in, I guess it's technically not a home state product, but all the home states products. I mean, if it's
Mrs. Lee of Nevada? Can you write yes on a piece of paper and show it?
Write on a piece of paper and let's see it.
okay.
I wonder if her AirPods are like connected.
Susie?
She knows sign language. As long as you have tracked and you know which amendments, go with God. Thank you.
You voted. she
Mrs.
said
Lee of
yes.
Nevada votes yes.
Thank you, Susie. No, have a good weekend. Have a good weekend.
I think we need this weekend just to be a reset. I think it all started with Dr. Phil.
Yes,
Blame it all
I
on
blame
Dr.
him.
Phil.
Yes, blame it on Dr. Phil.
Say it, read it. Get this over with.
Right. On this vote, the yeas are 31, the nays are 22. The bill is
Madam
agreed
Chair.
to. I ask unanimously that the staff be permitted to make technical and conforming changes to the bill and report just approved. Seeing no objections, so ordered.
Madam Chair, is my camera on? I asked for 3 days for a minority to file views.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Oh, the committee stands adjourned.